Chapter 481, Return Pa. Manhuzi loudly shouted, spitting out a beam of blood-red light towards the bloodjade spider. With a puff, the beam of light burst on contact, enveloping the spider in a large blood-red mist in an instant. The bloodjade spider hissed and became frantic as if it had been provoked. When Hanli saw this, his heart flared with anger. Upon hearing its name, Hanli was certain that the berserking technique was a secret devil Dao cultivator technique that carried repercussions. These old devils had used the technique without even telling him or showing any consideration towards the aftereffects the bloodjade spider would suffer. It seemed they simply didn't view a core formation cultivator to be worth considering. Although Hanli had already anticipated this, he couldn't help but grimace when he was actually treated this way. At the moment, the bloodjade spider had nearly absorbed the entirety of the blood-red mist. The spider's original sparkling, translucent body had turned completely blood-red as if it were cut from a single piece of scarlet gemstone. Upon seeing this transformation, he immediately recalled the violet appearance of the bloodjade spider in the underground cave in the Heavenly South region. It had the same color and intensity as the furious bloodjade spider he had seen back then. When he worriedly scanned its mind, he sensed a crazed violence from it as if it had lost its intelligence. Just as Hanli attempted to forcefully placate it in his fright, Manhuzi suddenly roared from his side, "What are you spacing out for? Quickly have your bloodjade spider start pulling. The duration of the berserking technique is limited." He was fiercely glaring at Hanli. Stifling his anger, Hanli had no choice but to command the bloodjade spider to resume pulling. Fortunately, the bloodjade spider still obediently listened to his orders despite entering a berserk state. A blood-red light flickered from its green eyes as its pointed legs frantically scratched the ground before managing to gradually pull up its taut spider thread. A series of even more intense trembles rocked the ground, soon followed by thunderous clangs ringing out from the hole. Manhuzi and the others were delighted by these developments. Blinding blue light suddenly bursted from the hole and reached over 30 meters above the altar. Hanli felt his body grow cold for an instant before he grew warm once more. A barrier of brilliant azure light had protected him. Hanli was stunned for a moment before he realized that Qin Yi had enlarged his light barrier by several times and was covering him under its protection. The old man said with a solemn expression, "Be careful. A far harsher current of cold erupts in the instant that the heaven void cauldron is raised. It is unknown just how many treasure-seeking cultivators have pitifully succumbed to the unexpected occurrence." After saying this to Hanli, Qin Yi's gaze rigidly focused on the hole once more. He appeared nervous. When Hanli heard this, his heart was shaken. Just how many had previously attempted to move the cauldron? How was it that they all failed? Although his heart held doubts, Hanli knew that now was not the time to ask these questions. He could only recollect himself and look at how things were developing at the center of the altar. It was obvious by now that the heaven void cauldron was extremely heavy. The full strength of these spirit beasts could only move it a sliver at a time. But even so, the blue light at the center of the altar grew brighter by the second. Let alone Zenithine and the others, even Wucho and the bone sage down below were staring at the scene without blinking. But while Wucho had his hands tightened and wore an expression of excitement and greed, the bone sage's eyes revealed a complicated expression containing both anticipation and hesitation. There was only silence at the altar apart from the sound produced by the slow and gradual rise of the heaven void cauldron. Everyone was raptly gazing at the hole with held breath. Hanli was the exception. He was worriedly staring at his bloodjade spider. In the end, he wouldn't have any claim to the heaven void cauldron. What mattered more was the bloodjade spider he had painstakingly raised. He had made a startling discovery. The original milky white color of the spider thread was now enveloped in a layer of faint blue radiance. Although this change was so faint it could be dismissed as a trick of the eyes, it was undoubtedly a change of its original color. Just as Hanli was mulling over this change, he heard a sudden buzz from behind him. Despite being rather soft, it was particularly noticeable among the silence on the platform. Hanli was initially shocked before he turned his head over with concealed delight. It was the sound of the barrier being torn open at the entrance of the stone steps. Zenithine and the others had also clearly heard this sound. With an unsightly expression, Manhuzi let out a rain of curses before patting the beast's storage pouch at his waist. A streak of yellow light shot out, revealing a yellow-spotted panther. Not only was its body several times larger than an ordinary panther, but there was also a third eye emerging from the top of its head. A flickering yellow glow could be faintly seen from its third eye. A cold glint flickered from Qin Yi's eyes. He icily said, "Wan Tianming and the others have arrived." My azure thorn bird and fellow Taoist Wu's 2 demon corpses have already perished. They obviously aren't willing to allow us to seize the treasure and are coming back to attack us. We must delay them for as long as possible. The Heaven Void Cauldron is already over halfway out. However, the attractive force on the cauldron will only grow heavier the closer it comes to the surface. It isn't something that can be pulled out in a short amount of time. Zenith Yin's face was icy, but he displayed no sign of panic. It seemed the return of the righteous Tao cultivators was something he had long since anticipated. It is as Brother Wu says. Qing Yi knew they were on the verge of a great battle and swiftly responded. With a flutter of his sleeves, a large flock of azure spheres rushed out. They were over 100 azure thorn birds. Although these birds were only fist-sized, they had feathers and beaks of razor-sharp steel. They all silently floated above the old man, making for an impressive display. As for Zenith Yin, he had his hands clutched in an incantation gesture. A pitch-black mist began to slowly exude from his body. As this devilish mist drifted through the air, 15 dark green armored demon corpses appeared around him. Manhuzi coolly glanced at the 2 other core formation cultivators in silence. Wu Chou hastily took a few steps towards the altar with a restless expression. As for the Bone Sage, his eyes swiveled several times, but he stood completely still. It was unknown what he intended. Seeing that the Bone Sage hadn't moved, Han Li frowned for a moment before immediately relaxing his face. Several streaks of light had arrived before them at an amazing speed, appearing in front of the altar in only a fraction of a second. The light disappeared to reveal the group of 3 righteous Tao cultivators. After Wan Tianming swept his gaze past the blood jade spider that was pulling up the Heaven Void Cauldron along with the blue light wildly bursting out of the hole, he calmly said, "Good, very good." The Devil Tao cultivators looked at each other, not knowing what he had meant by his words. Manhuzi glared at him and retorted, "Good? I'm obviously feeling quite good. But I'd feel even better if you hadn't come." Wan Tianming indifferently said, "I also didn't want to come, but who would have thought that shortly after I left, this young fellow would take out a long-extinct blood jade spider. As such, how could I possibly just walk away?" After he said this, he moved his lips, releasing an odd low-pitched whistle. Manhuzi and the others were startled. As they pondered what sinister plot their opponent was up to, Wan Tianming stood in place when there was a sudden flash of white light. Like a bolt of lightning, a blue mouse-like creature scuttled into his hand with amazing speed. At that moment, the sect master of the myriad gates of enlightenment silently glanced at the Devil Tao cultivators with a sneer. A stone-shift beast. Upon seeing the beast, Qing Yi couldn't help but shout out its name. Had I not left this creature behind to monitor you, how could I have known the right time to come back? This stone-shift beast has no particularly remarkable abilities aside from its stealthy stone transformation. Even with your profound abilities, you couldn't have possibly detected this creature. It seems I was correct to leave this contingency measure behind. Wan Tianming gently caressed the stone-shift beast in his hand and glanced at the blood jade spider a moment more. He leisurely said, "Now I will give you 2 choices. One is that I will kill the blood jade spider and have the Heaven Void Cauldron remain buried. The other is for our 2 sides to evenly split the treasure. This sect master can't possibly allow you Devil Tao cultivators to monopolize the cauldron's treasures." It seemed that Wan Tianming had made plans in advance and didn't fear their refusal. Chapter 482, The Battle Begins, Split It Evenly with You? Zenith Yin frowned as if he were tempted by the thought. In Zenith Yin's eyes, so long as he was able to take the portion from his unnamed disciple, he wouldn't be given too small a share, regardless of how the treasure was split. But before Zenith Yin could further consider the matter, Manhuzi insolently laughed as he stood at the very front. "Evenly split the Heaven Void Cauldron. Wan Tianming, you sure can dream. You want to take food out of this lord's mouth? First, let's see just how sharp your claws are." Manhuzi then shouted, and the huge panther that was crouching in front of him suddenly stood and roared. The beast's third eye opened, shooting out a yellow beam of light towards Wan Tianming. "Animal, you're seeking death." Wan Tianming furiously shouted. He hadn't anticipated that Manhuzi would launch an attack without giving his proposal even the slightest consideration. Regardless of how it could be seen, his side currently had the advantage due to the assistance of the glacial flood dragon and the phantom tortoise. Wan Tianming flusteredly responded by shooting out a beam of violet light from his hand to meet the yellow beam. In the instant the beams of light met, a burst of yellow radiance erupted. With a bang, the violet light disappeared without a trace. Instead, a smoking white object fell from the air. Before anyone could clearly see what it was, it had already shattered to pieces. After carefully staring at the pieces, it was apparent that there were pieces of common stone. A majority of the people who saw this were stunned and filled with doubt. When Wan Tianming saw this, his expression changed several times and the spirited look in his eyes disappeared. He shouted with disbelief, "An aberrant technique. Your three-eyed panther is a spirit beast variant." Upon hearing the words spirit beast variant, everyone on both sides appeared shocked. Spirit beast variants and antiquity variants sounded somewhat the same, but the difference was actually as large as heaven and earth. Antiquity variants were remnants of a few uncommon spirit beasts that were left behind from ages long past. Due to changes of appearance and characteristics over the long passage of time, they became an entirely new species that only possessed a few of the characteristics of their predecessors. However, these spirit beasts were extremely rare and difficult to find. As for spirit beast variants, each one is an entirely unique existence. They were spirit beasts that have underwent unpredictable mutations for some unknown reason, resulting in their capabilities being greatly changed. The quality of these variations all differed from one another, but each of these variants all had amazing abilities that exceeded what was capable of common magic techniques. The ability to petrify a majority of magic tools or magic treasures was among the better-known abilities. This ability was quite incisive. If a core formation cultivator were to make use such an ability of their own spirit beast variant, they would be able to cleanly deal with 4 cultivators of their rank in a single breath. As the abilities of these spirit beast variants often caused tremors amidst the scattered star seas, they became collectively known as aberrant techniques, distinguishing them from common magic techniques. Originally, a three-eyed panther was only capable of shooting fire attribute attacks out of its third eye. But now, it was capable of shooting out a beam of light that was able to turn magic tools and treasures into stone. This was an ability that could only a spirit beast could perform after a mutation. Spirit beast variants were a rare existence that hardly ever occurred. In addition, the variations only appeared in spirit beasts at grade 4 and above. Ever since the existence of spirit beast variants became widely known in the scattered star seas, no more than a dozen had appeared. And among those dozen, less than half of them possessed any useful abilities. Even worse, spirit beast variants had come increasingly rare. It had been over 1,000 years since the last spirit beast variation had been seen. As such, spirit beast breeders no longer held any hopes that one of their beasts would become a variant. The thought had become nothing more than a fleeting daydream. At that moment, Wan Tianming realized the reason Manhuzi had so bluntly refused the offer to split the treasure was because he had this to rely on. His three-eyed panther variant was fearsome enough to even the odds against both their glacial flood dragon and phantasm tortoise. Having understood this, Wan Tianming's expression grew solemn, and he turned his gaze towards Zenith Yin and Layman Qingyi. The two revealed both surprise and delight. It was clear that they had already decided to refuse his offer to split the Heaven Void Cauldron. Wan Tianming guessed correctly. Now that Zenith Yin knew that Manhuzi's three-eyed panther was a spirit beast variant, the thought of sharing had been thrown to the back of his head. As for Qingyi, this towering figure of the devil Tao was by no means a true layman of Buddhism. He would naturally be unwilling to split the treasure with the righteous Tao cultivators if he could monopolize it. Zenith Yin meaningfully exchanged a glance with Qingyi before he started to spin in a circle. Countless strands of profound black qi spread out around him. The many heaven-wide corpses around him began to distort and then disappeared without a trace in a flash of black light. Layman Qingyi sent a voice transmission into Han Li's ear, "Stand a bit farther back and protect your life as best you can. We won't be able to protect you in the coming fight." After this was said, the azure thorn birds above his head received their orders. They released a chilling cry and shot towards the righteous Tao cultivators as a swarm of azure arrows. The old man also threw out another the swarm of birds. Seeing the devil Tao cultivators rush to act, Wan Tianming responded without restraint. Even if Manhuzi's spirit beast variant was somewhat troublesome, he had nothing to fear from it. In the end, a vicious spirit beast variant is no more than a mere beast. Besides, he clearly understood that while this aberrant technique could petrify objects, it didn't have much effect on a cultivator's body. So long as he was somewhat careful and prevented his magic treasures from being struck by the yellow light, the spirit beast could be dealt with. With that thought, Wan Tianming snorted and quickly shouted, "Move!" With that said, he released his white glacial flood dragon and struck his palms against his chest, causing a purple flame to wildly erupt from his body. In the next instant, he was enveloped in purple flames and was charging down towards Manhuzi from the sky. When Tianwuzi saw this, he quickly called out to the phantom tortoise and struck its shell without any hesitation. An ominous glint suddenly flickered from the huge tortoise's small eyes. It slowly opened its mouth, spouting out a white icy mist in overwhelming quantity, sending a raging snowstorm in the direction of the incoming azure thorn birds. Unwilling to be outmatched, the azure thorn birds opened their sharp beaks in response. Slim streaks of azure flame successively shot out, rapidly merging into a huge beam of azure flame. Both the azure flame and the icy mist scattered upon impact as if they were evenly matched at the moment. The old, dark and thin farmer's actions were particularly strange. He suddenly flipped his hand in a stiff manner, summoning a glistening emerald willow branch to appear between his fingers. With a slight wave of his branch, circles of countless green phantasms of itself flew off, densely filling up an area of over 40 meters, turning into a sea of verdant green. But with two flickers of black light, two armored demon corpses suddenly appeared among the green light phantasms. The green threads around them tightly bound the several heaven-wide corpses as if the threads were alive. These demon corpses possessed monstrous strength, but in the bindings of the green thread, they were powerless. Unable to break free from their bindings, the two corpses howled as they struggled in vain. When Zenithine saw this, his face grew icy. In a mere second, he had turned his body into a large black cloud, rapidly shooting towards the sky. As each individual heaven-wide corpse was quite difficult to refine, he was unwilling to abandon them lightly. And since his opponent was obviously using a wood attribute technique, his heaven-wide corpse fire would be doubly effective at half the effort. Seeing that the battle between the nascent soul cultivators was unfolding, Hanli didn't need any further instructions before deciding to take over 10 steps back. Although he clearly understood that even taking 100 steps back wouldn't make a difference, Hanli subconsciously wished to be further away. If the righteous Tao cultivators changed their minds and didn't wish to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron, they might aim to exterminate the master of the Bloodjade Spider. In that case, his death would be certain. He couldn't possibly trust that Manhuzi and the others would arrive in time to save him. After all, to a nascent soul cultivator, traveling any distance on the stone platform would only take an instant. At this moment, his mind suddenly wandered to the Bone Sage. Zenith-Een was currently tangled up in a fight against the other nascent soul cultivators, providing a good opportunity for the Bone Sage to ambush him. Would he prioritize settling his own score and taking revenge, or would he decide to be patient and refuse to provide aid to the righteous Tao? With that thought, Hanli couldn't help but look in the direction of the Bone Sage who stood below the altar. At that moment, the Bone Sage was expressionlessly watching the battle unfold. His face was completely devoid of any emotion, preventing Hanli from reading him in the slightest. Old fox. Hanli couldn't help but gloomily curse at him in his mind. Chapter 483, Transformed Treasure. Still unsure of the Bone Sage's intentions, Hanli's gaze moved towards his nearby Bloodjade Spider. The red light in the spider's body began to shine even more brilliantly and, trembling ever so slightly, it pulled its thread back. In that moment, the milky white spider web sparkled with a faint yet chilling blue light. The light traveled up the web until it collided with the Bloodjade Spider's own red light and immediately dissipated into specks of white light. It couldn't make even the slightest contact with the Bloodjade Spider's body. Hanli frowned. There was no doubt this strange light had something to do with the celestial ice flame. Nor was it any no wonder why those eccentrics wouldn't dare assist the spirit beast in acquiring the treasure. They were fearful of this blue light. But just as Hanli finished this thought, he heard the sound of Manhuzi laughing as an explosion went off in the sky. The spectacle brought Hanli's attention back to the battle at hand. He watched as Manhuzi's body grew 13 meters in size. The clothes on the upper half of his body disappeared to reveal the densely packed golden scales that lined his body. They radiated brightly to the point where they can't be directly seen. But what was even more strange were the several silver rings of light rotating around his huge body. The silver rings seemed illusionary and fluttered erratically, but they were very much capable of preventing Wan Qianming's purple flame dragons from approaching Manhuzi, always blocking their every advance. Although Manhuzi proclaimed that his heaven-bearing devil arts was ranked first in the scattered star seas, even he was unwilling to foolishly take on Wan Qianming's true flames with this technique alone. In addition to the change from heaven-bearing devil's transformation, Manhuzi was also now wearing a malicious-looking pair of dull, pitch-black gloves that was covered in inch-long needles. Manhuzi brandished his hands and started punching the air, sending out huge golden fists with every strike, all aimed at the huge purple draconic sword that Wan Tianming had summoned earlier. Every strike knocked the huge sword back several. A malicious expression appeared on Wan Tianming's face as he floated in midair nearby. He ordered 2 of his purple flame dragons to fly through the skies and look for a weak point in the silver rings. He hoped to corner Manhuzi in a single move. As for Layman Qingyi and Tianwuzi, they were the sort to treasure their lives above all else. They kept a large gap between themselves as they fought. Qingyi was continuously issuing orders to his azure thorn bird as he attacked with magic treasures, while Tianwuzi relied on the phantom tortoise and his short, sparkling club to form an impenetrable defense. The two were calmly battling as if they were exchanging pointers. The most lively battle was between Zenith Een and the dark, skinny old farmer. Their battle took place over a large area where both ghostly wails and phoenix cries interweaved amongst each other. Green silhouettes flickered within a huge vortex of black chi. The only images that could be seen from the outside was the occasional flicker of a heaven-wide corpse or the wild whips of huge green vines skirting the edge of the black mist. As for the heavily valued three-eyed panther variant, it was currently tangling with the white glacial flood dragon. The dragon was clearly at a disadvantage, the panther's aberrant technique putting heavy pressure upon him. The white, icy mist that it spouted immediately turned into chunks of stone upon contact with the yellow light, leaving the panther completely untouched. However, it was still able to tie down the leopard, preventing it from attacking the 3 Devil Dao cultivators. But under the current circumstances, the dragon wouldn't be able to last for much longer. Though it was an easy ability to use, its power certainly wasn't weak. Even so, he didn't dare take a direct hit from a flame dragon created by the heaven-sifting true arts. Even if he were able to acquire the treasure, his spiritual sense would suffer heavy damage. He couldn't afford to make such a costly trade. With no better option, the azure hand suddenly stopped grabbing at the flame wolf and turned to block Wan Qianming's purple flame dragon, resulting a burst of azure light and purple flames. In that instant, the others had overtaken them. They surrounded the flame wolf and instead of attacking it, they all began to attack each other. These attacks were far more vicious and ruthless than before. Secret techniques were quickly cast in succession, tangling everyone down and rendering them incapable of paying the flame wolf any heed. The flame wolf, appearing to be quite intelligent, seemed to have realized the fearsomeness of the nascent soul eccentres. It quickly darted out from underneath them and charged in the direction of the 3 core formation cultivators. Initially, Hanli was dumbstruck by this, but soon he recollected himself. The 2-headed flame wolf was certain to be a transformed treasure of the Heaven Void Cauldron. While he didn't know how it was able to break out before the Heaven Void Cauldron was entirely seized, it was undoubtedly a rare item from its mobile transformation and independent acts of resistance. Upon seeing the treasure wolf charge towards them, Hanli reacted near instantaneously, patting his storage pouch. A white streak of chi suddenly flew out and appeared in his grasp, revealing an ancient flower basket. But before Hanli could act, 2 huge pythons made of black chi rushed to constrict the flame wolf. They managed to wrap themselves around its body several times, restraining it. Hanli inwardly cursed and glanced at the side to see Wu Qiu forming an incantation seal with a proud expression. It seems the huge black pythons were created with the profound Yin arts. Hanli exposed slight vexation on his face. He couldn't help but hesitantly consider whether or not he should attack him for the treasure. After all, the treasure hadn't yet been truly acquired. However, this would undoubtedly enrage Grandmaster Zenith Een, guaranteeing that Hanli would be disposed of after the Heaven Void Cauldron was acquired. It simply wasn't worth the consequences. These thoughts quickly rushed through his mind, but before he could even finish his contemplations, the Bone Sage ruthlessly launched an attack at the flame wolf. A cold glint flickered through the Bone Sage's eyes. He silently opened his mouth and spat out a ray of green light. In an instant, the green light brightly flourished, transforming into a huge emerald green net that ensnared both the black python and the flame wolf. Chapter 484. Battling over treasure. Wu Qiu hadn't anticipated that the taciturn Bone Sage would silently compete with him for the treasure. With a savage expression, he furiously shouted, "You dare to fight this young island lord over treasure?" The Bone Sage sneered and spoke with unconcealed derision. "Funny? Was this treasure created by your clan? Why can't I contend for it?" Wu Qiu flew into a fit of rage out of embarrassment, but something soon came to mind and he foully grimaced. Instead of further refuting, he clasped his hand into an incarnation gesture, forcefully using the black pythons to exert more strength. It seemed Wu Qiu understood that since the Bone Sage was supported by Manhuzi, who Zenith Een held in fear, he was unable to use his grandfather's status to subdue him. Wu Qiu's actions caused the Bone Sage to sneer. Without speaking further, he pointed at the green web, causing its light to brightly flourish as its threads grew thicker and tightened. Wu Chao's and the Bone Sage's techniques had both restrained the wolf, but its light barrier grew increasingly firm and bright despite having decreased several times in size. The unscathed flame wolf gazed at the two as they were at a standstill. The nascent soul cultivators that were still fighting in the sky were caught by surprise. None of them had expected that the treasure would run towards the core formation cultivators. The righteous Tao cultivators grew increasingly anxious and wished to break off from the battle to seize the treasure. However, the eccentrics of the devil Tao were largely unbothered. Regardless of how you looked at it, it was their side that had acquired the treasure. They were happy to tie down the righteous Tao cultivators and allow their juniors to safely acquire the treasure. Besides, Manhuzi and Zenithine felt that they had a high chance of acquiring the treasure for themselves. Wucho had been given many treasures by Zenithine, and he also used the profound devilish art, one of the best cultivations arts in the scattered star seas. As such, Zenithine felt confident that Wucho would be able to wrest away the treasure from the Bone Sage, who only appeared to be an early core formation cultivator. Manhuzi, knowing the Bone Sage's true identity, held far more confidence in acquiring it than Zenithine did. Qing Yi could only look at the circumstances with a trace of sadness. After hesitating for only a moment, he decided to tangle with Tian Wuzi and keep him occupied. At that moment, the sole person near the altar was Han Li. Han Li didn't feel leisurely in the slightest. In fact, he felt cold sweat line his back. He had instinctively taken out the ancient flower basket a moment ago due to the fact it was the most suitable to seizing treasures. But when he saw the Bone Sage move to take the treasure, he instantly recalled something significant. His ancient flower basket treasure was something he had acquired from the ugly man that was watching over the Bone Sage's prison. If he were to take it out, then wouldn't he be informing Zenithine that he had released the Bone Sage? This caused Han Li to break out in cold sweat. Thinking about seizing treasure was now the last thing on his mind. Rather, his mind was chaotically filled with all sorts of distracting thoughts, doing his utmost to come up with an appropriate answer for Zenithine. But in that next moment, Han Li felt amazed. He had clearly felt Zenith Yin's gaze sweep past the flower basket, but he didn't react in the slightest. Han Li suddenly came to a delighted realization. The ancient flower basket wasn't something that Zenith Yin had given to the ugly man. Furthermore, it wasn't something that he realized the ugly man had possessed. Having come to that conclusion, Han Li felt greatly relieved. Han Li had guessed correctly. That ugly man had stood guard at the Bone Sage's island for a very long time, but he heard word of the ancient flower basket and left to retrieve it. Although he managed to smoothly acquire the treasure, Han Li's party had already surrounded the Bone Sage's formation and were just about to destroy it. This frightened the ugly man into a furious rage, but he ultimately ended up dying to Han Li's bamboo cloud's warm swords, allowing Han Li to acquire the flower basket as spoils. Having recovered his calm, Han Li glanced at Wu Cho and the Bone Sage struggling over the fire wolf. He thought to himself, "You're quite in luck, old devil. Had Zenithine discovered this matter, I would have dragged you down with me. Don't think that I'll leave you unscathed." Another round of heavy, thunderous clangs rang out from the hole. Having gone through this before, the nascent soul cultivators slowed their hands and glanced at one another. Not knowing who was the first to move, they all blurred and appeared in the direction of the altar's hole. At that moment, the heaven void cauldron was close to the surface. The nascent soul cultivators were forced to block the fantastical cold that it had released, each making full use of their techniques and summoning their defensive treasures. As these actions produced flashes of wondrous light, both sides were cautious, staring at one another. At that moment, Zenithine was extremely vexed. His original thoughts were to fend off the righteous Tao and seize the treasures in one go. Then they would split the treasures in agreement. But who could have thought that as the heaven void cauldron neared the surface, the ancient treasures would independently fly out? In this manner, the acquisition of treasure was entirely a matter of skill. After all, regardless of who seizes the treasure, it was impossible to ask them to hand it over to others as they had been acquired through battle. This would render the original agreement of splitting the treasures null and void. Zenith Yin's eyes furiously looked around, wishing to see if there was a way he could acquire more treasures. But just as these thoughts appeared in his mind, a deafening screech was heard, followed by two sounds of rustling wind. A streak of red and a streak of white radiance shot out of the blue flame at the center. The 6 nascent soul cultivators were quite close to the hole. They all acted nearly simultaneously, using their secret techniques to wrest for control. Wan Tianming was contending for the yellow light against Zenith Yin and Qing Yi. As a result, Wan Tianming ordered a purple flame dragon to chase after the yellow light. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth with a strange expression appearing on his face, directly shooting out two sparkling purple pearls towards them. True heaven-sifting minds. When Zenithine saw these unremarkable pearls, he shouted out as if they were vipers. The two didn't dare to use magic treasures to block them. They quickly dodged out of the way, but in that time, the purple flame dragon had swallowed the yellow light and was returning to Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming excitedly clasped the yellow light and twisted his hands, revealing the ancient treasure's original appearance, a four-pointed ornament. From the flickering talisman characters that flickered on its surface and its spiritual chi fluctuations, one could tell its treasures was outstanding. As for the two purple beads, they shot about 10 meters away before they softly bursted and disappeared without a trace. When Zenith-Yin and Qingyi saw this, their complexion turned ashen when they glanced at Wan Tianming fiddling with the jade ornament. What a truly great sect master of the righteous Tao. To think he would use false tricks to deceive us. Zenith-Yin uttered each word through gritted teeth. Qingyi's face appeared just as ghastly as he chillingly stared at Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming sneered and returned their insults. Who would have thought that these long-famed cultivators, who even weren't able to see whether or not my true heaven-sifting minds were actually real, would be able to so shamelessly say those things in front of this sect master? Could it be that you didn't know that I would only use the true heaven-sifting minds during a matter of life and death? They're hardly appropriate to use over treasures. As I must produce those weapons by harming my own cultivation, why would I be so wasteful? But of course, if you two fellow Taoists wish to witness their true might, I am willing to make the exception. Wan Tianming softly clasped his hands. With a flash of purple light, the jade ornament could no longer be seen, instead replaced by a purple pearl that looked exactly the same as the one before. Zenith-Yin and Qingyi's expressions changed and they glanced at each other with a gloomy expression as if they were both uncertain of his intentions. At that moment, Manhuzi shrugged off a blow from the dark old farmer and Tian Wuzi with the overbearing defense of his heaven-bearing devil arts and managed to forcefully capture the white light. It was revealed to be a sparkling ancient coin. When Zenith-Yin saw this, his face became even more unsightly. At that moment, Qingyi shouted out as if he were amazed. Zenith-Yin couldn't help but turn his gaze over, revealing a similar expression of astonishment. At that very moment, Han Li was below the altar carefully examining a red-yellow Rui scepter in hand. It was finely carved with two lifelike carvings of wolf heads on each end. It seemed this was the ancient treasure that had transformed into the two-headed flame wolf. Not far from him, Wu Chou and the Bone Sage were hopelessly gazing at Han Li with resentful expressions. A trace of confusion flickered from Zenith-Yin's eyes and he grew silent. He indeed felt quite shocked. The treasure hadn't fallen into the hands of Zenith-Yin or Wu Chou, but rather to Han Li, who hadn't displayed the slightest intent to act from the very start. With the scepter in hand, Han Li rejoiced. Chapter 485. Freezing over as the nascent soul cultivators clashed, Wu Chou and the Bone Sage experienced a great surprise while they suppressed the flame wolf. With a growl, the two heads of the wolf warped together, transforming it into a huge, horned silver-furred wolf. It then proceeded to lower its head and fiercely shot a burst of silver light from its horn. Although the burst of light was only half a foot long, it released a piercing wail upon leaving the horn. In the blink of an eye, a large hole was now gaping in the body of the black python and the net had been dissolved. The green net immediately turned into smoke upon touching the silver light and disappeared without a trace. When Wu Chou and Zenith-Yin saw this, they were shocked. Wu Chou hastily made an incantation seal and pointed, shooting a black light towards the extinguished black python. The large hole in it immediately started to close while emitting sparks of faint light, stabilizing the python's body. As for the Bone Sage, after a brief moment of astonishment, he stared at the huge silver wolf as if he had thought of something. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth with a solemn expression, and spat out a dark green knife. The knife was only several inches long and handleless. From a glance at the size of its increasing radiance, one could tell it was abnormal. Han Li's heart stirred and he couldn't help but take another look at the magic treasure. If he wasn't mistaken, the knife was a transformed version of the Bone Sage's gold lightning bamboo arrow. He was merely using a magic technique to conceal its original form. Could it be that the Bone Sage had gone mad? Zenith-Yin was in the sky and he still dared to use his magic treasure. Zenith-Yin surely must have used this treasure to plot against him long ago. Although the Bone Sage managed to conceal its brilliance, it was unable to escape the notice of Han Li, who had refined his own magic treasure from gold lightning bamboo. It was far too bold of an action. Han began to hesitate and had second thoughts. Could it be that the silver wolf is so exceptional that the old devil is willing to take such a huge risk to claim it? In that instant, the huge silver wolf suddenly shrunk in size and turned into a foot-tall miniature in the blink of an eye. Then with a flash of silver light, it flew towards the altar's hole in a blur, breaking away from Wu Cho and the Bone Sage. When the Bone Sage saw this, he immediately threw out his knife, shooting out a green streak. With a resounding bang, the small knife knocked away the silver wolf, but it didn't receive any damage from the impact. As it just so happened, the silver wolf was knocked in the direction of Han Li. With such a fine gift knocking at his door, Han Li instantly threw any apprehensions he had to the back of his mind and threw his flower basket towards the silver wolf. Fearing that this treasure wouldn't be enough to capture the wolf, Han Li patted his storage pouch with his other hand, tossing a chain of 5 copper bands after the wolf as well. He blew a breath of azure chi onto the chain of copper bands, causing it to flash with rainbow light and disappear without a trace. Soon after, a clear ring suddenly sounded out. Before the silver wolf could dart away again, the 5 copper bands suddenly appeared around its limbs and head. Following several flickers of radiance, it crashed to the ground like a shot bird. As for the flower basket, it had transformed into white mist and was already in pursuit of the wolf. In a second, it had caught up to the wolf and enveloped it. With a whistle from Han Li, it flew back into his hand and returned to its original form. Having just recovered their magic treasures, the Bone Sage and Wu Cho gazed at Han Li in astonishment. Their expressions displayed complete disbelief. Wu Cho was the first to awake and immediately wore a flustered, embarrassed expression. At that moment, Wu Cho became fearful and promptly wished to fly, but his feet were already frozen to the ground and the frost continued to spread. Wu Cho yelled in fright as he watched the frost cover his feet and spread up from his lower leg. As Han Li and the Bone Sage watched this from up above, they couldn't help but glance at each other with horror. Just as Wu Cho was about to turn into an ice sculpture by the blue frost, a thin line of black light abruptly shot down from the sky. It struck Wu Cho's body, melting away the blue frost in a blaze of black fire and blue smoke. Wu Cho rejoiced. He hastily flew to the skies with an expression of salvation upon regaining his freedom. At that moment, he heard a cold snort transmitted to his ear followed by an irritated voice. "Be careful. Next time, I might not have the chance to save you." His survival had been the result of Zenith Yin's actions. He had used his Heaven Void Corpse Fire to save Wu Cho from the sky. At that moment, the eccentrics of both sides stared at the blue flames coming from the hole without blinking. Each of them had varying expressions of interest, greed and even nervousness. Zenith Yin's recent rescue of Wu Cho had been but a casual action. He hadn't even turned his head when he spoke to him. He simply licked his lips and gazed at the altar's hole with a feverish expression. The rank 1 hidden treasure for countless years in the scattered star seas, the Heaven Void Cauldron, was about to emerge in the presence of these nascent soul cultivators at that very moment. Even the gloomy Zenith Yin and the other expressionless eccentrics couldn't help but have their attention captured by the emerging blue flames. It was no wonder why Zenith Yin had spoken to Wu Cho with such an irritated tone after he rescued him. As the blood-jade spider and the fire pythons had been trembling from exhaustion for a while now, the eccentrics watched them from the sky with worry. However, none of them dared to assist the beasts in the slightest since the whole surroundings had already become a world of blue light. While the red lights emitting from the spirit beasts' bodies were able to repel the chilling light, the eccentrics were both unwilling and incapable of descending to assist the 3 spirit beasts. As for the core formation cultivators, they had already distanced themselves 100 meters from the hole and were watching the spectacle from a distance. Chapter 486. Incarnation Talisman. At this crucial moment, Manhuzi raised his head and stubbornly stared at a certain area. With an icy face he loudly shouted, "Who is sneaking around over there? How about you get lost?" He then sent a punch that shook his beard, sending out a 3-meter large golden hand to grab at the air. A muffled ping sounded out, revealing a barrier of azure light. The light barrier forcibly stopped the golden hand's approach, but it revealed the white silhouette within. "It's you? Star Palace." Several shouts came from the eccentrics of both the Devil and Righteous Tao, and their expressions vastly changed. Zenith Yin's expression grew unsightly and he rushed to question them. "Star Palace Enforcement Elder, when did you sneak up on us? Didn't you claim to not intend to enter the inner halls?" The white-clothed elder didn't respond to Zenith Yin and slowly addressed Manhuzi instead. "Sigh. My luck is truly bad. I didn't expect that the Heaven Void Cauldron's emergence would cause such a great disturbance that I would have to use a technique to defend against its icy chi, leaving me to be discovered by Brother Man. It seems fellow Taoist man possesses the highest cultivation out of all of you. His face remained completely calm for someone that had been lying in concealment. Zenith Een grew furious, but he didn't dare to rashly act against someone from the Star Palace. As for the righteous Tao cultivators, it seemed they also had their own misgivings. They all stared at the Star Palace elder in a moment of silence. Wait, isn't there another person? Hanli, be careful. The Bloodjade Spider. Ever since the Star Palace elder had appeared, Qing Yi had started muttering to himself. After hearing the Star Palace elder's words, he became extremely suspicious. With some further thought, he suddenly recalled something and hastily shouted. When Hanli heard this from a distance, he was stunned. Before he realized what was going on, 2 streaks of burning white light shot out from the other side of the altar. Each one cut through the air towards Hanli and the Bloodjade Spider with a chilling whistle. Afterwards, a white-clothed old man appeared where the attacks had been launched from. Hanli's complexion paled. Fast, too fast. This was the single thought that filled Hanli's mind as he saw the white light flash towards him. He did the only thing he could possibly do in that instant. He raised the jade scepter with both hands and used it to block his chest as best he could. Hanli felt a huge impact from his hands before nearly losing all sensation. He fell from the sky, completely oblivious apart from a burning sensation from his chest along with the faint sounds of wind and furious shouting as he fell from the sky. Before Hanli could stop his fall, he felt pain on the back of his body. His body had collapsed upon a barrier of light that was slowly rising. A cry of disbelief came from the Star Palace elder that had attacked him. He felt surprised that he hadn't managed to execute a weakling like Hanli in a single strike. Since his magic treasure, the piercing sun swords, failed to cleave Hanli at such a short distance, Hanli must have been wearing a top-grade protective treasure. However, this was no matter as his other sword had struck true. With that thought, he turned his gaze to the altar. The Bloodjade Spider had been cleaved into 2 halves. Its blood flowed into the ground, and the small portion of the revealed celestial ice flame had silently sunk back into the hole. The 2 remaining fire pythons completely lacked the strength to further pull up the Heaven Void Cauldron. Having seen this, the white-clothed elder was completely satisfied and recalled his 2 flying swords with a wave of his hand. He then put them away and revealed a strange smile towards the ashen faces of the righteous and devil Tao nascent soul cultivators. If these miracles were true, the arch-saint of the 6 paths as well as the mad matron would have definitely arrived. But unfortunately, the Heaven Mend pill is only capable of massively increasing the chances for a core formation cultivator to condense a nascent soul. It's just that refining the pill is truly too difficult. The first voice said with a mocking tone. Humph? Are core formation cultivators capable enough to come here? Besides, those nascent soul cultivators were the same as us. They spent many years cultivating but found themselves unable to advance, and they placed their complete hopes on acquiring the famed Heaven Mend pill. That is at least understandable. Were we still young, we would have definitely made every attempt to acquire such a pill. It would even constantly be on our minds. After this was said, the other voice kept silent as if in tacit agreement. Let us set off. We had best prevent them from trying to find us in their rage. That would prove quite troublesome. They must be absolutely furious. With that said, the darkness became silent once more as if no one had been there. Their guess had not been wrong. The righteous and devilish Tao cultivators were fuming. Their eyes held no spirit and they felt rather depressed. However, they were all the cunning sort and were able to quickly recover their calm. They knew there was no value staying angry over the Star Palace's disruption. Instead, the righteous and devilish Tao floated in the air in confrontation. Hanli was once again ascending as he remained on the light barrier that broke his fall. At that moment he looking at his hands in horror. They were bloodily crushed and there was a complete tear between his thumb and forefinger. But his gaze didn't stay there, instead focusing on the jade scepter that he was clenched in the right hand. At that moment, Wan Tianming coughed as if he wanted to say something to the devil Tao cultivators, but at that moment, Zenith Yin's fire pythons were no longer able to endure and had let go with a wail, returning to their original forms. The Heaven Void Cauldron released a hum as it fell. Everyone couldn't help but lower their heads at the scene, even Wan Tianming who was about to speak. Zenith Yin looked particularly gloomy, and his eyes contained objection. But then, something completely unexpected occurred. As the Heaven Void Cauldron was falling, it had been struck by something, and its hum became a dragon's roar. Then with a heavy roll of thunder, A fist-sized rainbow ball of light shot out into the air from within the blue flames. Heaven Mend Pill. Both the righteous and devil Tao cultivators simultaneously shouted out its name with delighted surprise. Chapter 487. Appearance of a nascent soul. Chaos erupted in the sky in response to the appearance of the Heaven Mend Pill. Having been on the cusp of making peace with one another just a mere moment ago, everyone immediately turned into streaks of light and shot straight towards the newly emerged ball of rainbow light. But halfway there, their lights became interweaved, rendering them all incapable of advancing even a step forward. For a time, radiance flashed and devilish chi scattered in a far more intense display than before. As for the rainbow ball of light, it was motionlessly floating above the hole as if it waiting for someone to grab it. Everyone had now clearly seen the inch-thick medicine pill revolving inside the rainbow ball of light. Each time the pill turned, the ball of light flickered and contracted, appearing as if it were alive. Upon seeing this, the nascent soul cultivators only became even more fervent. Wu Chou and the Bone Sage were both mesmerized as they watched the battle that had erupted in the sky. Wu Chou suddenly heard Zenith Yin's ice-cold voice in his ear. "Are you an idiot? What are you looking at? Quickly acquire the Heaven Mend Pill." After hearing this, Wu Chou shuddered in realization and shot towards the rainbow ball of light as a cloud of black chi. At that moment, the Bone Sage also took action. However, the Heaven Mend Pill wasn't his target. Instead, his hands blurred, transforming into devilish green pythons as they shot straight for Wu Chou's back. Although the green python's attack was silent, Wu Chou had been vigilant and faintly perceived their approach. In an instant, he hastily turned around to receive the attack in furious alarm. "You're courting death to actually be attacking me?" Wu Chou was unable to suppress his rage, causing his profound yin chi to scream out around him and rush towards the Bone Sage. The Bone Sage coldly chuckled and responded by wordlessly sending a cloud of green ghost chi at him in response. "Manhuzi, what is your junior doing?" Zenith Yin naturally saw what was happening and furiously yelled at Manhuzi. Manhuzi launched a golden first towards Wan Tianming before roaring with laughter. "What is he doing? Obviously he is blocking fellow Taoist Wu from monopolizing the Heaven Mend Pill. Did you really think because we're fellow devil Tao cultivators that this lord would just give the Heaven Mend Pill to you?" When Zenith Yin heard this, his face turned white from anger. Manhuzi's words had effectively dissolved the alliance between the devil Tao cultivators, leaving the acquisition of the Heaven Mend Pill up to skill. But such a development had been inevitable from the very beginning of their alliance. The Heaven Void Pill hadn't been acquired and only one Heaven Mend Pill had appeared. Naturally, everyone wished to acquire it. Let alone the devil Tao cultivators, even the righteous Tao cultivators had their own sinister plots in mind. Zenith Yin clearly understood that the midst of battle was not the time to be squabbling. He settled his mind and thought about using his heaven-wide corpses to acquire the Heaven Mend Pill, but the dark-skinned old farmer's techniques were threatening and couldn't be ignored. So long as he released even a single demon corpse, the old farmer would release a green thread as if it had been foreseen and immediately restrained it. They simply wouldn't be able to escape. The situation caused him to clench his teeth with hate towards both the farmer and Manhuzi. However, it wasn't Zenith Yin who solely thought this way. Each one of the nascent soul cultivators had similar circumstances and were looking for any way they could escape from the battle and seize the treasure. Unfortunately, all of the old eccentrics present were exceptionally cunning and deceitful. None of them could easily break away from the fray. After all, it was far simpler to tie someone down than to fully escape the battle. As the nascent soul melee was unraveling in the sky, no one was paying any heed to Han Li. Han Li had been greatly surprised when he survived the Star Palace Elder's strike. After all, he had been struck head-on by a nascent soul magic treasure. Butut, when he looked down at his chest, he discovered he had been saved by the Emperor's scale plate that Manhuzi had lent him. The remnants of his outer clothes had already been burnt black, only to reveal the sparkling silver scales that lay underneath. However, there was a slight dent at the very center of the armor. Han Li rejoiced after seeing this. Fortunately, he had decided to wear the armor as soon as he examined that nothing was wrong with it, as he expected the Heaven Void Hall to be extremely dangerous. As a result, his life had been saved. However, Han Li clearly understood that the most significant reason he survived was the red and yellow jade scepter. Just as he had brought the jade scepter up to block the attack, he faintly saw a silver wolf head emerge from the scepter and absorb a majority of the blow's force. Otherwise, despite its amazing defensive power, the Emperor's scale plate wouldn't have remained intact. In that case, he would have suffered a heavy injury, even if the attack didn't penetrate the armor. Han Li wished to further examine the true capabilities of the scepter, but now was not a good opportunity. It was only after he put away the scepter that he felt the ferocious pain coming from his palm and web between his thumb and forefinger. Han Li clenched his teeth and his hands flashed with white light, healing his wounds at a speed visible to the eye. At the same time, he vigilantly swept his gaze over the scene and saw the tragic state of his blood-jade spider's corpse on the altar. A trace of sadness flickered from Han Li's eyes before it was replaced with wide eyes filled with determination. He crawled to the edge of the light barrier that was holding him up and silently flew to the steps. According to his exceptional memory, so long as those mechanical puppets didn't reappear, he should be able to return to the previous floor without much danger. This would be far better than staying in place and leaving himself at the mercy of those old nascent soul devils. After all, Han Li had lost all value to them once his blood-jade spider had perished. Without any more protective talismans on him, he couldn't possibly entrust his life to the goodwill of those devil Dao cultivators. Han Li's best course of action would be for him to take his life into his own hands. Moreover, the attempt to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron had failed. Even if those old devils still managed to seize the Heaven Mend pill, wouldn't they still have a belly full of anger? It was certain that he would be the target for them to relieve their frustrations. With that thought, Han Li's movements became even more stealthy. Chapter 488, Battle for the Medicine Pill, Humph. Reincarnation? You sure can dream. You're not afraid that I'll refine your nascent soul? I'll be denying you of your next life. Man Huzi icily said as he glared at Wan Tianming's nascent soul. If you truly have the ability, then so be it, I will suffer. Instead of wasting time further deliberating on the matter, wouldn't it be better for fellow Taoist man to receive my heaven-sifting minds first? After the infant spoke, it tossed out 2 balls from its hands. As soon as the purple balls left its hands, they immediately grew several times larger and launched themselves towards Man Huzi with an overbearing momentum. Man Huzi's eyes widened and his face contorted in anger. He fiercely struck his chest with both hands, causing a divine sound to ring out from his head along with a burst of golden light. A 2-inch-long infant with faintly golden skin and Man Huzi's face appeared above his head. It was slightly larger and more solid than Wan Tianming's nascent soul. However, its eyes were closed and it held a small azure shield tightly in its hands. The round shield appeared exquisite and had a radiant soybean-sized stone embedded in its center. Although Man Huzi's nascent soul had its eyes closed, it was still aware of the approaching purple ball of light. It lifted the shield in its hands, emitting a light barrier that covered Man Huzi's entire body just before the purple balls of light struck his body. The other's nascent soul cultivators were dumbstruck upon seeing both of their nascent souls manifest, as it signified they were now in a battle of life or death. A world-shattering explosion shook the skies, and the light barrier surrounding the stone platform radiated a purple-red light. A 40-meter-wide cloud of lightning suddenly appeared, binding Man Huzi at its center. Purple lightning wildly stormed inside the clouds with thunderous bellows and blinding flashes of light intertwined. It was as if divine retribution had come, bringing forth an execution by celestial lightning. The others were thoroughly shocked by the sight. They had long heard of the heaven-sifting mind's ferocity, but this was the first time they had seen it. It was truly fearsome and deserving of its grand reputation. However, their attacks only became more fierce after witnessing the might of the heaven-sifting mind. Without looking at Man Huzi, Wan Tianming's nascent soul waved its small hand, summoning a small purple sword. With a flash of purple light, the nascent soul and the small sword disappeared. An instant later, it reappeared 15 meters above the medicine pill. Nascent soul sword flight. The other 4 nascent soul cultivators looked on in shock. It wasn't a trick of their eyes produced by amazing speed, but actual teleportation. Without a fleshly body to tie down the nascent soul, it was capable of extraordinary abilities. However, these sorts of wondrous techniques greatly harmed one's own origin chi. Although all nascent soul cultivators knew these techniques, none were willing to lightly make use of them. But now, much to everyone's astonishment, Wan Tianming had used one to great effect. Zenith Yin and Qing Yi simultaneously abandoned their opponents and hastily shot towards the Heaven Mend pill. As for their opponents, Tian Wuzi and the old farmer, after glancing at each other, they merely cast a few magic techniques after them in a token show of effort, not making much of an attempt to block them. As such, Zenith Yin and Qing Yi were able to easily break free and quickly descended. Wan Tianming's nascent soul didn't turn its head around, but it was still able to see what was happening behind it. An unsuitable sneer appeared on the infant's face. At his current distance, the Heaven Men pill was practically his. What could they do now to block him? As expected, Wan Tianming's nascent soul flickered several times, appearing closer to the rainbow ball of light with each appearance. A large purple hand then appeared out of the air and grabbed the rainbow ball into its hand. The ball of light disappeared as soon as it had been grasped by the hand, leaving behind only the rainbow pill. Wan Tianming went rapt with delight as Zenith Yin and Qing Yi soon appeared behind him. They couldn't possibly allow Wan Tianming to succeed. Zenith Yin furiously growled. Wan Tianming let go of the pill. A large cloud of profound devilish qi then enveloped Wan Tianming's nascent soul, along with countless azure threads of light that tightly wove around it. Are you truly capable of restraining me? The nascent soul scoffed, and with a flash of violet light, it disappeared from the black fog and azure light surrounding it. It reappeared 40 meters away on the small purple sword with a mocking expression. But as soon as the mocking smile appeared on his face, it was immediately replaced with fear. It suddenly turned its attention to the sky above in disbelief. What it saw caused the infant's face to grow incredibly pale. Above him in the sky, Wan Tianming's fleshly body was in the grasp of a lofty figure surrounded in sparkling golden light. Who else could it be aside from Manhuzi? But now Manhuzi's hair was completely curled and his clothes were in tatters, making for quite a wretched appearance. Still, the gold scales surrounding his body and his fiendish expression gave him a resemblance similar to that of a malevolent god. Impossible. How were you able to escape? Wan Tianming hastily looked at the lightning storm in disbelief, but his fears were only solidified. The domineering storm of purple lightning had disappeared, leaving behind only a few traces of static. Sect Master Wang, it can only be said that your luck was quite poor. In the past I slaughtered a lightning whale demon beast. Although its body was heavily injured, the lightning absorption pearl inside its body had remained completely intact. Your heaven-sifting mind may be formidable, but with a majority of its strength absorbed by the pearl, it posed little threat to me. Manhuzi raised his hand, revealing a gem that flickered with violet light. Then with a wave of his hand, it disappeared. Now this great lord is going to count to 3. If you do not throw the Heaven Men pill to me, I will destroy your physical body. You should know what happens afterwards. Manhuzi didn't give Wan Tianming any leeway or time to consider. With one hand carrying Wan Tianming's body and the other grasping the skull, he started counting. His hands began to shine with brilliant golden light. Wan Tianming bitterly clenched his teeth. He had clearly placed several restrictions down on his fleshly body before he manifested his nascent soul. But now, his body had fallen into the hands of an enemy that possessed a lightning absorption stone. He could hardly believe it. He didn't have the slightest time to think. If his body were to be destroyed, his nascent soul would surely turn to dust. He had yet to reach the stage where his nascent soul could roam alone. Although a nascent soul cultivator could manifest their nascent soul to perform a few extraordinary techniques, it was rarely done as it would leave their body vulnerable. With the Heaven Men pill in sight and after having been tied down by Manhuzi for so long, Wan Tianming became overwhelmed with impatience and greed, causing him to make such a grave mistake. With Manhuzi staunchly refusing to compromise, Wan Tianming felt immense remorse and started to quickly analyze his options. But as soon as Manhuzi said, 2, he clenched his teeth and tossed the Heaven Men pill towards Manhuzi. Wan Tianming helplessly threw the pill he had acquired from using his nascent soul sword flight, concluding the dramatic development in an instant. Excitement flashed from Manhuzi's eyes. After he flew forward and caught the rainbow pill, he ruthlessly threw Wan Tianming's body towards the other side of the light barrier with all his strength. If no one were to intercept it, it would surely be crushed to pulp. When Wan Tianming saw this, he was overwhelmed with fright and shot towards his body without a thought. Fortunately, despite being far away, he was able to intercept it by using the teleportations of his nascent soul sword flight. Manhuzi then took advantage of the situation and flew towards the exit in a streak of light. It wasn't that Manhuzi didn't want to kill Wan Tianming, but rather Wan Tianming was the sect master of the 1,000 Gates of Enlightenment. Had he truly killed him, he would become a target of the righteous Tao. There was also the matter of the 1,000 Gates of Enlightenment's mad matron, the number 1 figure of the righteous Tao. He wasn't yet her match and was unwilling to be relentlessly hunted down by her. As the main enemy of both the devil and the righteous Tao was still the Star Palace, he naturally only aimed for the medicine pill. Seeing that Manhuzi had unexpectedly acquired the Heaven Men pill and was about to escape, Tian Wuxi and the old farmer immediately chased after him. Zenith Yin and Qing Yi had been momentarily stunned by the scene. After glancing at each other, they gave chase, unwilling to accept defeat. But before Zenith Yin gave chase, he turned into a black cloud and arrived above Han Li and Wu Chou. He coldly said, "Wu Chou, stay here with Han Li and don't wander. I will return in a moment. I will lend these 2 demon corpses to you for now." After that was said, 2 heaven-wide corpses appeared at Wu Chou's side, and Zenith Yin blurred through the air with a flicker. As such, the nascent soul cultivators were all chasing Manhuzi. Each of them blew a hole through the light barrier at the stairs in wild pursuit of Manhuzi. As for Wan Tianming, who had just regained control of his body, he grit his teeth and followed suit. Chapter 489. Killing Wu Chou. During the time when Wan Tianming was acquiring the Heaven Mend pill, Wu Chou was being restrained by the Bone Sage. He wasn't so foolish that he could not understand how much stronger the Bone Sage was compared to himself. In addition, it appeared that the Bone Sage held a deep understanding towards the profound Yin arts. Each of his strikes had been dissolved with little effort. Although that had frightened Wu Chou, he was now delighted to find the 2 heaven-wide corpses at his side. Each of the demon corpses were no less powerful than a mid-core formation cultivator. Despite the Bone Sage's fearsomeness, even he shouldn't pose much of a threat to him now. Even better, Wu Chou now had the opportunity to teach him a lesson. After the eccentrics left the stone platform, he immediately wore a sinister smile and looked at the Bone Sage with a malicious gaze. After looking at the eccentric's exit at the bottom of the stairs, he turned around to see Wu Chou's malicious expression and the 2 demon corpses at his side. He calmly smiled and said, "Han Li, this person is Zenith Yin's sole descendant. If I kill him, won't Zenith Yin suffer quite a bit of pain?" Shock momentarily appeared on Han Li's face, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He then indifferently gazed at the Bone Sage in silence. However, when Wu Chou heard this, he became vigilant and doubtfully glanced at Han Li. At that same time, the 2 demon corpses at his side had disappeared from sight. Wu Chou harshly said, "Han Li, have you been colluding with him this entire time? That's why he knocked the jade scepter in your direction earlier? How about you take that treasure out when my esteemed grandfather returns and let him decide who gets to keep it?" Having heard these false charges in an attempt to seize his treasure, Han Li became dumbfounded. It was clear Wu Chou had shed all pretenses of not oppressing him now that he felt Han Li no longer possessed any value. Perhaps Zenith Yin had even given him these orders in secret before his departure. With that thought, the corner of Han Li's mouth twitched. The many flying swords contained in his body throbbed with excitement. But it was the Bone Sage that was first to act. With a sweep of his hand, a green snake shot out from his cuff towards an empty location, resulting in a dull bang. Soon after, a green silhouette was revealed. The Bone Sage smirked and spoke disdainfully, "Heaven-wide corpse demon? Figures that Zenith Yin had refined so many of them." Zenith Yin then quickly pointed at it, causing a green lotus to emerge from its body. The green lotus wildly flourished until the flower petals completely enveloped the demon corpse. Wu Chou was greatly startled and hastily ordered the demon corpse to break free. But for some unknown reason, his connection to the demon corpse had been completely severed and he could no longer control it. In that moment his body broke out into a cold sweat. Just as he thought to control his remaining demon corpse, the Bone Sage's body blurred and suddenly reappeared right before him. A flustered expression of panic arose from Wu Chou's face as he hastily protected his body with a large cloud of profound yin qi. At that same time, a fierce glint flashed from his eyes and he opened his mouth, spitting out a small black sword that pierced towards the Bone Sage at a speed faster than lightning. The Bone Sage's face wore a trace of derision. His fingernails immediately grew several inches long and became razor-sharp, making for a sinister appearance. He then reached out to the small sword and caught it without the slightest resistance. Wu Chou's complexion became deathly pale from disbelief. He quickly ordered the flying sword to return, but the Bone Sage had already grasped it between his claws with a malicious expression. After many attempts to break free from his grasp, the small sword scattered into black dust. "Youngster, I don't have the time to waste on you, so I will tell you the truth. Long ago, I found a pair of bloodjade spiders and put them into the care of my other traitorous disciple, Zenith Brilliance. I thought to bring the spiders to the Heaven Void Hall and seize the cauldron when they were a higher grade, but I hadn't expected that my disciples would betray me before that happened. Since you had that jade talisman, I figured that your bloodjade spider had originated from the Zenith Brilliance's pair. You may not know this, but bloodjade spiders possess some peculiar characteristics. Although a nest will have many eggs, only 2 of them will survive. These 2 spiders are certain to be a male-female pair. In addition, they can only ascend grades when the male and female spider are together. This was something that I had personally concluded after observing a pair of wild bloodjade spiders. After all, one must be familiar with a spirit beast's properties if they are to promote its grade. However, this was unknown to Zenith Brilliance. He believed I had acquired both a male and female spider out of pure luck. Since the grade of your spider was so high, you must certainly have another. How about you take it out? The Bone Sage's quick explanation had left Han Li dumbfounded for a moment, as he truly hadn't known any of this. It seemed that the rainbow skeleton from back then had likely been Zenith Brilliance 1, but how did that fit together with the Emperor of Yu and Zenithine Island's cultivation arts? Although Han Li's mind was flooded with doubts, he licked his lips and calmly replied, "That's right, I do have another bloodjade spider. But why should I help you acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron? Are you willing to give me half of it? Moreover, there will be tremendous, world-shaking tremors as the Heaven Void Cauldron is extracted. Wouldn't this disturbance attract the attention of the other nascent soul cultivators and make them immediately return? That would just quicken our deaths." Also, it was only with the help of the flame pythons that the bloodjade spider had been able to slowly pull up the cauldron. My remaining bloodjade spider isn't enough to pull it up. Han Li spoke these words with a calm expression. Although he felt immense temptation towards the Heaven Void Cauldron, he stifled the burning excitement in his heart, allowing reason to seep through. He didn't wish to die just because of greed. After a moment of consideration, Han Li decided his best choice was to immediately escape. Without waiting for the Bone Sage's response, Han Li flickered, blurring towards the exit. However, it seemed that the Bone Sage had already predicted what Han Li would do. The next words he uttered caused Han Li to slow to a stop. 1. Chapter 270. Chapter 490, The Cauldron's Reappearance. Translator. Doubled editor. Double. The Bone Sage coldly said, "Youngster Han, don't you wish to condense a nascent soul? The Heaven Mend Pill's greatest effect is that it purifies a core formation cultivator's innate spiritual roots, allowing a cultivator to enter the nascent soul stage with greater ease." Han Li was silent for a moment before turning around. He narrowed his eyes and spoke with disbelief. "Purify one's spiritual roots? You must think I am a child. How could there be such a legendary heaven-defying medicine? It's up to you whether or not you believe it. Do you think that I have lived my many years idly? Back then, I had captured a Star Palace elder and used soul-searching techniques to acquire this information. The outside rumors that this pill can break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage, causes a massive increase of one's magic power, and can lengthen one's life are completely false. It had been proven when a Star Palace master had personally consumed the Heaven Mend pill." The Bone Sage calmly continued with a careless expression, "And since you've already acquired the 9-curl ginseng with the complementary effects of the Heaven Mend pill, your odds of condensing a nascent soul will reach 40%. If you wait another 300 years to acquire a Heaven Mend pill, its effects will be of little use by then. This is due to the long process of spiritual root purification. It will take over 100 years for the effects to be fully displayed." A 40% chance at nascent soul condensation? Han Li felt giddy with excitement. As if having seen through Han Li's thoughts, the Bone Sage smiled and added, "As for your worries that the tremors would be far too noticeable, even if a great catastrophe struck, there would be no way they could possibly know unless they saw it for their own eyes. The barrier completely isolates any disturbances that occur from within. They can't use their spiritual sense to observe what happens in here either. Why else would this Tailstar barrier have been so renowned even in the era of antiquity? And if you're worried about your single bloodjade spider being unable to lift the cauldron, don't forget that I am Zenith Yin's master. Even as a demon ghost, I am still capable of refining corpses." With that said, the Bone Sage immediately opened his mouth and spat out a fist-sized ball of glimmering light towards the bloodjade spider's corpse next to the altar. In the blink of an eye, a dense, green mist enveloped the spider corpse that quickly absorbed it. A short moment later, the two halves of the spider began to join together. Green light flashed from the point of incision, and the bloodjade spider shakily stood up, whole once more. Although Han Li managed to maintain a calm expression as he watched the scene, he was inwardly overwhelmed with shock. The world of cultivation truly had no shortage of extraordinary things. There was even such a technique that can refine a corpse in nearly an instant. The Bone Sage made the spider corpse walk several steps before he turned to Han Li and confidently said, "My corpse refinement technique is passable, yes? Although the refined spider corpse won't last for long, and it is somewhat weaker than when it was alive, it will have no problem lifting the cauldron with your surviving bloodjade spider. After we acquire the treasure, I will give you all the heaven men pills as I have no need of them. Also, I will cede half of the heaven void cauldron's other treasures to you, but the cauldron is mine. How do you feel about this trade? Your words may be extravagantly beautiful, but how do I know you won't immediately attack me after the heaven void cauldron is secure? After all, your cultivation and techniques are both an entire realm above me. When the bone sage heard this, he inwardly rejoiced. Although Han Li's tone was quite harsh, it was clear he was on the cusp of agreeing. Now it was only a matter of haggling over price. As a result, the bone sage smiled and hastily said, Han Li, you're being far too humble. If I guessed correctly, if we were to fight to the death, the odds would be 50-50. Moreover, such a battle wouldn't be concluded in a short amount of time, allowing an increased window for the others to return. Do you truly believe me to be so foolish as to bring about both of our deaths? Naturally, so long as you agree to help me acquire the treasure, I will hand over the 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng Refinement Formula over to you as a token of our sincere cooperation. After this was said, the bone sage flipped his hand and tossed a white jade slip with an ancient aura towards Han Li. Han Li quickly raised his hand and beckoned to the approaching jade slip. With an azure flash, a ball of azure light enveloped it, quickly bringing it to his palm. The bone sage responded to Han Li's great carefulness with a chuckle and said nothing else. Han Li quickly swept through the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual sense. Although he didn't have enough time to mull over whether or not the pill formula was genuine, it did mention the 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng as well as 3 supplementary medicinal ingredients Han Li had never heard of before. After some consideration, Han Li bluntly put the jade slip into his storage pouch and raised his head. He calmly gazed at the bone sage and said, "Fine, I will agree to these conditions. Let's immediately start retrieving the cauldron." Since he had agreed to act, Han Li no longer delayed, as it would only allow their enemies more time to return. He quickly pat his spirit beast pouch, causing his other blood jade spider to appear with a flash of light. "Very good, you made the right choice." With an expression of excitement, the bone sage approached the hole and ordered the refined spider corpse to spit out a web at the cauldron, finishing his preparations first. Han Li followed suit, calmly ordering his blood jade spider to shoot a web at the heaven void cauldron as well. The bone sage cast several magic seals of varying colors at his blood jade spider as he gave an explanation. "Let's be quick. We don't have much time. Although I cannot make use of the berserking technique in my current form, I can still use other slightly weaker supplementary techniques." Suddenly the blood jade spider entered a frantic state. Apart from its blood-red shell, distinct black and green radiance were interweaved, making for quite a strange display. Han Li frowned but remained silent. After all, without these supplementary techniques, the blood jade spider would be incapable of lifting the heaven void cauldron. With the combined power of the blood jade spider and the spider corpse, the cauldron began to rise with violent quakes and flares of blue light. Without the protection of Layman Ching Yi, Han Li could only rely on himself. Chapter 491. Acquiring the cauldron. The heaven void cauldron had a flat bottom, 2 handles and 3 legs. At over 1 meter tall and 3 meters wide, it couldn't be considered very large. It had a slightly protruding lid covered in carvings of beasts and insects along with various landscapes. Although they appeared rough and crude, they were true to life and exuded an aura of untamed antiquity. Just as the cauldron emerged from the hole, a faint hum was heard that gradually became louder. At the same time, the blue flames surrounding the cauldron flared before swelling to several times their original size. Having originally been standing near the hole, Han Li and the bone sage revealed expressions of shock at nearly the same time and increased their distance from the altar. The entire area within 30 meters of the altar glowed with faint blue light and was completely frozen over. Apart from the minor flickering of the blue flames at the hole and the movements of the blood-red spiders, everything had been encased in blue ice. Had Han Li and the bone sage been slower, they would have undoubtedly been frozen as well. At that moment, the entire altar was covered in a dome of blue crystal. Han Li couldn't help but betray his shock upon seeing this astonishing scene and asked, "How are we supposed to get the treasure out of that?" Han Li gazed at the marvelous frozen scene without any idea of where to begin. The bone sage stared at the celestial ice flames with a solemn expression and said, "It's not a problem. I have a way of restraining the celestial ice flames. My profound soul ghost flames are also cold by nature. Although it is in no way its equal, I will be able to break through the crystal and separate the flames from the cauldron. In that moment you will take the cauldron out of the hole." Although his voice sounded cold, Han Li was able to make out a trace of excitement. Han Li was shocked. The Bone Sage took the initiative to deal with the extremely dangerous blue flames and wanted him to extract the cauldron. As this was truly unexpected, he couldn't help but look at the Bone Sage with an odd expression. Hanli absolutely didn't believe that the old devil was doing this out of kindness. However, this method didn't seem to have any faults. Could it be that it was more dangerous to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron? Suspicions began to surge through Hanli's mind. Naturally, Hanli would definitely have refused if the Bone Sage proposed that Hanli would deal with the ice flame, and he would acquire the treasure. With that thought, Hanli could only agree. He couldn't shrink back now, so his only option was to move forward with discretion. If anything went amiss while acquiring the cauldron, he would naturally choose to save his own life over acquiring the treasure. Having come to this decision, Hanli casually nodded towards the Bone Sage in agreement. The Bone Sage responded with a pleased smile. He then glanced at the ice flames several times with an odd expression before his body began to revolve in the air. Ghostly chi began to spiral around his body, creating a 3-meter-wide dark green tornado. The air surrounding him became a dense mist that intermittently released faint ghostly wails. The whirlwind then dropped down towards the blue flames. A huge rumble erupted as the whirlwind dropped down, igniting into a torrent of flame. The result was a 40-meter-high pillar of red and white flames revolving around a core of dark green flame. It completely lacked any warmth and instead gave off an extremely cold impression. Hanli's eyes widened as he stared at the pillar of fire colliding against the blue frost. In that instant, the three colors of light intertwined into one, producing a harsh sound of scraping metal, causing Hanli to frown. Hanli soon unfurled his frown as the flame pillar managed to forcibly drill a passage straight towards the center of the blue flame. With celestial ice flame, profound soul een flame, and divine devilbane lightning fused together, I will be able to cultivate the sacred azura flames from lore. I hadn't guessed incorrectly. Hee. It was clearly the Bone Sage's voice, but his voice was filled with ecstasy. For some unknown reason, Hanli's heart dropped and his body broke into a chill. He squinted at the small cauldron in his hand and then expressionlessly glanced at the Bone Sage. What Hanli saw alarmed him. The green lotus had already disappeared. In its place was the Bone Sage with a foot-wide orb of light in his hand. At first glance, the sphere of light appeared to be dark green, but after further inspection, Hanli discovered a blue flame burning at its center. Although an outer layer of dark green enveloped it, it restlessly flickered from place to place. But even more astonishing were the black sparks of lightning that shot from the orb, producing slight rolls of thunder with each appearance. Hanli's expression changed. Could it be that this had been the Bone Sage's plan all along? Before Hanli could finish his thoughts and figure out the specifics of what had occurred, the Bone Sage started slowly walking towards Hanli, stopping when he was about 30 meters away. His gaze fell onto the Heaven Void Cauldron that Hanli was tightly grasping. With an odd expression in his eyes, he said, "Very good, it seems nothing went wrong with my plan." When Hanli heard this, he snorted and vigilantly watched the Bone Sage in silence. The Bone Sage smiled and leisurely said, "It looks like you've figured something out. Although I really want to give you an explanation, my time is quite limited and you're going to die soon, so I'll just have to be satisfied with giving you an ignorant death." Hanli's heart trembled. It couldn't be more clear that the Bone Sage wanted to kill him and take the treasure. Disinterested in wasting the time or breath required for any verbal squabbles or nonsensical words, Hanli's expression sank, and he attempted to seize the initiative. He raised his hand and sent out the copper bands that he had already prepared. With a flash of colorful light, they disappeared without a trace, reappearing only a moment later to restrain the Bone Sage's neck and limbs. Chapter 492, Divine Devilbane Lightning versus the Sacred Azura Flame, Restrict. Hanli clutched his hands in an incantation gesture and sent an order to the ancient treasure. The 5 copper bands suddenly tightened and firmly locked onto his limbs. The Bone Sage revealed pain upon the clasp of the ancient treasures, but a derisive expression soon appeared on his face. The 5-element bands. Although they're rather famous ancient magic treasure, they're entirely useless on anyone possessing mutated spiritual roots, those possessing far greater cultivation than the wielder or fallen cultivators, like me. He then raised his hand without the slightest obstruction and slapped the orb of light in front of him. The orb sparkled and cracked open in a huge burst of fluttering blue flame. A long ribbon of blue flame shot out from the orb and lightly swept past the Bone Sage's limbs and neck, condensing a thick layer of ice on the tightly locked copper bands. Afterwards, the Bone Sage's body underwent a series of inconceivable twists and distortions. With a series of crisp clanks, the frozen copper bands then fell to the ground. Han Li's heart dropped. Without any further thought, he opened his mouth and spat out 9 small azure swords. They merged into one huge sword in the air before ruthlessly cleaving towards the Bone Sage. The Bone Sage's face became stern upon seeing this. He lifted the orb of light in his hands, causing the tear to grow larger, causing it to spurt out a large jet of ice blue flame. The jet of flame transformed into a 5-clawed dragon of translucent ice, whose entire body shined with a cold blue light. It used its 2 front claws to block the huge azure sword and viciously unleashed a breath of blue flame onto the sword. After only a moment, the huge sword's brilliance greatly dimmed and a thin layer of transparent frost began to form on the sword's surface, causing the sword's movements to become sluggish. With a roar of thunder, several arcs of golden lightning shot out from the sword, fiercely striking the ice dragon's body. The dragon was knocked back, freeing the huge sword from its constraint for the time being. You still want to run? Your set of golden lightning bamboo swords shouldn't have much divine Devilbane lightning left. Let's see just how many more times you can keep it up. The Bone Sage sinisterly grinned and pointed at the ice dragon, causing it to charge at Han Li's swords once more. Han Li's heart stirred. Although the Bone Sage appeared unworried, Han Li could faintly perceive that the Bone Sage held some fear towards the divine Devilbane lightning. Following that line of reasoning, Han Li launched a magic seal towards the huge sword. He then pointed at the sword and ordered it to intensely sway into a blur, forming an identical copy of the huge sword. This was the Azure Essence Sword Art's Sword Shadow Phantasm technique. Both of the swords simultaneously released a dense stream of faint gold lightning. One was aimed at the ice dragon with the other targeting the Bone Sage. The Bone Sage cried out in amazement. The Bone Sage was astonished. Not only did Han Li still have the strength to release such strong bolts of Devilbane lightning, he was able of creating another huge sword. However, this astonishment only lasted for a moment before disappearing. The Bone Sage then calmly slapped the light orb, spouting out another jet of blue flame. This time, the ice flames wavered several times and transformed into a triangular shield of ice. The blue mist emitted from the surface of the ice shield blocked the dense bolt of Devilbane lightning, resulting in a deadlock for a short while. Rather than panic, Han Li rejoiced at the sight. Although the Devilbane lightning was unable to restrain the celestial ice flames' glacial chi, it was mutual for the flames as well. The victor of the conflict would be the side that contained the most power. Chapter 493. The Bone Sage's Death. Han Li's expression became unsightly. The web of lightning around Han Li had stopped the gray flames for the time being, but it appeared as if there was nothing that the flames couldn't burn. The lightning had already been set aflame, transforming the web of lightning into a cage of gray flame, trapping Han Li within. Now he couldn't even escape if he wanted to. But what worried Han Li even more was that as the gray flames burned away at the net of golden lightning, he could slowly feel the lightning contained inside his body slowly withering away. The decaying nature of the flames gave the sacred Azure flames an overwhelming advantage. The Bone Sage deeply sighed in relief and smiled. He felt confident that Han Li had no method of breaking free of the prison of gray flame. Based on the flame's legends, the Bone Sage believed that even a nascent soul cultivator trapped by it would have to greatly damage their origin chi by using a secret technique in order to escape. Once he refined his own Azure flame and restored his nascent soul to the peak of his cultivation, he was convinced that it would be possible for him to rule over half of the scattered star seas. With that thought, the Bone Sage let his imagination run wild. In his eyes, Han Li was already a dead man. The situation was growing increasingly dire. As the golden net of lightning shrank, it eventually arrived on the verge of collapse. In response, Han Li expressionlessly spread out his palms and shot out dense arcs of golden lightning towards the net. The seemingly unending stream of golden lightning from Han Li's palms merged with the net, causing the withering net to immediately flourish brightly once more. Not only was it restored to its original size, but it also began to astonishingly launch an unending storm of lightning against the surrounding gray flames, pushing back the flames with great momentum. The Bone Sage's eyes widened and he nearly jumped. He now truly understood what it meant for heaven's will to overturn man's. The absurd amount of divine Devilbane lightning in Han Li's body was wreaking havoc on the Bone Sage's nerves. Even though the sacred Azure flames were in existence a level above the divine Devilbane lightning, there was just far too much lightning. It was uncertain which would win. The Bone Sage glared at Han Li as if he were looking at a monster. Yet again his mind was plagued by doubts. Just how many gold lightning bamboo magic treasures does Hanli have stored in that small body of his? Was it possible that his supply of Devilbane lightning was endless? Just as that thought entered his mind, the bone sage fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue. With sharp pain and the taste of blood, he managed to regain clarity of mind. He lightly shook his head and dismissed such absurd thoughts. Endless amounts of Devilbane lightning? That was obviously impossible. He was merely unsure about the quantity of Hanli's lightning. However, the bone sage was convinced that with few or more bursts of lightning, Hanli was certain to run dry. When that happened, he would be able to easily kill Hanli and take his many gold lightning bamboo magic treasures for himself. With that thought, the bone sage roused his spirits and fiercely gazed at Hanli with newfound greed, raising his orb of light above his head. Earlier, the bone sage had only refined less than half of his celestial ice flames into azura flames in order to reduce the odds of backlash. But it appeared that this wouldn't be enough to kill Hanli, as he still had Devilbane lightning in reserve. In order to kill Hanli in one move, he would have to refine all of his remaining celestial ice flames. He then nodded his head in approval of his thoughts and formed an incantation gesture once more. The orb of light quickly rotated, glowing once more with dazzling brilliance. When Hanli saw this, his heart broke out into a chill. It was as the bone sage had anticipated. Hanli's continuous use of the Devilbane lightning had left it on the verge of being exhausted after having dealt with the bone sage's celestial ice and sacred azura flames. Having seen the bone sage about to launch another attack with his sacred azura flames, Hanli pondered whether or not his remaining Devilbane lightning would be enough to break himself free. His only option was to break through the cage of flames and flee. After all, no matter how mighty the sacred azura flames were, their power meant nothing if it couldn't connect. With that thought, Hanli came to a decision. He released the remaining Devilbane lightning in a single instantaneous burst, shooting out 2 arm-thick bolts of lightning from his hands into the net. The gold net of lightning rapidly swayed with muffled rolls of thunder before exploding in a burst of golden brilliance. Countless arcs of golden lightning pushed back the few remaining gray flames far away. At that moment, Hanli's body flickered several times and reappeared about 10 meters away. During that moment, Hanli was filled with apprehension. He feared that if he wasn't careful, he would make contact with a sliver of gray flame, something that would prove to be absolutely deadly. But now that he had made it past the barrier of sacred azura flames, he used his cloak without the hesitation. With a flash of blood-red light, he started to float off the ground. He had already decided to shoot straight towards the stone stairs and have his clouds-warm bamboo swords break through the barrier, allowing him to make a clean escape. The bone sage guessed what Hanli intended and immediately grew anxious. He immediately surged his magic power into the light orb and quickened its transformation. With a huge rumble, the entire light orb was set alight with gray flame as if it were made completely out of sacred azura flames. But strangely, the center of the orb still had a small ball of blue light. It continuously flickered, appearing quite unstable. The bone sage was initially surprised when he saw this, but he didn't take it very seriously. As his current magic power wasn't much, it wasn't particularly alarming if the transformation was incomplete. He was currently focused on Hanli's imminent escape. Nothing he could say would stop him now. The bone sage lightly beckoned to the orb of gray flames. The orb of flames lightly trembled several times and started to follow his orders to attack. But a sudden transformation had occurred. The remnant of blue light inside the orb suddenly flickered several times before it ruptured from the center of the orb. The orb suddenly became uneven and distorted, releasing a faint but shrieking whistle from it. The bone sage was greatly frightened and hastily attempted to control the orb's distortions. He had long since forgotten that the sacred azura flames wasn't something that he had truly refined. He was only able to manipulate it through the aid of external forces. Now, having encountered the disturbance of its core rupturing, the flame orb was completely unstable and had gone frantically out of control. His meager magic power didn't have the slightest effect in controlling it. As his head was lined with sweat, the flame orb suddenly dissolved into the colors of white, green, and black, and ruptured above the bone sage's head, releasing countless embers of gray flame. The bone sage's expression turned bloodlessly pale. He hastily started to turn his body without a thought, forming a vortex of black and green ghost chi towards the embers in an attempt to restrain them. In the following instant, an arrow-like bolt of black lightning shot towards the ruptured orb in an attempt to save the bone sage's life. Although the vortex of ghost chi appeared overbearing, they melted away into nothingness upon touching the embers of gray flame to no effect. While the embers did not fall at a fast speed, they were widely spread out over a great distance and drifted from place to place. But he should still be able to run from them if just barely. When Han Li witnessed this reversal, he immediately changed his mind. He made use of the opportunity to shoot out 10 streaks of azure essence sword light from his fingertips and blocked the Bone Sage's path of escape. The Bone Sage inwardly cursed with alarm and fury. He was too preoccupied at that moment to dodge. He could only cross his arms in front of him with gritted teeth and emit a thin layer of green chi before charging forwards. Just before a streak of azure light struck him, he shot out a black streak of light from his mouth, his magic treasure, the gold lightning bamboo arrow. After striking the 5th streak of azure light, it was knocked to the side. As for the rest of the sword streaks, the Bone Sage directly received them with his arms. 5 muffled explosions sounded out. The Bone Sage had clearly underestimated the might of Han Li's azure essence sword light. Although he managed to repel the first 4 streaks of azure sword light, the last strike had broken through his green chi and struck his true body, pushing him back by several steps. In that moment, the Bone Sage's mind froze in terror. With a face full of panic, he hastily reached to take something out from his robes. But before that happened, a minuscule, faint ember of gray flame had landed on his shoulder. Whoosh! Gray flame wildly ignited. Without even the slightest scream, the Bone Sage's body succumbed to the flames, leaving nothing but drifting ash behind. Chapter 494. Celestial Ice Pearl. Han Li felt his blood run cold and his face trembled upon witnessing the ferocity of the azure flames. After the gray flames incinerated the Bone Sage, they condensed into a delicate ember and flew off. For some unknown reason, the Bone Sage's death had caused a strange transformation in the azure flames. All of the gray embers simultaneously released a thread of dark green chi along with a spark of black lightning, turning the embers blue in an instant. The embers appeared to have returned to their original form as celestial ice flames. Han Li suddenly felt his surroundings compress, as the air filled with blue glacial chi. The glacial chi started to cover the ground in thin layer of ice, spreading to the rest of the area within the light barrier. Han Li turned pale from fright at the sudden onslaught of cold and wildly poured spiritual power into the white rhino emblem. A scorching white light was emitted that repelled the cold chi, barring it from approaching his body. It seemed the celestial ice flame's true capabilities were only displayed after the Bone Sage had lost control. In only a short moment, the entire surface of the stone platform had been covered in a sheet of frost. Han Li's barrier of white light barely managed to protect him, but it massively drained his magic power, causing him to bitterly curse. Han Li now understood that the Bone Sage's celestial ice flames were weakened from either his shallow cultivation or a lack of time to refine them. This would explain why he had only been able to use a fraction of its true power a moment ago. Had the Bone Sage displayed this fearsome power with his celestial ice flames from the start, he would have been able to kill Han Li several times over without having any need to refine the azure flames. In addition, it is likely that the true power of the azure flames hadn't been displayed either. Its power had probably only reached 1/10 of its potential. As these domineering thoughts entered his mind, he had nearly deduced the entire truth of the matter. Regardless, he wasn't about to let himself to foolishly meet his end by the masterless celestial ice flames after having put so much effort into eliminating the Bone Sage. At that moment, he grit his teeth and reached for the spirit beast pouch at his waist. He was going to release the gold-devouring beetles and see whether or not they could increase his odds of survival. The still immature gold-devouring beetles were certain to be unable to resist the fearsome chill, but Han Li didn't have many options left to keep his life. Han Li's palm moved and just as he was about to open the spirit beast pouch a sudden change occurred. The floating blue embers throughout the room suddenly flickered several times before releasing a clear ringing sound. They seemed to have received some sort of command and started to shoot towards the sky, condensing into a single solid form. A short moment later, a shining blue light sphere appeared in the sky. As soon as this fist-sized blue ice pearl had appeared, the fantastical chill within the stone platform instantly disappeared as if it had never been there. Having already opened his spirit beast pouch halfway, Han Li was dumbfounded, but he soon found himself overwhelmed with delighted surprise. Regardless of what strange transformations the celestial ice flames underwent, he could now safely make his escape. At that moment, the blue ice pearl slowly floated down from the sky and stopped in front of Han Li. Han Li looked at the ice pearl with a strange expression. After some contemplation, he reached out his hand and shot a bolt of the remnant lightning at it. After winding around the ice pearl for a moment, The pearl had been restrained and obediently entered the lightning's control with no further surprises. Han Li's expression grew solemn. Han Li was quite amazed to find that it had been completely unharmed by the sacred Azura flames. When he had first seen it inside the Bone Sage's prison, the rib bone had contained the map of Heaven Void Hall. Could it be that the rib bone holds other items as well? After some further thought, Han Li placed it into his storage pouch. Now was not the time to examine his spoils, as his escape and survival were the far more urgent matters at hand. Just as Han Li flew towards the steps, he unexpectedly found a dormant emerald green arrow on the ground. Han Li frowned and waved his hand, sweeping the treasure into his grasp with a streak of azure light. After a casual inspection, Han Li placed the arrow into his bag, but a strange ringing then unexpectedly sounded out from within his spirit beast pouch. Han Li's heart stirred and he couldn't help but be surprised. After frowning with some deliberation, he suddenly slapped his storage pouch. A streak of light circled around him before revealing itself to be the soul-devouring weeping soul beast. Han Li opened his mouth and spat out the gray pearl used to control it, the weeping soul pearl. Han Li had found the circumstances from when Yuan Yao handed this beast over to him to be quite strange. As a result, he hadn't refined the control pearl. However, it was still an easy matter to erase her lingering spiritual sense from the pearl and exert control over the weeping soul beast. As he held onto the weeping soul pearl, he stared at the small emerald green arrow and suddenly opened his mouth. An azure ball of core flame enveloped the arrow and started to slowly refine it. At first the arrow didn't reveal the slightest reaction, as if it were truly dead. A cold glint then flashed through Han Li's eyes. After licking his lips, he threw the arrow into the air and gave the weeping soul beast a command. The beast suddenly snorted and shot out a yellow mist, enveloping the small arrow. The small arrow had originally stayed still, but upon seeing the yellow mist, it flashed with green light several times, enveloping itself in a streak of green radiance accompanied by a sharp whistle. The arrow then shot directly towards the stone stairs as if it were terrified by the yellow mist. 1. First and only appearance in Chapter 266. Chapter 495. Mysterious scroll painting. Han Li had already been prepared for the arrow to attempt to escape. Within the arrow's first few meters of flight, Han Li shot out an azure sword streak that intercepted it, causing it to tumble. In that opening, the weeping soul beast wrapped the small arrow in a yellow radiance, causing the magic treasure to incessantly flash. The arrow dashed back and forth within the cage of light as if wanting to escape, but the yellow light appeared immensely more powerful than it. No matter how much the arrow struggled, it was unable to escape. This was to be expected of the beast that was known to be the bane of all ghosts. As the small arrow's resistance grew weaker, yellow threads shot out from the cage of light and tightly bound the small arrow in an instant. The yellow threads then grew taut and dragged out a ball of green light from within the small arrow. The green light was ensnared by many yellow threads and incessantly transformed into all sorts of animals and insects, as well as fluctuating in size in its attempt to break free. Despite its efforts, it was unable to escape from the yellow threads and was gradually drawn closer and closer to the weeping soul beast's nose. At that moment, the green light grew panicked and transformed into the face of an old man. The light loudly pleaded towards Han Li, "Young friend Han, I beg you to let me go. So long as you spare my life, I will willingly serve you for the rest of my life. The number of strange and secret techniques I know are countless, and I am willing to give you all of them. Moreover, doesn't young friend Han wish to learn the entirety of the profound Yin arts? I didn't even teach the last few layers to my traitorous disciple Zenith Yin. Doesn't fellow Taoist Han also wish to know about the wonders of profound soul demonification? Although my own estate had been seized by Zenith Yin, I still have many secret cave dwellings, each containing their own hidden treasures. This old servant is willing to fully devote himself to you." The more the ghostly face spoke, the quicker the words came out and the more panicked it appeared. He even took the initiative to offer to become a servant because at that moment, he was only about a foot away from the weeping soul beast's nose. If he were to truly be absorbed by the beast, even if his soul were more tenacious, he would never be able to escape. Despite having a will far more staunch and unwavering than others, Han Li's heart thumped upon hearing the Bone Sage's offers, and his face revealed a trace of hesitation. Perhaps due to having seen Han Li's hesitation, the ghost revealed his greatest trump card with a low roar. "Even if fellow Taoist Han doesn't want those things, don't you want to know the weaknesses of Zenith Yin's cultivation arts? And how about removing the tracing mark he placed on your body?" Han Li's gaze flickered several times and his expression continuously shifted. He sighed and lightly waved his hand, causing the radiance encasing the bone sage to grow still, preventing him from continuing towards the weeping soul beast's nose. The thread-bound ghost rejoiced and sighed with relief. "Young friend Han, you are truly wise. By sparing this old man?" The ghost face forced a smile and intended to ingratiate himself to Han Li. But when the bone sage was about to continue, the weeping soul beast snorted and resumed sucking in the bone sage. With his guard now down, he was sucked in without the slightest resistance. At that moment Han Li wore a cold sneer. The weeping soul beast burped as if it was quite satisfied with his meal and clumsily patted its stomach. With a faint smile, Han Li shook the weeping soul pearl in his hand and returned the beast to his storage pouch. Han Li walked forward with the small green arrow now in his grasp. Needless to say, there was a drawing of a stone platform along with a cauldron that had 2 handles and 3 legs at the very top. This was clearly a picture of the Heaven Void cauldron. There was also a crossed marking in front of it that was certain to be indicating a secret room. But what shocked Han Li the most were the passageways that were traced with bright red ink, standing out from the rest of the black ink map. The route led to a picture of a high wall with a transportation formation behind it. According to Han Li's original plan, he would return to the 1st or 2nd floor and pray that he wouldn't encounter any of the old devils along the way. If this map was accurate, then couldn't he just use the transportation formation it showed to leave this place? Even if it didn't take him outside of the Heaven Void Hall, it would almost certainly be much safer than foolishly forcing his way through the 5th floor. Han Li was more specifically tempted by how close he already was to the marked path. He was only an intersection away from entering the red-lined path. However, his sole worry was whether or not he would encounter any restrictions or puppets along the way. He had no worries towards the validity of the map. How could it possibly be fake? Not only was it hidden behind a hollow wall, but it seemed to be as old as the Heaven Void Hall itself. Who would spend so much effort just to play a joke? After extended period of indecision, Han Li arrived at the intersection. He continuously glanced around as he was still unsure of what path to take. Whatever. If I come across any dangers, at worst I'll just return to the previous path. According to the map, the route isn't very long. As such, it should prove much safer than returning to the previous floor. Moreover, he didn't believe that the map would mark out a route for escape that would include many dangers along its path. With that thought, Han Li spread out his arms. Many lights flashed around him to reveal a crowd of huge ape puppets. Under his command, they immediately set forth down the passage as he closely followed after them with a solemn expression. She thought to say something, but with a roll of her eyes, her beautiful face immediately returned to normal. With a charming smile, she chuckled and said, "Hee hee, I had believed fellow Taoist to be an uncultured brute without any understanding towards the fairer sex. I hadn't expected fellow Taoist Han to understand such charms. As a great kindness, I will allow you to enjoy the sight of this young woman's body for a moment. However, the sight of a naked body can't be considered much to us cultivators. Therefore, I will be coming out to put on some clothes." With that said, she shyly raised her hand from the water and lightly brushed her hair. She then seductively smiled at Han Li, revealing an amorous allure from her flawless beauty. Han Li's mind grew blank as if he had been captivated by her. In that instant, Yuan Yao gracefully struck the water, causing a curtain of white mist to emerge in front of her, blocking her entirely from Han Li's sight. She took that opportunity to fly out of the water and shoot straight towards her clothes and items. A cloud of black qi then emerged from her body, blocking her once more from sight. Once the black qi disappeared, Yuan Yao was revealed to be fully dressed as she gently floated to the ground. At some unknown time, the long jade bottle from underneath the statue had disappeared. Chapter 497. Myriad Year Spirit Milk and Soul Nurturing Tree. The screen of white mist thinned and Han Li looked at the woman with restored calm. Han Li muttered, "It is truly a pity that I can no longer enjoy such a view." When Yuan Yao heard this, she blushed before delicately chuckling. "Didn't Brother Han go to the 5th floor with those masters? How did you arrive here?" After she said that, she caressed her wet hair and it dried in an instant with a flicker of white light. A few strands of dark hair fell in front of her face, a stark contrast against her snow-white skin that served to illuminate her beauty. Han Li enjoyed the sight as this woman was among the greatest beauties he had ever seen. Each and every one of her movements were enough to ensnare any man. After taking several glances at her graceful appearance, he calmly said, I merely triggered a restriction and ended up teleporting here. I wish to ask for guidance from Lady Yuan. What is this place? Triggered a restriction? Yuan Yao's eyes shifted and she wore a mysterious smile. It was clear she didn't believe Han Li, but Han Li paid her doubt no mind. He merely chuckled and indifferently stared at her in silence. Yuan Yao's face slightly reddened. This pest Han Li was truly giving her a headache, as she was keenly aware of her inability to deal with him. Not only had she witnessed the fearsomeness of Han Li's insects, but even the charming techniques of an expert such as herself had little effect against him. She furrowed her slender brow and could only helplessly respond, This is a secret room on the second floor. You came out of such a shabby transportation formation? Had I known this were possible, I would have smashed it to pieces and prevented myself from having to deal with you. With that said, Yuan Yao glared at Han Li with obvious annoyance. It appeared she still felt aggrieved at having her naked body seen. Han Li remained completely unperturbed as if he hadn't heard her. Instead, he lazily stretched his back and emerged from the water before putting his shoes back on. In the short time he had spent in the water, he had restored a portion of his magic power. Although he wished to spend more time there, he felt it would be in his best interest to leave Heaven Void Hall as soon as possible. As a result, Han Li no longer paid any attention to Yuan Yao and walked towards the south exit of the room. When he arrived at the exit he saw a mess. There was a large stone room with a completely fragmented puppet lying on the ground, surrounded by holes. It was clear that Yuan Yao had fought a bitter battle here. There was a gate on the other side of the room. A familiar white light sparkled from it, appearing to be exactly the same as the other gates from the inner halls. Han Li hesitated for a moment before walking towards it. After looking at it for a moment, he took out his Heaven Void map fragment and poured spiritual power into it before slapping it onto the door. As a result, the door flickered with white light but did nothing else. Han Li sighed. As expected, using the map fragment to leave wasn't possible. He wondered whether or not he possessed the skill to break open the restriction. As he was unable to come up with a solution, he started heading towards the north exit. Yuan Yao's gaze fell upon Han Li. After a moment of thought, she coldly said, What are you doing? That gate has a formidable formation spell. It isn't something that an ordinary cultivator can destroy. Could it be you wish to break it and seize the treasure within? Just as Han Li arrived at the other exit, without turning his head, he asked, I wish to leave Heaven Void Hall. Does fellow Taoist Yuan have a better method? Yuan Yao's eyes brightly flickered in thought before a peculiar expression appeared on her face. None. However, this young woman fancies the treasure here. Would fellow Taoist Han be interested in going treasure hunting with me? As he stared at the colorful mist surrounding the exit, he bluntly said, Hunt treasure? It seems fellow Taoist Yuan has already spent some time here. If you are truly able to break through the restrictions here, then wouldn't you have done so earlier? Yuan Yao blushed, but her expression soon grew serious as she adopted a stubborn attitude. I've already spent the day researching it. In about 4 days I will be certain to break through the formation. When Han Li heard this, he turned around with astonishment and looked at the woman with narrowed eyes. Yuan Yao felt restless. After some time she eventually conceded, Fine. I'll admit that if I were to attempt to break the formation spell alone, it is possible that the Heaven Void Hall would close before I succeeded. However, if fellow Taoist Han were to aid me, it would take far less time. Han Li silently stood in place without a change of expression and waited for her to continue, confident that the beauty still had more to say. As Yuan Yao stared at Han Li, she slowly said, However, before the formation is broken, this young woman would like to reach an agreement with you. What agreement? Tell me. Han Li crossed his arms and attentively gazed at her. So long as Brother Han is willing to renounce the treasure inside, I will be willing to compensate you. Compensate? Han Li remained expressionless as he continued to watch her. Yuan Yao revealed hesitation. After lowering her head and muttering to herself for a moment, she raised her head with a resolute expression. She solemnly said, I am willing to hand over a bit of myriad-year spirit milk as compensation. What does Brother Han think? Han Li's expression stirred. Myriad-year spirit milk? Legend says that only a small mouthful would be able to restore one's magic power in an instant. It is said that even 10,000 spirit stones cannot buy even a single drop of it. That spirit milk? Yuan Yao stared at Han Li with bright eyes and slowly said, That's right. Since I trust you, I've taken the risk to tell you. There is no way that Brother Han would kill this young lady over treasure, yes? After traveling together with Han Li through the ghost mist and the paths of fire and ice, Yuan Yao recognized that while Han Li wasn't an upright gentleman, neither was he a ruthless and vicious wretch. Of course, if she possessed any other treasures that could entice Han Li, she would have mentioned them instead. Although she thought it wasn't likely for Han Li to attack her, her hand still casually fell to the storage pouches at her waist. Although she knew she wasn't Han Li's match, she still had a few mighty life-saving treasures that could protect her against any foul intentions Han Li might have. This was precisely why she had dared to mention the spirit milk in the first place. Han Li rubbed his nose and remained silent. Then, he turned his head towards the dragon head statue with a contemplative expression. As I have matters I must attend to, I will be taking my leave first. Han Li expressionlessly cupped his hands to Yuan Yao and shot across the sky as a streak of azure light. He displayed neither reluctance to leave nor any desire to hear her response. When Yuan Yao saw Han Li abruptly fly off, she was flabbergasted. After a long while, she eventually shook her head. She then extended her hand and summoned a foot-long block of wood with a flash of black light. The wood was rough and scorched, appearing ugly by all means. But when Yuan Yao looked at it, she revealed sadness. Big Sister Yen, please wait just a few more days. I will find someone to refine this wood into a soulkeeper box and help you escape having your soul refined. After she softly said this, she donned her hood, concealing her astonishing beauty, and transformed into a cloud of black chi before flying off in another direction. In the blink of an eye, the sea became calm once more. Meanwhile, several people solemnly stood on the platform of the 5th floor of Heaven Void Hall with unsightly expressions. They were the 6 nascent soul cultivators who had apparently come to some sort of agreement, as Manhuzi was standing there without being attacked. We've already searched every corner of the 3rd, 4th and 5th floors. Even after breaking through countless restrictions and puppets, we've yet to find any sign of them. Zenithine, 2 of the 3 have a deep relationship with you. Did you not instruct them to seize the treasure and escape? Wan Tianming spoke with an ashen expression. Zenith Yin's cheek twitched and his face grimaced. Humph. Sect Master Wan, you've already asked that several times and my reply is still that my grandson has met his end. As I personally used a secret technique to search for him, I cannot be mistaken. Were it not for the obstruction of the Tailstar formation, I would have felt the instant my grandson perished and would have prevented those other 2 youngsters from running off with the treasure. Zenithine stared at Manhuzi and gloomily said, with that said, I personally believe Manhuzi to be the most suspicious. Why did Manhuzi draw us away for enough time for the Heaven Void Cauldron to be seized? Manhuzi is also unwilling to reveal the history behind that junior of his. Could it be that you colluded with that youngster beforehand? Manhuzi glared back at him and bluntly mocked him, ridiculous, what do I have to reveal to you? What do I have to do with that youngster running off with the Heaven Void Cauldron? I was busy escaping from everyone, but that isn't enough evidence to say that I helped him. Rather, you claim that Wu Chou is dead. Who's to say that's true? Perhaps you are actually filled to the brim with happiness. You, Zenithine was seething with anger. His beloved grandson had died, and now he was being made out to be a scapegoat. He wasn't about to take this silently. But when he was about to engage in a furious argument, Qing Yi interrupted him in an attempt to alleviate tensions. Brother Man and Brother Wu have no reason to dispute. The ones who took the treasure were amongst those 3. As for who it was, what do we care? That's secondary. What is most important is that we find them, regardless of if they are alive or dead. As of now, we've already set up a formation at the entrance to the 3rd floor, preventing them from escaping. Breaking into any of the secret rooms above the 2nd floor is an impossibility for them. As they are all only early core formation cultivators, even if the 3 of them joined hands, they would be incapable of progressing through a room on the 3rd floor or higher. Unless of course they've lost their heads and decided to commit suicide in the attempt. However, we've searched the entirety of floors 3 through 5 without finding even a trace. Wan Tianming coldly said with a suspicious expression. It wasn't just him. All 3 of the righteous Dao cultivators were skeptical. They had held voice transmission conversations several times already and believed the most likely explanation to be that the 3 Devil Dao eccentrics were playing an elaborate ruse. They had deliberately drawn them away and allowed their juniors to seize the Heaven Void Cauldron. Thus, while the 3 felt great remorse, they also vigilantly watched the actions of the Devil Dao cultivators, completely unwilling to allow the Devil Dao cultivators to leave their sights. The Devil Dao cultivators naturally understood the intentions of Wan Tianming's party. However, they were also burning with impatience but could nothing. All they wanted to do was quickly find Han Li and the others so they could take the Heaven Void Cauldron. As the nascent soul cultivators were bitterly feuding in the inner halls, the core formation cultivators had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape with the treasure. If this news were to spread, they would become laughingstocks. Furthermore, how could they allow the Heaven Void Cauldron to fall into the hands of Han Li and the others? Manhuzi was also at a loss as the Bone Sage wasn't acting in accordance with their earlier agreement. Could it be that he truly had fled with the cauldron? Were it a common core formation cultivator, it'd be impossible for them to break through the restrictions of a third-floor secret room. However, if we're the renegade Ghost Dao cultivator, the Bone Sage, it would be possible. Although suspicions began to spring into his mind, Manhuzi didn't betray any of this in the slightest. But because he felt the need to muddy the waters to distance himself from this matter, he said with a cold tone, "Do you think it could be that the Star Palace elders still haven't left and had actually remained hidden nearby? When they saw us run out, they could have taken the chance to slay the 3 core formation cultivators and acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron." When they heard Manhuzi, they each looked at one another in dismay and then displayed pensive expressions. Chapter 499. Wolf Artifact Spirit. As Han Li continued to fly far away from Yuan Yao, he felt an impatient urge to take out the Heaven Void Cauldron and examine the contents. Shortly after giving in to this urge, Han Li felt like spitting blood. No matter what methods he used, the cauldron lid wouldn't open in the slightest. Regardless of whether he wildly poured magic power into the cauldron, or struck the cauldron with his magic treasure out of frustration, the only response would be a flicker of blue light. Han Li eventually managed to momentarily calm down and consider his situation. Apart from being able to shrink and enlarge the Heaven Void Cauldron at will, there wasn't anything he could do with it. Having determined this, Han Li vented his frustrations in the barren seas for a long while. The target of his groundless insults was naturally the Master of Heaven Void Hall. It was clear that the Master of Heaven Void Hall was a strange individual. It wasn't that a nascent soul cultivation was needed, but rather that a trick needed to be used to open the cauldron. It wasn't as simple as pouring spiritual power into the cauldron. Could it be that opening it had something to do with the celestial ice flames that had surrounded it? With his mind clouded by emotion, Han Li could only make some muddled guesses. But after some further thought, it seemed rather normal that the top-ranked secret treasure in the scattered star seas would require some sort of trick. After only a short moment, he was able to discover 2 of the ancient treasure's remarkable abilities. Its simplest ability was activated by pouring spiritual power into it, producing a red and yellow barrier around the user's body. He had personally witnessed its power inside Heaven Void Hall when he saw it block Layman Chingy's grasp without the slightest harm done to it. Its defensive capabilities were clearly immense. Its other ability required Han Li to silently mutter an ancient incantation to the scepter. After he immersed his spiritual sense into both ends of the scepter, he would be able to either separately summon 2 small wolves, with one red and the other yellow, or he could summon 1 large silver wolf. The small red wolf seemed to be created from pure fire attribute spiritual chi and was innately capable of many impressive fire spirit magic techniques. Similar to its counterpart, the small yellow wolf was created from pure earth attribute spiritual chi and was adept in earth spirit magic techniques. There were a few techniques that Han Li had previously learned, but he was quite surprised to find that the wolf didn't understand earth attribute movement techniques. As for the silver wolf, Han Li found it quite troublesome. He was incapable of controlling it. Although the silver wolf would respond to his orders, it would always move quite lazily. When he ordered the wolf to display what magic techniques it was capable of, the silver wolf brushed him off as if it hadn't heard him. Han Li was rendered speechless when he saw the human-like insolence in its eyes. Han Li was able to make out that the silver wolf was clearly the true form of the scepter's artifact spirit. As for the silver wolf's stubborn disobedience, Han Li could only guess that it was likely due to him having yet to completely refine the scepter. However, Han Li had clearly remembered the astonishment that the Bone Sage had revealed upon seeing it. He had even released his gold lightning bamboo arrow in the presence of Zenithine for it. There was undoubtedly more to the silver wolf artifact spirit than meets the eye. As a result, Han Li put away the jade scepter without the slightest discouragement, and decided to take a look at the other treasures he had gained in Heaven Void Hall. There were the many treasures that the old devils had given him: the white rhino emblem, the glacial ice pearl, the royal scale plate, and so on. On the way, Han Li had encountered a few cultivators, but they were only at the foundation establishment stage or lower. He was disinclined to pay them any notice and hurriedly shot past them. When they saw the speed of Han Li's streak of light, they naturally knew that he was a core formation expert and didn't dare to bother him. But as Han Li drew closer to Heavenly Star City, he began to encounter cultivators at greater frequency, even spotting groups that could be considered an army. After a month had gone by, Han Li finally encountered his first core formation cultivator. When this cultivator saw Han Li, he vigilantly avoided him and clearly didn't have any intention of talking with him. This was completely understandable. But when he saw two more core formation cultivators act in the same way, Han Li felt that something was amiss. Could it be that a significant event had occurred while he was in the Heaven Void Hall? When this thought emerged, Han Li grew worried as he hurried along his way. One day, when Han Li was slowly flying across the sea with a spirit stone in hand, he spotted a group of about 8 cultivators flying nearby. They were all at Foundation establishment and seemed to belong to some local power. Han Li wordlessly flew towards them as a streak of azure light. Han Li didn't conceal himself, allowing the group of cultivators to see him approach. They raised an uproar, but the old man in charge berated them, causing them to stay still. Although the old man in charge had fully whitened hair, he was quite intelligent. Without waiting for Han Li to draw close, he took the initiative to respectfully salute him and asked, "What can these juniors help Senior with?" His mannerisms didn't hold the slightest flaw. The azure light faded away before them to reveal Han Li. He indifferently swept his gaze past them and calmly asked, "What sect do you belong to and where are you headed?" The old man solemnly replied, "These juniors belong to the Three Immortals sect. We are under orders from the sect master to head to Heavenly Star City." Han Li frowned and grew silent for a moment before he slowly said, "Heading to Heavenly Star City? Along the way, I've discovered that there were many cultivators heading towards Heavenly Star City as well. However, they appeared quite nervous." The old man inwardly sighed, but he hastily laughed. "Ha! It seems Senior must have spent quite some time in a desolate area to not have heard of this. Not long ago, a great event occurred at Heavenly Star City. All the closest sects and powers have begun to send people to the city." Chapter 500. The Starfall Coalition. Han Li spoke with an indifferent expression. "What great event? I only left seclusion a few days ago. Tell me about it." The old man locked his fingers together and spoke carefully. "It is only natural for Junior to answer Senior's questions. However, may I ask for your name?" After he heard this, Han Li felt somewhat surprised. After he tilted his head and pondered for a moment, he mysteriously smiled and said, "It seems that you're being quite careful. I am the Exquisite Sound Sect's guest Elder Han. Have you heard of me before?" After he heard of Han Li's identity, he let out a long sigh of relief and smiled. "So it turns out to be Elder Han. You can't be considered an outsider then. Our own sect's Fairy Shuedi is close friends with sect master Fairy Violet Spirit." Han Li was surprised at his claim that they were on the same side and couldn't help but laugh. Han Li's laugh caused the old man to grow somewhat uneasy. "Did I say something wrong?" The old man thought apprehensively. Han Li's smile disappeared. "I don't involve myself in the matters of the sect, nor do I care if you are lying. All I want is for you to properly answer my question. I won't make things difficult for you. What major event occurred recently?" The old man pledged he was speaking the truth with smile. "How could I deceive you, Senior? All of my words are true." But when Han Li's gaze grew icy, he immediately started his explanation. There were rumors that had suddenly emerged recently in the scattered star seas that the Heavenly Star Sages were on the verge of breaking through to the great success stage of divine essence-fused light. The Star Palace took advantage of this opportunity to start eliminating certain disobedient or uncontrollable powers. This was originally believed to only be a rumor, but not longer after this rumor was spread, the Star Palace issued an official command to powers of all sizes to have their sect leaders and island lords immediately come to Heavenly Star City and pay audience to the Heavenly Star Sages. Otherwise, they will be branded as traitors and be eliminated. Han Li blinked before speaking with disbelief. "Have every power pay audience to the Heavenly Star Sages? Did I hear correctly? The Star Palace gave such an obviously insidious command?" The old man bitterly smiled. "That's right. The official command stunned many powers upon arrival. Were this at the peak of the Star Palace's power, there would be no problem with this order. But as of current, it would be surprising for the powers of the righteous and Devil Dao to obey." Han Li swept his gaze past the group and frowned, asking, "Then all of the cultivators I saw on the way were heading towards Heavenly Star City to pay audience to the Heavenly Star Sages?" "That's hard to say." The old man appeared hesitant. A strange expression appeared on Han Li's face. He curiously asked, Hard to say? What does that mean? The old man continued with a helpless expression. Senior, there are some things I still haven't said. Soon after the Heavenly Star Palace issued the command, the righteous and devilish Tao suddenly formed the Starfall Coalition, in proclamation of smashing apart the Star Palace's hegemony in the scattered star seas and ending their reign. The righteous Tao has dispatched their enforcement elder Wan Sangu, and the devil Tao dispatched their towering hero, the arch-saint of the Six Paths, as the two leaders of Starfall Coalition. After the alliance was established, many sects belonging to the righteous and devilish Tao began joining under their banner. Unaffiliated powers have also joined them, and several tens of rogue nascent soul paragons have been appointed as elders in the alliance. In addition, the Starfall Coalition copied the Star Palace and made their own proclamation with what is known as the Starfall Coalition's Ghost Crest, proclaiming that any power to respond to the Star Palace will be branded as their enemy without exception. In addition, they claim that they will soon be launching an attack on Heavenly Star City and welcome all powers to witness the battle, and make their allegiances clear. Having heard this, Han Li's expression remained completely indifferent, but his mind was left in a daze. This was beyond imagination. Such a massive event had occurred in the short time he had been stuck in Heaven Void Hall. For some time Han Li was at a loss, but his mind suddenly stirred and he calmly gazed at the old man asking, "What is the Starfall Coalition's Ghost Crest? Do you have it on hand?" The old man was stunned for a moment before enthusiastically replying, "It is in my sect master's possession, but if Senior desires, I have a record of it on a jade slip that I can show him." "Yes. Let's see it." Han Li nodded with an indifferent expression. The old man immediately searched his storage pouch for a yellow jade slip and hastily handed it over to Han Li. Han Li bluntly took it and quickly immersed his spiritual sense into it. A second later he felt shocked. The crest appeared to be the same as the ghost head that the Six United Palaces elders showed Wu Chou long ago. Although there were slight differences in appearance, it held a near-exact resemblance. It seemed that the righteous and devil Tao had long colluded in secret, infiltrating other powers for many years with meticulous care. Han Li was amazed and expressionlessly returned the jade slip to the old man. Han Li casually said, "Since that is the case, you must be drawing close to Heavenly Star City so that you may observe the results of the battle and come to a decision afterwards." The old man revealed a trace of embarrassment. "That's right, Senior. Under the command of our sect master, we are to head over and examine the situation. After all, our Three Immortals sect isn't a large organization, and can only choose to be pragmatic. However, in this short amount of time, Starfall Coalition has already launched an attack on the Outer Star Islands and has successfully taken them over. There were even islands that defected to the Starfall Coalition. It seemed that the Inner Star Islands will soon be attacked as well. There are also a few scoundrels that have taken advantage of the situation to stir up havoc. Many rogue cultivators have ended up dead in the wilderness and no small number of small sects have ended up thoroughly exterminated." The old man's worrying words explained why so many cultivators had been so cautious as they traveled. Han Li was very satisfied with the old man's answer and calmly said, "So it was like that. All right, since you have answered my questions you may leave." Then us juniors will hastily set off. The old man rejoiced at Han Li's words and respectfully said his farewells before hastily leading the group away. Although he saw that Han Li wasn't an evil and vicious character, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive in the presence of an unfamiliar core formation cultivator. Han Li stood motionlessly in place as he muttered to himself. A huge war has erupted between the Star Palace and the alliance of the righteous and devilish Tao. On the bright side, this war would certainly take up the nascent soul eccentric's attention. As they were aligned to either side, it would be impossible for them to avoid participating in the war. As such, he would be far safer as they wouldn't be able to dedicate their time to tracking him or the Heaven Void Cauldron down. Conversely, the war would make it rather troublesome for him to return to Heavenly Star City. At the very least, the cultivators entering the city would be thoroughly inspected, especially a core formation cultivator such as himself. Furthermore, if a battle were to erupt in the city before he returned, he would be unable to enter. The Star Palace would likely bar any cultivators from entering during that time. With that thought, he let out a sigh. In the following few days he intercepted several more low-level cultivators and asked them the same questions, only to receive similar answers. As a result, Han Li was now floating above the sea, blankly staring off into the distance with a face of hesitation. He raised his head to look at the blue sky and flipped his hand, causing a small azure bottle to appear. Han Li helplessly looked at the small bottle. Using the myriad year spirit milk so soon seemed like an immense waste, but if he didn't hurry, the Starfall Coalition would launch an attack. His plans of entering Heavenly Star City and escaping to the outer star seas through their transportation formations would then become null. After a long while of contemplation, Han Li eventually opened the bottle with gritted teeth and carefully poured several drops of thick, transparent liquid into his mouth. Afterwards, he placed the bottle away and put on his blood-red cloak before suddenly shooting through the sky and disappearing from sight. Half a month later, when Han Li had nearly exhausted his magic power, he took another few drops of spirit milk and continued to hurry on his way through the use of the blood-red cape. As a result, Han Li was able to travel at a speed similar to that of common nascent soul cultivators, and greatly reduced his travel time. Along the way, the few core formation cultivators that he came across had mistaken Han Li to be a nascent soul expert and steered clear of his path. As expected, there weren't any cultivators that dared to even think of bothering a nascent soul expert. Chapter 501. South Clear Island. inspiring awe in all those who witnessed his passage, Han Li eventually arrived in the nearby seas of the Heavenly Star City. As he was only a few days away, Han Li put away his blood-red cloak and resumed traveling as an ordinary streak of light. Currently, the scattered star seas were in disarray and it was possible that a nascent soul cultivator would be nearby. As Han Li didn't wish to capture the attention of such a powerful individual, he moved in a more inconspicuous manner. Fortunately, he hadn't heard any news of the Starfall Coalition appearing nearby. Much to his relief, it seemed he had managed to arrive in time. He had arrived at the outskirts of the last intermediary island before Heavenly Star City. Although it wasn't large, it held many cultivators from the Star Palace. It seemed they were the forward sentries for Heavenly Star City. In the past, the island would have boats of all sizes flowing in and out of its harbor with cultivators and mortals leaving and arriving at the island en masse. But now, when Han Li swept his gaze past the island, he only spotted a few small boats. As for cultivators, he would only occasionally come across them. It seemed both the mortals and cultivators knew that a war was imminent and meekly avoided the area for the time being. The only cultivators that dared to come to the island were mostly from factions wishing to scour through the rumors. Having traveled for such a long period, Han Li felt somewhat fatigued and decided to stop over at the island for the time being. Not only to rest, but to visit the island's market in preparation for his long excursion in the outer star seas. After all, he didn't know how things currently were in Heavenly Star City. As such, it would be best for him to make his preparations here and avoid any mishaps from catching him unprepared. When Han Li descended within range of the island, he was able to sense that South Clear Island was on far greater alert than during his previous visits. Just as he entered the scope of the island's spell formation, he was able to feel the spiritual sense of 3 core formation cultivators sweep past him. They had even lingered on him for quite some time until they had deemed him unsuspicious. It was clear that the Star Palace was guarding itself against any sudden attacks by the Starfall Coalition. At that moment, Han Li was calmly heading towards the island's market. South Clear Island's market was in a small city not far from the island's port, likely for the convenience of any merchants or cultivators that visited. Although the market wasn't nearly as famous or as large as those on other islands, its variety of goods was unrivaled by any other market. More importantly, its prices were cheaper than in Heavenly Star City. This was because a majority of Heavenly Star City's goods were directly shipped over from this island. Han Li didn't have any time to dawdle. Just as he entered the market, he took out the Bone Sage's 9-curl ginseng pill formula and read through it. Now knowing the required ingredients by heart, he bluntly began to search through ingredient stores of all sizes. Inside a large room, an ordinary middle-aged cultivator said with a careful tone, "Senior, I am truly sorry. Junior has opened a materials shop for so many years, yet he had never heard of 1,000 Leaves Due before. As for agate horn, it is the horn that is grown off of the rare agate beast. Few cultivators ever get to see it. I fear Senior will have to go look through other stores or auction halls to see if they have it. This is the largest materials shop on the island. If you don't have it, then the other shops won't either. As for the auction halls, I currently do not have the time for them." Han Li frowned and sat down in the chair across from the middle-aged cultivator. He softly tapped his finger against the side of the chair in annoyance. Due to their exceedingly powerful innate skills, they would have a tremendous advantage over nascent soul cultivators of the same rank. Several hours later, Han Li managed to gather everything together and left the market city in the direction of the port. At that moment, the sky suddenly filled with black clouds, turning the sky into the image of a cloudy night. A short moment later, a relentless barrage of light shot towards the island from the horizon, leaving roars of thunder in its wake. Han Li's expression suddenly changed and he hastily strained his magic power, tearing through the sky in an azure streak. From the pressure being emitted, it seemed that the barrage came from the simultaneous attack of at least 1,000 cultivators. In the following moment, a large formation activated and covered the entire island in a barrier of scarlet light, managing to rigidly block the attack. At the same moment, there were many white-clothed cultivators that struck back at the attackers in the sky with their own magic tools. Han Li bitterly laughed. The Starfall Coalition had moved remarkably quick. They even managed to bring the battle so close to Heavenly Star Island in only a few months. Heavenly Star City would surely receive news of this sudden battle through specialized means. Now, his current plans of rushing towards Heavenly Star City had been completely ruined. Extremely vexed, Han Li's expression fluctuated for a long while before he suddenly stamped his foot on the ground. Then with a series of distortions, his body disappeared from sight. Although he was disinclined to involve himself in the battle, he still stealthily released his spiritual sense. If he had guessed correctly, the harbor and its surroundings should be quite active. As expected, many streaks of light soon shot towards South Clear Island's harbor from inside the island. But as they grew closer, they all disappeared from sight, quietly laying low as they observed the battle unfolding above. A majority of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators, numbering over 100, with only about 30 Chi condensation cultivators mixed among them. As for core formation cultivators like Han Li, there were only 5 or 6, with the highest ranked cultivator being at the mid-core formation stage. Although this person was silently watching from the cover of the hills, Han Li's spiritual sense was vastly superior to his, allowing Han Li to observe him without being noticed. While Han Li's spiritual sense wasn't as powerful as a nascent soul cultivator's, by cultivating the Great Development Technique, it wasn't that much weaker either. Since he could even conceal himself from a nearby early nascent soul cultivator, it was only natural for him to be able to do this much. To the best of his knowledge, a majority of nascent soul cultivators lingered at early nascent soul stage without any hope of advancement. And much to his relief, he couldn't sense such a monster nearby. However, since the Starfall Coalition dared to attack South Clear Island, there should be at least one nascent soul cultivator in the main host. As such, Han Li could only conceal himself and meekly wait for the conclusion of the battle before stealthily slipping away. Chapter 502. Questioning the battle at the harbor didn't continue for long. As the red barrier released glimmers of light from the impact by the multicolored barrage, an immense gray radiance brimming with evil chi suddenly struck it. With the assistance of the dense bombardment of magic tools and techniques, the great formation eventually began to waver. With a series of booms, the red barrier violently flickered and eventually ruptured with a sharp explosion. Unknown whether it was due to the formation spell's might or the Star Palace's own doing, the fragments of the red light barrier slowly spread through the sky in a final burst of radiance, sowing chaos throughout the ranks of the Star Defiance Coalition. As if having planned for this, the Star Palace cultivators took advantage of the opportunity to escape. Among the escaping cultivators, there were those that shot out of the harbor at exceptional speed. They seemed to be the high-grade cultivators that had remained on the island. At nearly the same time, over 10 streaks of similarly powerful light shot after them in close pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the streaks of light had disappeared without a trace. It seems the upper echelon of the Star Defiance Coalition wanted to get rid of all of the Star Palace cultivators on South Clear Island in one clean swoop, without allowing even a single to escape. At that moment, the many cultivators of the Star Defiance Coalition began to slowly descend from the sky. From their clothes, it was clear to see that the group consisted of people from 2 different sections. One of the uniform consisted of silver robes lined with gold while the other was completely green robes. It appeared that both the righteous and devilish Tao were acting together. Han Li felt quite surprised at how quickly the battle had concluded, but he soon made sense of it. There was a vast difference in power between the defenders and attackers. While the Star Palace had done their utmost, their will alone couldn't compensate for the sheer lack of numbers. As Han Li was wondering whether or not he should take advantage of the disorder to escape from the island, an old man flew out from the group of green-robed cultivators. When Han Li swept his spiritual sense past him, he perceived the old man to be an early core formation cultivator. The man calmly flew above the spectators by the harbor and swept his gaze over them. He then said with a deep voice, "Listen well, fellow Taoists. Under the orders of Elder Wang of the Star Defiance Coalition, I, Enforcer Tsang Yunlong, announced that the Star Palace has been routed from the island. In order to prevent any misunderstandings, I hope none of you will hastily attempt to leave the island. For the next 4 hours, we will be pursuing the remnants of the Star Palace forces. Everyone may leave after that. I ask that everyone please remain calm. Our alliance only holds malice towards the Star Palace and their allies. We won't act against any other fellow Taoists. Although his voice wasn't very loud, it was clear and resounding, allowing all of the nearby cultivators to hear him clearly. The cultivators that were concealed nearby couldn't help but look at each other. Since no one took the initiative to spread or to stir up any trouble, the following moments were filled with complete silence. When Han Li heard this proclamation, he felt relieved. It seemed that in order to win over the hearts of others, they were unwilling to treat neutral cultivators unfairly. If he was going to be somewhat late, then so be it. Even if he were to leave now, it was still uncertain whether or not he would be able to sneak into the city. Just as Han Li thought this, the green-robed old man wordlessly flew back. When Han Li saw the old man disappear, he didn't immediately take action. Perhaps due to the old man's words or their missions, the other cultivators also didn't depart from the port. Instead, they closely watched the actions of the Starfall Coalition. At that moment, the silver-robed cultivators were dismantling the formation in an orderly fashion and started to place down their own formation spell. As for the green-robed cultivators, half of them stayed near the harbor on guard while the others flew right past Han Li towards the center of the island. It appeared that South Clear Island was about to become the beachhead through which the coalition would launch their attacks on Heavenly Star City. Seeing these cultivators silently carrying out their orders with such discipline was quite a shock to Han Li. It seemed the righteous and Devil Dao had long planned for their rise to supremacy in the scattered star seas. After all, training such disciplined cultivators wasn't a matter of only a mere several tens of years. However, Han Li felt quite baffled that the Star Palace would choose to passively wait for the Starfall Coalition to attack. Were they so weak that they couldn't counterattack, or was the Star Palace merely stalling for time so the Heavenly Star Sages could have a chance to leave seclusion? Han Li felt quite puzzled by this, but after some more thought, he broke out into laughter. Regardless of what plans and hidden intrigue the Star Palace and the Starfall Coalition may have in store, they had absolutely nothing to do with a rogue cultivator such as himself. So long as he went out of his way to be careful, there shouldn't be any way for him to become wrapped up in their schemes. With that thought, Han Li regained his calm once more. After patiently waiting for 4 hours, the green-robed old man and 3 more core formation cultivators returned to the harbor. As the old man floated in midair, he said with a clear voice, "Fellow Taoists, if you wish to leave the island, you merely have to either display a token of your identity or show us your cultivation art. If you do not wish to leave, then you may continue to stay here. So long as you possess no enmity with the Starfall Coalition, you will be treated fairly." After these words were said, there was a moment of uproar before silence returned. Although the words sounded polite, no one wished to reveal themselves. Righteous Dao cultivators were particularly disinclined to reveal themselves to these Devil Dao cultivators as their previous relations weren't particularly great. If they had made a previous indiscretion and caused offense, they would be damning themselves by moving forward. Although the possibility was quite small, they didn't wish to test the waters themselves and would rather have others brave the risk instead. Han Li also remained still as he wasn't about to make himself stand out either. As the opposition was only core formation cultivators, he could remain concealed with ease as their spiritual sense was incapable of detecting him. After a long moment of silence, when the green-robed man started to appear gloomy, a white streak of light eventually flew towards him. A young man obediently flew before the old man and respectfully saluted him. "Junior is the Sky Opening Sect's disciple XN Ming. I've seen Senior before. This is my token of identification, a white water sword." He then took out a sparkling white sword and handed it over to him. After the old man examined the sword, his face relaxed and he handed it back to the young man. "Oh, the Sky Opening Sect. I've indeed met esteemed Sect Master Taoist Lu before. This magic tool is held by all Sky Opening Sect disciples. You may go." The young man then smiled and respectfully bid his farewells before flying out of the harbor. Not a single cultivator from the Starfall Coalition blocked his way. Seeing that the young man had managed to leave the island without any difficulties, others began to fly towards the old man and reveal themselves. The old man seemed rich with experience. Regardless of what token or cultivation art they revealed, the old man was able to identify it at a glance, much to the surprise of Han Li. When Han Li saw a core formation such as himself be allowed to leave, he began to feel impatient. He then revealed himself and flew towards the sky as a streak of azure light. Who might fellow Taoist be? When the old man saw that Han Li was a core formation cultivator, his tone became slightly more tactful. I am the guest elder of the Exquisite Sound sect. This is my sect token. Please have a look. On the day that Fairy Violet Spirit had deemed him an elder, she had given him a badge. Han Li took it out and handed it over to the old man without hesitation. The old man carefully examined the token and stared at Han Li as he said, Exquisite Sound Sect? The guest elders of your sect should be named Han Li and Crooked Soul, both of whom are often in secluded cultivation and rarely seen. Which one of them are you? Han Li's heart trembled, but he wore a calm smile instead. My name is Han Li. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist would know the name of a fameless vagrant cultivator such as myself. Impressive. The old man chuckled and spoke with an unexpectedly polite tone. It was nothing. Your esteemed sect is famous throughout the scattered star seas, especially your sect's Fairy Violet Spirit. Our clan's young master has long wished to see her exceptional beauty. I hope fellow Taoist can pass those words along. Shock momentarily appeared on his face before he hesitantly asked, Young master? Who might you be speaking of? My sect's young master is the sole descendant of the great ancestor. Although few know of his name right now, it will later reverberate throughout the scattered star seas. Han Li was inwardly flabbergasted, but he agreed, all right. If I come across the sect leader, I will be sure to pass those words on. The old man appeared quite satisfied with Han Li's response. After fumbling with the token for a moment more, he gave the token back to Han Li and said, Good. As there is nothing wrong with your token, you may go. After Han Li saluted him, he unhurriedly flew off. The old man revealed a strange expression as he watched Han Li fly off towards the horizon. A new EU cookie law requires us to have this show up. Please review Wuxia World's Terms of Service and Privacy Policy, then click I agree to indicate acceptance. Learn more. I agree. Skip to content. Home completed 7 killers. Acquiring talent in a dungeon. Halted. Breaker Shield of Light. Coiling Dragon. Emperor of Solo Playdragon King with 7 stars. God of Crime Heroes Shed No Tears. Horizon Bright Moon Saber. I shall seal the heavens. I'm sorry for being born in this world. And overthrowing fate. Praise the Orc. Soul Stations Necromancer Stellar Transformations. Warlock of the Magus World. Chinesia Mortal's Journey to Immortality Will Eternal. Against the Gods. Ancient Strengthening Technique Battle Through the Heavens. Charm of Soul Pets. City of Sin. Demon Hunter. Desolate Era. Emperor's Domination. Gate of Revelation. Heavenly Jewel Change. Imperial God Emperor. Invincible. Legend of the Dragon King. Lord of All Realms. Martial God Azura. Martial World. Monarch of Evernight. Perfect World. Rebirth of the Thief Renegade Immortal. Skyfire Avenue. Sovereign of the Three Realms. Spirit Realm. Spirit Vessel. Tales of Demons and Gods. Talisman Emperor. Terror Infinity. The Gods Fall Chronicles. The Grandmaster Strategist. The Great Ruler. Transcending Vision. Unrivaled Tang Sect. Upgrade Specialist in Another World Wudong Chen Kuan. Coriandragon Maken Wary Reincarnated for Nothing Jinfinite Competitive Dungeon Society Overjudert Stormed Book Eating Magician Originals Blue Phoenix Legends of Ogre Geteeth Divine Elements Resource About Us Contact Us General Fact Basic Dao Primer Death Blades Learning Chinese Fic General Glossary of Terms Chinese Idiom Glossary Wuxiangxia Terms of Address Cores. In Chinese Cultivation Novels Just Biographyergen Biographiat Biographa Posting Schedule Terms of Service Translator Thoughts. Isophoreum SWIA Search. Enable Night Mode Disable Night Mode Advertisement Ernjai Chapter 503 Chapter 503. Another clash. The burly man amongst the core formation cultivators saw the old man's face and asked with surprise, What is it? Was there something amiss? Was his identity false? The old man twirled his beard with his finger before revealing a green jade slip in his palm. There is nothing wrong with his identity. We've long acquired the portraits of the 2 elders from our agents in the Exquisite Sound sect. His appearance is an exact match for what we were given. There is no doubt that he is Elder Han. Even if he was a pretender using some sort of secret disguise technique, he won't be able to escape Elder Wang's discerning eye when he leaves the harbor. The burly man snorted with dissatisfaction. Since there is no problem, why did you wear that expression? After muttering to himself for a second, the old man said, the exquisite sound sex Elder Han is no simple character. I fear that even if we were to both take him on, we would not be victorious. The burly man was stunned before shaking his head as if he were beating a drum with it. He doubtfully said, what does that mean? Isn't he an early core formation cultivator just like us? Moreover, he is a vagrant cultivator. How could he compare to the two of us who have received the frequent teachings of our divine ancestor? The old man wasn't annoyed by his words in the slightest and calmly gave him an explanation. Enforcer Lu should know that although our seven fiends arts can't be considered a top-grade cultivation technique, we are extremely sensitive to the amount of baleful chi one possesses. The baleful chi that he possesses is the heaviest I've ever seen from a core formation cultivator. No small number of cultivators has died by his hand. The burly man objected, that's nothing. So what if he killed a few low-grade cultivators? I could do that too. It's not the same. Although you can accumulate a bit of weak baleful chi from that, it would last for but a short moment and would easily disappear. As for this person, not only is his baleful chi exceedingly dense, but it is also extremely cold. This is something that can only be developed by killing a great number of cultivators of similar rank or higher. Unless he uses a few specific secret techniques to rid himself of the baleful chi, it will forever haunt his body. After a cold glint flickered from his eyes, he imposingly continued, furthermore, he seems to have comprehended a few miraculous sword chi techniques, causing the span of his baleful chi to be exceptionally large. It is truly astonishing. If an ordinary cultivator were to fight him, not only would their bewitchment and illusionary techniques be weakened, but if his baleful chi were to be fully cultivated, his opponents could temporarily lose their will to fight if they do not protect against it. If he were to cultivate our seven fiend arts, he would make rapid advancements. Of course, the old man didn't know that Han Li had sparsely killed core formation cultivators, but instead killed several hundreds of their equivalent, grade 5 demon beasts. The reason for his heavy baleful chi was completely different from what he had imagined. The burly man blankly stared for a moment before puzzlingly asking, Enforcer Tsang, could it be that you wish to take him as a disciple? Regardless of his baleful chi, he won't become your disciple. Don't forget that he is a core formation cultivator as well. The old man calmly said, take him in as a disciple? Of course not. I was merely interested in the method he used to accumulate such strong baleful chi. He must have a secret. Having heard that, the burly man lost interest. He reckoned that in the entire scattered star seas, any cultivation arts that draw on support from the baleful chi to progress all belonged to renegade sections. As his own cultivation art was not one of them, he felt disinterested. But the burly man soon thought of something and asked with a puzzled expression, you said that the young master was interested in the exquisite sound sex fairy violet spirit. Why haven't I heard of this before? Could he have told you in private? The young master need not tell me anything. You should know the cultivation art that the young master cultivates. With the widespread fame of fairy violet spirit's beauty, if we are able to present the woman to our young master, there will be many rewards. The young master has just reached late core formation stage. With the sacred ancestors' pointers and protection, I reckon that he will become a nascent soul cultivator in less than 100 years. The burly man was rendered speechless for a moment before he excitedly nodded his head. The burly man then rubbed his hands with a sinister smile and said, then when should we act? It appears that the young master is about to leave seclusion. The old man calmly said, there is no need to rush. It would be best to do this after the next great battle. After all, it would be better to act after we have displayed the might of our Starfall coalition. If they are unwilling to yield when the time comes, we'll be able to seize her under the pretext of that she possesses secret ties to the Star Palace. As she established her sect in Heavenly Star City, she will have to obediently comply. The burly man rejoiced and laughed, good. Since they only have 2 early core formation elders, they won't dare to stop our scheme. Fellow Taoist Song is truly clever. The old man smiled upon hearing him. At the same time he contentedly thought, like this, I will be able to pressure the exquisite sound sex Elder Han into obediently handing over his secret for accumulating baleful chi. 2 birds with 1 stone. With that thought, the old man narrowed his eyes and wore a strange expression. Han Li had now reached the end of the harbor. After taking a few glances at the bustling Starfall Coalition cultivators on the island, he decided to speed up. But at that moment, a formidable spiritual sense suddenly enveloped him without restraint. Han Li was startled, but he soon stopped and remained floating in the sky. This was something that he had earlier anticipated. How could the Starfall Coalition allow core formation cultivators to be released on something as simple as a token? Han Li reckoned that the owner of the spiritual sense was their leader, a nascent soul eccentric, using his spiritual sense to examine him. It seemed this was a measure to prevent core formation cultivators from using secret techniques to alter their appearance and escape the island with a false identity. Han Li's expression was completely calm and didn't reveal the slightest panic. He hadn't even bothered to consider using a false identity from the very beginning. This was because these techniques could be seen through by those with formidable spiritual sense, unless one used a legendary technique from antiquity or an extremely precious magic treasure. Had he superficially changed his appearance and used a false identity, he would appear quite suspicious were he to be caught, causing a huge backlash. Instead, he would rather take advantage of his status as an elder of the Exquisite Sound sect and take the risk of leaving a trail behind for Zenith Een and the others. By the time the eccentrics tracked him down, he would already be in the outer star seas, and be completely untouchable. With that in mind, Han Li calmly allowed the nascent soul cultivator to examine him with his spiritual sense. As expected, the spiritual sense soon disappeared without leaving a mark on his body. Han Li let out a long sigh and calmly flew towards the sea. Not long after Han Li left the island, he began to fly at his top speed. As the blood-red cloak would attract too much attention near the conflict, he could only fly through normal means. Half a day later, Han Li was wondering how he should enter the city while he flew when he came to a sudden stop. He frowned and examined his surroundings with a puzzled gaze. His expression suddenly stiffened as he gazed into the distance. He enveloped his body in a layer of faint azure light and motionlessly floated in place. After a short moment, a blue and a red streak of light flew towards him with the speed of lightning. The lights arrived in front of Han Li in an instant, fading away to reveal two middle-aged cultivators wearing silver robes with gold lining. Starfall Coalition cultivators. Both of the men were early core formation cultivators. One of them appeared scholarly, possessing a pale face and no beard. The other was a rather robust man with tan skin. Since they had both appeared, they just coldly stared at Han Li without a word. Their spiritual senses were obviously locked onto Han Li as if they were about to take action. Han Li's expression stirred for a moment. He then asked them with a deep voice, "What business do you two have? I am in a hurry. If you have nothing to say, then I will take my leave." "Wrong. You will be coming with us." The robust man icily spoke with a commanding tone. Han Li scowled and his eyes coldly glinted. "Have I offended you too? Or has the Starfall Coalition taken to tyrannically arresting people as they please? Fellow Taoist, please do not be angry. We are under orders to pursue and eliminate any Star Palace remnants. We managed to wound a Star Palace cultivator just recently, but he managed to escape in this direction using a strange technique. It just so happened we found you while in pursuit of him. According to our knowledge, the Star Palace cultivators possesses face-changing techniques. As we are unable to tell if your appearance is genuine, we must ask you to accompany us until we find the cultivator that escaped." The scholarly middle-aged man spoke quite politely, but he obviously had no intention of letting Han Li go. Chapter 504. The Might of Ancient Treasures. Han Li grew silent in response to the scholarly man's words, and his expression continuously shifted as he considered his options. The two righteous Tao cultivators tacitly glanced at each other before vigilantly watching Han Li. Han Li smiled and serenely said, "All right, since I have no immediate affairs, I will accompany you too." The two men's expressions immediately relaxed. A trace of satisfaction appeared on the scholarly man's face as he opened his mouth to say something. At that moment Han Li struck. His right hand suddenly emerged from his sleeve, silently shooting 6 streaks of azure light towards the large man. At the same time he waved his left hand, summoning a chain of 5 colored copper bands in his palm. It started to release a muffled hum. "You dare to attack?" The scholarly man quickly reacted. Upon seeing Han Li attack, he immediately spat out a square magic treasure several inches wide. It was flat and pitch black, appearing to be an inkstone of sorts. The robust man quickly moved as well and released a white jade stamp that glowed with white light. The magic treasure immediately increased several times in size as it met the 6 streaks of azure light. At that moment, the scholarly man saw the copper bands in Han Li's hand and shouted out a warning, "Be careful of the copper bands." The large man was unable to utter a response. The 6 streaks of azure light had released a clear ring before splitting into 12 identical sword lights. 6 of the 12 lights then suddenly merged into a huge sword and fiercely cut down upon the white jade stamp. The other 6 streaks of sword light then changed direction and swiftly arced off to the side. The large man was greatly alarmed. Without the time to think, he hastily formed an incantation gesture. Bursts of blue light with vivid talisman characters contained within them flourished around him. The flourishes of blue light wildly expanded and formed a barrier of blue light around the large man. The large man intended to directly receive the attack of Han Li's bamboo cloud's warm swords. Of course, the scholarly man didn't stay still as all of this happened. After he had initially shouted, he hastily pointed to the inkstone floating in front of him. It quickly swiveled and released a black fog. In a second, the fog had already reached the span of 10 meters, flooding the nearby surroundings with the smell of ink. Then without hesitation, the scholarly man cast an incantation seal, causing the black fog to rapidly condense into a flock of 30 pitch-black birds that were each about half a foot long. Then with a monstrous cry, they shot towards Han Li with a flicker of red light. Han Li turned a blind eye to the attack, and had his copper band sway several times before disappearing with a shimmer. He then summoned his ancient flower basket with a flip of his hand. Seeing that Han Li was completely unconcerned with his attack, the scholarly man rejoiced rather than becoming angry. His bewildering inkstone was created from ancient refinement methods. It was only through sheer luck and tremendous effort that he had been able to successfully create it. He had nearly used up half of his life to save up for it, but he had no regrets. Ever since he acquired the bewildering inkstone, he had rarely met a cultivator of the same grade that could pose a threat to him. Even mid-core formation cultivators found it troublesome. So long as the target's cultivation wasn't vastly superior to his own, they would be immediately trapped in an inescapable illusion after becoming enveloped by the ink fog. The scholarly man couldn't help but sneer as the birds shot towards Han Li. He clutched his hands in an incantation seal, intending to order his birds to rupture. But at that same moment he suddenly heard a low hum next to his ear. His limbs and neck were suddenly clasped in copper bands. When they tightened, both his movements and his magic power were completely restrained. At that moment the scholarly man felt full of terror. He had been on alert for the copper bands that had disappeared, but there wasn't the slightest warning before they had clasped themselves onto his body. This situation was far beyond his wildest expectation. In that moment, the scholarly man was flusteredly thinking of any method to escape. On the other side of the battle, azure light and white chi interweaved amongst each other as the huge azure sword and the large stamp block collided with a boom. The brilliant white chi was able to easily overwhelm the azure light, causing the huge sword to only last for mere moments before collapsing. At that same instant, the other 6 streaks of azure light had already arrived at the strange barrier of talisman characters. Muffled bangs sounded out as the 6 streaks of azure light collided against the blue barrier. Although the blue barrier flickered upon impact, it was still able to endure. Han Li felt slightly surprised by this. It seemed that without the divine Devilbane lightning, his bamboo cloud's warm swords were somewhat lacking in strength due to how little time he had spent tempering them. But before he could think any further, the black birds arrived before him. Although they didn't have the support of the scholarly man's magic power, the inkstone magic treasure was still linked to his spiritual sense. Their attack hadn't relented in the slightest. Han Li coldly snorted and the flower basket bloomed with light. The light wildly expanded and enveloped all of the birds without exception. The scholarly man paled and shouted with disbelief, "Impossible! How can you have so many ancient treasures? It would already be extremely lucky for an ordinary cultivator to possess one ancient treasure. After all, most ancient treasures fell into the hands of nascent soul cultivators whenever they emerged, rendering it extremely difficult for a core formation cultivator to even lay their hands on one." However, Han Li didn't have the slightest interest in replying. He tossed away the flower basket. The flower basket then collided against the large stamp block and enveloped it with its light. Although the stamp wildly struggled to escape, it was to little success. Afterwards, Han Li then flicked his fingers, ruthlessly shooting 10 streaks of azure sword chi towards the restrained scholarly man. "No!" The scholarly man could only shout in terror before his body swayed from the impact of the sword chi. With his body torn to shreds, his life quickly faded away. As the 5-element bands had sealed his true essence and cultivation, his doom was all but assured. Then with a gesture, the 5-element bands disappeared with a shimmer before reappearing into Han Li's hand. Han Li's gaze coldly turned to the side. Chapter 505. Ling Yuling. Han Li felt somewhat astonished upon hearing the person's voice. The sea beneath him rippled and flashed with white light before revealing a cultivator slowly flying out from the sea. The new arrival wore the white attire of the Star Palace, possessed long black hair, and had an emerald green headband embedded with jade. Upon being able to clearly see the person's appearance, Han Li revealed slight amazement. The person had flawless white skin, thick dark eyebrows, delicate red lips, pointed eyes, and a thin nose. The Star Palace cultivator was undoubtedly beautiful, but what shocked Han Li was that he couldn't tell whether the person was a man or a woman. If this person was a woman, one might say that her mouth formed a natural smile and that her every movement carried a trace of confidence and ease. If one were to say the person was a man, then one might say that his beautiful appearance held an unconcealable charm, one that proved fatally attractive towards other men. Although I do not know your esteemed name, I am grateful for your rescue. I am the Star Palace's external affairs enforcer, Ling Yuling. While the person's voice was pleasant, it was neutral in pitch. This caused Han Li to frown and feel apprehension. This person reminded him of the Harmonious Bond sect's young master Tian, one from the Heavenly South region's Devil Dao. But after some more thought, he felt that they were completely different. While young master Tian may have been extremely gorgeous, his mannerisms and voice were clearly that of a man. TL note: since there are no gender-neutral singular pronouns in English, Ling Yuling will be addressed as he, despite having an indeterminate gender. As for this Ling Yuling fellow, although his actions were that of a man's, he held an indescribably effeminate aura. Moreover, with the deep magnetism in his voice, it was even more difficult to differentiate him as a man or woman. I am Han Li. My previous actions took but a slight effort. Had they not forced my hand, I wouldn't have attacked them. Although he still felt shocked, he didn't reveal any hint of it on his face. Regardless, I am still very grateful towards you. Ling Yuling smiled sweetly, casually producing a flirtatious charm. Han Li felt his heart coldly tremble. As he still didn't know whether or not he was a man or a woman, he could only turn a blind eye toward Ling Yuling's beauty. Ling Yuling retrieved his smile with eyes flickering in thought. He then solemnly said, "Is the reason why fellow Taoist is in a hurry because he wishes to go to Heavenly Star City? The city should have already been locked down and it would be quite difficult to enter. If fellow Taoist is willing, I would be happy to take you into the city as compensation for your rescue." When Ling Yuling said this, Han Li felt somewhat surprised. But after some thought, he realized that he had already displayed his lack of association with the Starfall Coalition when he killed 2 of their cultivators. As such, Ling Yuling took the initiative to make him an offer he couldn't refuse. Han Li slowly replied with a bright expression. My cave residence was set up in Heavenly Star City, and I was in a hurry to return because of it. I must thank fellow Taoist Ling for the trouble. Else, I may have been unable to enter the city. Ling Yuling beamingly smiled in response with bright, seductive eyes. You're too kind. Since fellow Taoist was able to slay those 2 without hesitation, you naturally won't need any identification to enter the city. Our Star Palace welcomes you. However, those 2 weren't the only cultivators in pursuit of me, nor were they the strongest. We had best hurry on our way. Han Li remained silent and nodded in response. The 2 then flew off towards Heaven Star City as streaks of light. Along the way, Han Li curiously examined the other cultivator. As Ling Yuling's white clothes were slightly loose, Han Li wasn't able to make out any female or male characteristics from the outside. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Ling Yuling didn't have a protrusion from his throat too. However, this wasn't enough to definitely prove that he was a woman. To the best of his knowledge, there were a few peculiar cultivation arts that reversed one's yin and yang, altering portions of one's gender characteristics. This person wouldn't be cultivating such a technique, right? Han Li strangely thought. Having noticed Han Li's gaze, the beautiful person charmingly smiled towards Han Li, causing him to turn his head away in embarrassment. Fellow Taoist possesses 2 ancient treasures, and seems to be favored by the heavens. Although I've had the fortune to see many magic treasures, I've never seen one with abilities such as your copper bands. I wonder what are their origins. As Ling Yuling flew in a streak of light, he casually mentioned Han Li's ancient treasures for some reason. Han Li replied vaguely, "It's nothing. I have merely had more opportunities than ordinary cultivators." There was no way he would so easily divulge the truth. But fellow Taoist did kill 2 similar great cultivators by himself and can't possibly be a common character. Would you be interested in joining our Star Palace? I can give you a recommendation. Seeing that Han Li didn't want to answer, He didn't push the issue and casually changed the subject to recruiting him instead. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but frown. This Ling Yuling was quite difficult to handle. They had yet to arrive at the city and he'd already started to raise some serious questions. Any cultivators that joined the Star Palace now would become cannon fodder, but if he refused, would he still be granted access into the city? His own words would ensnare him. After a moment of thought, Han Li sighed and spoke with deliberation. Although I've looked up to the Star Palace for quite some time, the Exquisite Sound sect has treated me exceptionally well. I'm afraid I cannot leave my post as the Exquisite Sound sect's guest elder in the coming years. I am truly sorry. Han Li shamelessly used the Exquisite Sound sect as an excuse to refuse. It is no matter. I feel much admiration towards fellow Taoist Han's exceptional loyalty. However, our Star Palace will always be willing to welcome individuals such as yourself into our ranks. Ling Yuling didn't reveal any dissatisfaction at Han Li's tactful refusal. Instead, he faintly smiled and started to chat with Han Li about a few hidden rumors and interesting stories of the scattered star seas. He tactfully avoided re-mentioning any matters pertaining to the Star Palace and Starfall Coalition. Han Li was quite happy at Ling Yuling's quick change in attitude, allowing him some time to relax. As they idly chatted on their way, they eventually spotted Heavenly Star City and rejoiced. But before they managed to get close to the island, a squad of 5 cultivators appeared before them from seemingly out of nowhere. Their leader was a sallow-faced middle-aged early core formation cultivator. The other 4 cultivators were all at Foundation establishment. We pay respects to Enforcer Ling. Upon recognizing Ling Yuling, the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators flew forwards and respectfully saluted him. It seemed this androgynous person held quite the reputation in the Star Palace. The sallow-faced cultivator revealed pleasant surprise and asked, "Junior Marshal Brother Ling, are you all right?" Senior Marshal Brother was quite worried upon hearing that South Clear Island had been ambushed. Who might this fellow Taoist be? The sallow-faced cultivator then turned his sights on Han Li and suspiciously examined him. Ling Yuling spoke with a serene expression. I was pursued by 2 Starfall Coalition cultivators along the way, but thankfully fellow Taoist Han came to my rescue. As fellow Taoist Han's cave residence was established in Heavenly Star City, I've brought him back here. There should be no problem in allowing fellow Taoist Han into the city, yes? Not knowing whether it was due to fatigue from the rush to the city or some internal injuries, Han Li saw that Ling Yuling's face had grown somewhat pale, causing him to appear somewhat fragile. Since he is someone who saved the life of Junior Marshal Brother Ling, this will be no problem at all. Junior Marshal Brother Ling, are you injured? When Han Li saw the sallow-faced cultivator's extremely concerned expression, his heart stirred. It is nothing. Although they struck me with a magic treasure, I had the protection of my heavenly fragrance chain, and didn't suffer much damage. Ling Yuling's beautiful face faintly blushed, but his expression still remained calm. After a moment of hesitation, the sallow-faced man took a small bottle from his body and politely passed it over to him. I have a heaven spirit pill that was refined from a secret formula. Junior Marshal Brother Ling, please take it and prevent any lasting damage to your vital energies. When Ling Yuling saw this, his expression sank as if he were about to become angry. But he soon thought of something and instead smiled with passionate eyes, saying, Then Junior Marital Brother must thank Senior Marshal Brother for the medicine. I must first head into the palace and report on South Clear Island. I'm afraid I must ask Senior Marital Brother to help fellow Taoist Han into the city. As he is my savior, Senior Marshal Brother must treat him properly. Ling Yuling then smiled, taking the bottle with his slim, flawless hand in a very graceful manner. In that moment, it appeared he was undoubtedly a woman. The sallow-faced cultivator revealed excitement as if he were honored to hear Ling Yuling's pleasant words. It is not a problem. Since Elder Wang is on duty, he won't make things difficult for Junior Marshal Brother. He then slapped his chest and pledged, Please don't hesitate to leave fellow Taoist Han with me. When Han Li saw this, a strange expression flickered from his eyes. Was this person a woman or not? Why else would the sallow-faced man appear so infatuated with Ling Yuling? Han Li's heart was in great turbulence. 1. The Gorgeous Man, first introduced in Chapter 257. http://www.wuxiaworld.com/rumgindex/rumg Chapter 257/2. Commonly known as an Adam's apple. Chapter 506. Requirements for access. For a long while, the sallow-faced cultivator gazed in the direction that Ling Yuling had flown off in. He eventually turned his gaze back to Han Li and calmly said, "Although fellow Taoist did assist Junior Marshal Brother Ling, there are still a few questions I must ask you. As these are trying times, I hope fellow Taoist will cooperate." Han Li calmly replied, "If fellow Taoist has any questions, please don't hesitate to ask." The sallow-faced cultivator nodded his head and said, "Good. First tell me your identity. I will be verifying whether or not it is true." Han Li smiled upon hearing this. "I am an elder of the Exquisite Sound sect. This is my badge and this is the restriction control medallion to my cave residence in the city. I'm sure that fellow Taoist will know whether it is genuine or fake." Exquisite Sound sect? Take a look and see if the Exquisite Sound sect has an elder named Han. The sallow-faced cultivator bluntly took both of the medallions, and gave an order to those behind him without turning his head. "Yes." When the dainty female cultivator heard him, she hastily rummaged through her storage pouch before taking out a jade slip and immersing her spiritual sense within it. Afterwards, she glanced at Han Li several times before speaking with a respectful tone. "Enforcer Zhao, the Exquisite Sound sect does have an elder named Han Li and his appearance is exactly the same as is recorded." When the sallow-faced cultivator heard this, he expressionlessly nodded his head. "Oh. These two medallions are genuine as well. There seems to be no problem with your identity." The sallow-faced cultivator tossed the medallions back to Han Li. "All right, you four continue on your patrol. I will be bringing this fellow Taoist into the city." The four behind him shouted in acknowledgement, "Yes." Afterwards, the sallow-faced cultivator wordlessly beckoned to Han Li and flew off toward Heavenly Star City. Han Li closely flew after him as a streak of azure light. Not long after, the sallow-faced cultivator brought Han Li to the high walls of the city before flying up towards a city gate. Although there was no further interrogation, Han Li released his spiritual sense to examine his surroundings, discovering at least 6 hidden cultivators along the way. Although they were mostly Foundation Establishment cultivators, there were 2 core formation cultivators that remained unseen. Although his face remained calm, his heart trembled. It seemed the attack on South Clear Island had prompted Heavenly Star City to introduce greatly increased security as he had expected. Had he not been given a referral, he feared it wouldn't have been an easy task to enter the city. The city gates appeared quite desolate. Apart from the tens of white-clothed cultivators standing guard outside of it, there was no one else present. In addition, as Han Li came closer to the city, he discovered that the walls and the gate were glowing with faint white light as if they were under the effects of a restriction. After the sallow-faced cultivator landed on the gate, he headed straight towards an old man that was reclining in a bamboo chair. He had a short beard and whiskers all over his face. He saluted the old man and spoke with a respectful tone. "Enforcer Yu. This is the Exquisite Sound sect's Elder Han. I've already inspected his identity and command medallion, and I've found no problems. I must trouble Enforcer Yu to explain the procedure for entering the city. I cannot stay much longer as I must continue on my patrol." Han Li's gaze fell onto the old man and he immediately put his guard up. It was no wonder that the sallow-faced cultivator was so polite to him. He was a mid-core formation cultivator. After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li solemnly asked, "After I enter the city, would I be able to use the Outer Star Seas transportation formation? Originally, it would have been fine so long as you paid the Spirit Stone toll. However, it will no longer do. If you wish to go to the Outer Star Seas, you will have to do something for us." The old man didn't appear surprised as if he had already anticipated Han Li's question. Although Han Li already guessed what it would be, he still frowned and asked, "What would that be?" The old man faintly smiled and lightly said, "It's quite simple. As soon as the battle starts, you will get an assignment from the Star Palace to eliminate a Starfall Coalition cultivator at the same rank of cultivation as yourself." His smile seemed to resemble a smirk. Having heard this, Han Li bitterly laughed in his mind. It seems the upper echelons of the Star Palace intended to coerce cultivators that wished to leave the city. Even if the Star Palace couldn't control them, they would be required to spill the blood of Starfall Coalition cultivators. On the one hand, it would weaken the might of the Starfall Coalition. On the other, it would prevent those cultivators from ever joining the enemy. Using a single breath, Han Li quickly said, "I've already killed similar ranked cultivators on my way back with fellow Taoist Ling. Does that count?" "You've already killed one?" The old man appeared quite moved. "That's right," Han Li nodded his head without hesitation. "Unfortunately, that won't count. It must happen after the battle has started. There is no point if you kill any of them beforehand." Han Li stroked his chin and pensively asked, "When does fellow Taoist reckon that the battle will break out?" The old man was slightly surprised by Han Li's question and took another look at Han Li before calmly replying, "It should be as soon as the next few days, I imagine. The Starfall Coalition don't plan on attacking the inner island, but rather aim to take over Heavenly Star City in an ambush in the quickest time possible." Without further deliberation, Han Li calmly said, "I will enlist. I'll be wanting to use the Outer Star Sea's transportation formation after I kill a cultivator of the same rank." The old man patted down his body before fishing out a sparkling yellow ring. He then indifferently handed it over to Han Li and said, "Good. Put this ring on. It represents that for the time being, you will be a member of the Star Palace. When the battle comes, the ring will give you an assignment." Chapter 507. Light in the darkest hour. Han Li received the ring and put it on without hesitation. The old man smiled and said, "Good, you can now enter the city. During the day there will be free movement, but there is an enforced curfew at night. When the battle starts, the ring will notify you. You can wait in your cave residence until then." After he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes once more and appeared to drift off. After taking a deep glance at the old man, Han Li entered the city. Not only were the streets of the city desolate, but he only occasionally caught glimpses of other cultivators in flight. The empty city made for dreary scenery. Han Li's expression remained calm, but he inwardly rejoiced. From the apparent circumstances, the city market must certainly have been shut down. Had he not taken the time to make his preparations in South Clear Island, he would have surely suffered quite the headache. Han Li softly chuckled before flying through the air towards his cave residence on Sage Mountain. As he passed by the market city, Han Li glanced down to find that all the shops were closed as he had expected. There wasn't a single person in sight. Han Li lightly shook his head and quickly flew towards the 39th layer of Sage Mountain. Upon entering Sage Mountain, Han Li keenly felt that the security on the mountain was far denser than the outer city. He was able to notice over 10 different ripples through the air with his spiritual sense alone. But with the yellow ring on hand, the ripples in the air made way for Han Li. Despite all of this, there were no guards who appeared to question Han Li. But what made Han Li frown was the late core formation cultivator that swept his spiritual sense past him. Han Li feigned ignorance of this as he flew towards his cave residence. When he arrived, he examined the restrictions to find that nothing had been changed. However, Han Li blankly stood outside the restrictions for a moment before letting out a sigh. He hadn't been gone for long, but he had encountered many close brushes with death, and now he had no choice but to discard his cave residence of nearly 100 years. This caused Han Li to feel somewhat sentimental. He used his restriction control medallion to open the restrictions and slowly walked in, finding that everything was the same as he had left it. Han Li first attended to the most important matter at hand, the gold-devouring beetles. After making certain that the gold-devouring beetles were sound, Han Li felt genuinely relieved. He immediately placed all of them in a spirit beast pouch that he had prepared earlier, and turned towards his medicine garden and placed everything into his storage pouch. After this, Han Li decided to relax for the time being and slowly walked to the bedroom. He laid down on the bed and started to ponder about his plans for the future. He was required to kill a Starfall Coalition cultivator of the same rank as him if he wanted to use the transportation formation to the Outer Star Seas. While this condition wasn't difficult for him to fulfill, Han Li was worried that before the battle started, the Star Palace would somehow learn that the Heaven Void Cauldron had fallen into his hands. After all, he had no way of knowing when those nascent soul eccentrics would leave Heaven Void Hall. If one of those old eccentrics were to divulge this information, it would be disastrous for him. In addition to this, he had other misgivings. It was possible that after he fulfilled their condition, the upper echelon of the Star Palace would make up a frivolous reason to shamelessly deny him access to the transportation formation. After all, what could the recruited cultivators possibly do, even if the Star Palace reneged on their agreement? Although he had calmly agreed to the Star Palace's agreement at the entrance, he never intended on sincerely awaiting the Star Palace's orders. He prepared to explore the surroundings of the transportation formation, and see whether or not he could stealthily use it. If the security was lacking, he would seize the first opportunity to use it. As for whether or not he offended the colossal Star Palace, he didn't care in the least. In the end, he would still be pursued by those nascent soul eccentrics. With those reassuring thoughts in mind, Han Li dozed off to sleep. The numerous surprises on the past excursions had left Han Li quite fatigued. On the next day, Han Li awoke with roused spirits. He slowly walked out from the cave residence underneath a clear and bright sky, before flying into the air and examining his surroundings. Although there weren't as many cultivators outside compared to during peacetime, it was completely different from yesterday. It seemed that this was the time where free movement was allowed. Han Li first flew around his surroundings in a circle. After seeing that no one was monitoring him or paying any attention, he shot towards the 50th floor of Sage Mountain without any hesitation. Security was tighter as he went deeper into the mountain. Soon, Han Li arrived above the Starry Sky Palace, where the transportation formation was located. However, he merely passed over it. Instead, he pretended to visit another hall instead, and used that short instance to quietly sweep his spiritual sense over the hall. It went quite smoothly. The hall was nearly entirely devoid of any obstructions, but when he swept his spiritual sense past the inner portion of the building, he was blocked by a blue-yellow restriction. Fortunately, Han Li noticed it quite quickly and was able to retrieve his spiritual sense before touching the restriction. His expression then sank. Although he reckoned he was able to force his spiritual sense past the restriction, it would alert any of the cultivators inside the hall. There was no way he would willingly do something so foolish. At that moment, he unconsciously frowned. Because of the restriction, Han Li was neither able to see the quantity of cultivators within the inner halls nor their level of cultivation. However, there was no reason for any nascent soul cultivators to appear there. In the most extreme case, there would only be late core formation cultivators present. After all, the Starry Sky Palace didn't hold any critical value towards the Star Palace's upper echelon. After flying a far enough distance, Han Li flew in a circle and returned along a slightly different path. When Han Li was on his way back, he indignantly released his spiritual sense to see whether or not there was a gap in the restrictions. While his exploration found no faults in the restrictions, he did hear a raspy voice. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, how are the terms? 3,000 spirit stones per person on the transportation formation. This is the greatest amount we could offer." When Han Li heard this, his heart began to stir. His sights quickly fell onto two cultivators beneath him, and he immediately slowed down. One of the cultivators was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man while the other was a shriveled man with a sickly appearance. Both of them were mid-foundation establishment cultivators. The one who had nervously spoken was the dark-skinned man. The two were being careful, whispering at a place where no one else was present. But that didn't matter when Han Li's enormous spiritual sense enveloped them. He could hear everything they said with perfect clarity. "Shh, be careful. Let's talk about this through voice transmission." The shriveled man nervously glanced around, but Han Li managed to perceptively hide himself in an instant, entering a state of chi restraint. At that same moment, Han Li's spiritual sense was immediately withdrawn from other areas and was completely focused on the two in preparation of eavesdropping on their voice transmissions. As Han Li's spiritual sense far surpassed theirs, he was able to do this with the utmost secrecy. Were other core formation cultivators to attempt this, they would require an appropriate top-grade secret technique to accomplish the same result. Although we may be distant relatives, it is extremely dangerous to secretly release people into the outer star seas. He said that anything less than 5,000 spirit stones per person, and he will have to decline. And this is considering that the Star Palace doesn't care about us Foundation establishment cultivators. Were a core formation cultivator to hand over even more spirit stones, he definitely wouldn't be allowed through. With an unsightly expression, the dark-skinned man roared, 5,000? Are we filled with money? How are rogue Foundation establishment cultivators supposed to come up with that many spirit stones? Even while outraged, he had still remembered to use voice transmissions. The shriveled cultivator sighed and attempted to placate him. "It is far too dangerous to continue to live within the inner star seas. Us rogue cultivators could fall victim to any calamity that appears. When that happens, our lives will be forfeit. What use will spirit stones have then? After all, we all reckon that the forces of the Star Palace are nearly equal to that of the Starfall Coalition. It is very likely the war will last several years if not several tens of years. I don't want to spend my days flying around while fleeing and hiding in fear. As for spirit stones, we all possess no small amount of rare materials we've been keeping in reserve. We should be able to use them to pay the remaining amount of spirit stones. In that manner they would be willing to agree and give us face." "Impossible. Are we going to pour out our entire fortunes to go to the outer star seas? Absurd." The dark-faced man shook his head in a miserly fashion. The shriveled man was also distressed and bitterly said, "Fine, let's go back and see what the others think." Chapter 508. Deciding on a plan. After that was said, their conversation ended with sullen expressions as they quickly flew down Sage Mountain on their magic tools. Hanli didn't closely follow after them as it would have been too obvious. Instead, he coiled a sliver of spiritual sense around the shriveled man and watched them fly off with a detached expression before following them from a distance. The two of them were quite slow compared to Hanli. After 2 hours, they finally reached the 4th layer of Sage Mountain and entered an extremely ordinary courtyard residence. Soon after, Hanli appeared above the residence. The scenery here was quite serene. In addition to a few other similar residences in the distance, there was also a small green forest of bamboo nearby. Hanli's eyes became bright when he gazed at the residence. It was unremarkable, but there was a small flowing water formation placed outside. Although it would prove to be of little use against any cultivators that truly wished to intrude, it would allow for an early warning. However, the formation spell was of little use against Hanli, a core formation cultivator who possessed some understanding towards formation spells. Hanli had complete confidence he could slip in without alerting its owner. In fact, that was precisely what he planned to do. His hands formed an incantation gesture before his figure distorted, disappearing in a haze of azure light. Not long after, Hanli reappeared in the courtyard without a sound. As his magic power had been completely restrained from circulating, there was no way a core formation cultivator could detect Hanli, let alone a foundation establishment cultivator. The reason why Hanli was so careful was because he had feared there was a core formation cultivator here. Were that not the case, he would have merely used a common concealment technique. Hanli motionlessly stood at the center of the courtyard and slowly released his spiritual sense around him, enveloping the entire courtyard. Afterwards, slight surprise appeared on his face as he stared in the direction of a side wing. He clearly felt that the other rooms were empty. Only the room in the side wing had any cultivators, 7 to be exact. The 7 cultivators consisted of 5 men and 2 women. The shriveled man and the dark-skinned middle-aged man were amongst them. The one who possessed the highest cultivation was a large hook-nosed, embroidered-robed man who possessed a spirited gaze. Apart from his nose, he had a grand and imposing appearance. He had progressed to the peak of late foundation establishment and had already entered the false core stage. He was already at the point where he should be undergoing preparations for core formation. As for the rest, they were at mid-foundation establishment stage. This was to be expected. One must require that cultivation at the very least if they wish to head to the outer star seas. However, perhaps due to what they had discussed before, they were all silent with sullen expressions. Not a word was being said in the room. Hanli wasn't impatient. He quietly stood in place and waited. He was confident that their following chat was sure to give him some useful information and bring him closer to being able to form a plan. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, a middle-aged woman lost her patience and anxiously said, "Brother E, fellow Taoist Huang had brought back word that they want 5,000 spirit stones per person before allowing us to teleport to the outer star seas. In that case, we would be fairly relieved of our assignments to the Star Palace after handing over the spirit stones. What does Brother E think? After all, once the battle occurs, it will be too late to leave." The pale-skinned middle-aged woman that sat at her side scowled and spoke with a hostile tone. "Lady Lu, from your tone, you seem quite willing to let go of your spirit stones. But did you not think that your fellow Taoists aren't able to casually spend such an amount? My husband and I wouldn't be able to produce that sum even with all of our possessions. Could it be that fellow Taoist wishes to leave alone?" When the other woman heard her, she revealed a trace of annoyance and asked, "When did I say that I was going alone? How about we just ask Brother E? You are very experienced and have the highest cultivation among us. Surely you can give us a proper analysis of the pros and cons." The embroidered-robed man said, "All right, there is no need for you two to continue. Fellow Taoist Lu cannot use the transportation formation alone. The outer star seas isn't a place where a lone formation establishment cultivator can roam around. It is only when we go together that we will be able to survive. If we're lucky, we'll manage to kill a few spirit beasts and use their cores to refine medicine pills. In addition, we won't be tasked with killing a cultivator of a similar grade during the battle. Even core formation cultivators would find it difficult to preserve their lives during the fray, let alone us low-grade cultivators. Moreover, there is also the worry of the Star Palace turning back on their word. That's impossible. The Star Palace seems to have never done such unjust actions. Fellow Taoist E, aren't you being overly suspicious?" The burly youth said. Although his age was young, he had a mature aura. Although the possibility is low, it is still possible. This isn't a period where the Star Palace is the sole superpower. If the Star Palace feels it is in danger, it will do as it wants without any fear of the consequences. Such is the right of the powerful. The large, embroidered-robed man's face twitched before he disdainfully snorted. He seemed to hold quite some understanding of great powers. After that was said, everyone in the room remained silent as they sunk into thought. The large man then slowly continued, "Therefore the optimal choice would be to use spirit stones to preserve our lives. If we were to truly participate in the battle, it is quite possible that we would all perish. And even if some of us were to survive and head to the outer star seas, survival would be out of the question from a lack of strength. It would only be another path to disaster. However, it costs so many spirit stones." When the dark-skinned middle-aged man spoke with a distressed expression, the embroidered-robe cultivator interrupted him with an icy expression. "What use are spirit stones if you're dead? Besides, we'll be able to make up for our losses by hunting down a few high-grade demon beasts in the outer star seas. What is most important at the moment is using the transportation formation." The dark-skinned cultivator seemed quite scared of the large man and immediately grew silent at his rebuke. "As for the lack of spirit stones, take out as many as you can. Let's see whether or not they will be flexible. If it won't do, then we'll take out our excess spirit stones and lend them to each other for the time being. After we teleport to the outer star seas, the debts will be paid back with interest." The large man imposingly gazed at the more destitute cultivators as he spoke as if having already decided for them. The six glanced at each other in discomfort, but they all reluctantly accepted his command. The large man revealed slight satisfaction and turned towards the shriveled man. He said with an imposing tone, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, I must trouble you to make another trip tomorrow, and see if they are willing to take a lesser price. If it is impossible, then we will agree to those conditions. However, we must leave by the day after tomorrow. There cannot be any delays. It will all be meaningless unless we can leave before the battle erupts." The shriveled man repeatedly agreed. Afterwards, a lively discussion began to erupt in the room over the specific details. As Han Li stood outside the room, he was able to hear the entirety of their discussion with perfect clarity. He couldn't stop himself from mysteriously smiling. Then with a flash of azure light, he disappeared without a trace. On the next day, the shriveled man left the residence and headed towards the Starry Sky Palace, completely unaware of the person following him from above. When Han Li followed him into the vicinity of the Starry Sky Palace, he cautiously slipped away into a nearby building. Han Li rubbed his nose and then quietly waited inside the building. About an hour later, the shriveled man sneakily emerged from the building with a trace of excitement betrayed on his face. Afterwards, Han Li followed him back to the residence. However, something unexpected had occurred before his eyes. Before entering the residence, the shriveled man's excitement completely disappeared and was exchanged with a miserable expression. When Han Li saw this, he frowned. With chin in hand, his mind began to ponder, could it be? Chapter 509. Infiltration. On the morning of the third day, underneath the bright skies, the group of Foundation establishment cultivators slipped out of their residence with utmost stealth and headed towards the Starry Sky Palace. As the enforced curfew had just ended, there were only a few cultivators roaming through the early morning sky. Hence, the seven were even more careful. Each of them nervously went along their way with lowered heads. However, the embroidered-robed man in the lead vigilantly examined his surroundings as they flew. The journey to Starry Sky Palace was very smooth. Nothing happened to them as they flew to the 49th floor of Sage Mountain. When they arrived at the Starry Sky Palace, their expressions were relaxed and filled with relief. But at that moment, the embroidered-robed man in front suddenly stopped in the air with a shocked expression. He raised his arm with a solemn expression, performing a strange hand gesture. When the others behind him saw this, they abruptly halted and became vigilant. The embroidered-robed man stared at an empty location and spoke with a heavy tone, "For what reason has fellow Taoist blocked our path?" At that same moment he began to reach for the storage pouch at his waist. The empty area in front of them flashed with azure light to reveal an azure-clothed cultivator standing there with his hands behind his back. He slowly spoke with a hoarse voice. "Hee, there is no need for you fellow Taoists to be afraid. Although I've been waiting just for you, I mean no harm. I merely have something to request of you." Once the party clearly felt his cultivation, they were filled with alarm and surged with wariness. The man was also a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator at False Core stage. With a cold glint flashing from his eyes, the embroidered-robed man calmly asked, "What is your esteemed name, fellow Taoist? How can we help you?" The azure-clothed man casually said something that made the 7 cultivators pale. "My name is Crooked Soul, a mere vagrant cultivator. Aren't you heading to the Starry Sky Palace? Could you bring me along? I also wish to head to the outer star seas." When the embroidered-robed man heard him, his expression fluctuated. He was silent for a moment before he widely smiled and said, "So it's fellow Taoist Crooked Soul, but what do you mean by Starry Sky Palace and the outer star seas? Our group is only going to attend to a few personal matters, and we just happened to pass here along the way. We have no business with the Starry Sky Palace. Fellow Taoist is mistaken." The embroidered-robed man came to a decision that regardless of this Crooked Soul's intention or how he managed to find out about their plans, there was absolutely no way he would easily agree. The others remained silent as well as if they were leaving the matter entirely up to the large man. Crooked Soul chuckled and casually said, "There is no need for fellow Taoisti to be so suspicious. Since I've already arrived here, how could I be fooled just like that?" The embroidered-robed man's heart trembled and he snorted, "Humph! So it seems you know my identity and have a clear understanding of our plans." He then unconsciously clutched his storage pouch with veins protruding from his hands. Having received an unknown command, the other cultivators suddenly dispersed in great coordination and surrounded the azure-clothed man. The azure-clothed man ignored their movements and spoke with great leisure. "You don't want to try and kill me. I don't mean to boast, but with my cultivation you wouldn't be able to kill me quickly. If I were to yell and call for the Star Palace, I wonder what would happen?" After that was said, the group of cultivators glanced at each other before turning their gazes to the large, embroidered-robed man. The large man's expression became unsightly. Although he had yet to reach core formation, he had always boasted of his exceptional shrewdness, making him a menace among Foundation establishment cultivators. However, he clearly understood that the man's threats were no joke. After a moment of deliberation, he could only suppress his anger and coldly ask, "What does fellow Taoist want us to help you with? We've already said that we would take only 7 people. Moreover, the transportation formation can only take 7 cultivators at a time. They would certainly refuse if we were to add another." The azure-clothed man smiled, "Be at ease, I won't make things hard for you. So long as I enter the hall, I'll have my own methods for persuading them. If an agreement can't be reached, I will neither force the issue nor ruin your fortuitous affair." "Only that?" The large man frowned and wore a trace of doubt. "Only that?" The azure-clothed man spoke with certainty. The large man muttered to himself for a moment before eventually gritting his teeth. "Fine, if it's only to give you an introduction, then we're willing to agree, if only barely." With a calm expression as if having anticipated the large man's concession, the azure-robed man saluted and said, "Then I must give you my thanks." The shriveled man raised his head to look at the sky and anxiously urged, "Since fellow Taoist wishes to head to the Starry Sky Palace, let us go quickly. We're already running late. They may become impatient." The azure-clothed man glanced at the shriveled man in silence, but the embroidered-robed man wordlessly raised his hand and they continued on their way. They moved in a formation that kept the azure-robed cultivator at their center. It seemed they were quite wary of him. Still, the azure-clothed cultivator calmly followed after them. Of course, this azure-clothed cultivator was actually Han Li. He had restrained his magic power fluctuations to the level of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator and had disguised his appearance. The remaining distance from the Starry Sky Hall wasn't long. After only a short moment, the party arrived in front of the Starry Sky Palace. At that moment, the shriveled man suddenly increased in speed and shot forward, arriving at the hall first. The embroidered-robed man and the others didn't find this odd in the slightest. After all, the shriveled man was the one who had relations with the Starry Sky Palace in the first place. Now that they arrived, it was only natural that he led the way, lest any misunderstandings occur. After entering, the party tried their hardest to maintain a calm expression, but a trace of apprehension was betrayed on their faces. Having entered the Starry Sky Palace, their lives were now in the hands of the other party. However, everything seemed to be going as expected. The restrictions that should have been there were absent, and it seemed the managers of the palace had disabled them ahead of time. When Han Li saw this, a strange expression momentarily appeared on his face. But what comforted the party the most was the sight of 2 white-clothed Star Palace core formation cultivators waiting for them in the hall with the transportation formations. When the shriveled man saw the two, he immediately broke into a smile and walked forward several steps to respectfully greet them. Senior Gu, Senior Qian, we've arrived. Have you finished the preparations on your end? Among the two, the bald old man nodded his head, slowly saying, We're ready on our side. Hand over the spirit stones, and we'll give each person a displacement talisman. You can leave as soon as possible, but the spirit stones had better not be short. The embroidered-robed man stepped forward and respectfully said, Be at ease, Senior, we've brought along the agreed amount of spirit stones. The bald old man examined him several times before speaking with a polite tone, So, your fellow Taoist E. As expected, your cultivation is exceptional. But when his sights fell upon Han Li, his expression sunk. The bald old man's expression became gloomy and his voice was filled with suspicion. Didn't we agree that it's supposed to be 7? Why is there another person here? This fellow Taoist also seems to be at the false core stage. May I know who you are? The embroidered-robed man bitterly smiled, wanting to give an explanation. Han Li smiled and interrupted the large man. I am Crooked Soul, a vagrant cultivator that also wishes to head to the outer star seas. I've heard that fellow Taoist E and the others had a connection, and chose to deliberately seek them out. I hope you two seniors don't take offense. If these seniors are willing to accommodate me, I am willing to pay double their rate for the use of the transportation formation. Double? The bald old man was shocked for a moment before turning his head to look at the scholarly middle-aged cultivator at his side. The middle-aged man frowned and slowly said, Even if you pay double, the largest number of people that can be sent in a single teleportation is 7. Also, we can only use the transportation formation once, so it is impossible to allow a teleportation for your use alone. Otherwise, it will be difficult to conceal our activities from the upper echelon. Junior has considered that, so he won't make it difficult for Senior. Han Li smiled and suddenly turned to the side, speaking without a trace of politeness. Therefore, how about fellow Taoist temporarily hand over his spot? Chapter 510. Blackmail. The person Han Li was requesting a spot from was the shriveled man. What did you say? Alarm flickered across the shriveled man's face, soon to be replaced with anger. The others glanced at each other, not knowing what Han Li intended. Han Li calmly said, Be at ease, fellow Taoist, I won't allow you to do this in vain. I have 2 grade 5 demon beast cores. Take it as payment for your spot. Surely fellow Taoist won't turn his back on me. He then searched his robes and took 2 shining blue globes out of nowhere. From their emitted spiritual chi, they were genuine grade 5 demon cores. The shriveled man looked at the 2 demon cores with a trace of greed, but he soon thought of something and coldly snorted, Humph! Does your esteemed self think that I will give up my place for a measly 2 demon cores? Han Li didn't grow angry. Instead, he strangely smiled and his lips trembled several times, sending several voice transmissions to him in everyone's presence. The shriveled man suddenly paled after hearing them. Han Li then spoke to him with a leisurely tone without using a voice transmission. With this, there should be no way fellow Taoist could possibly refuse this trade. Am I correct? When the shriveled man heard Han Li, his nervous face became lined with cold sweat. After fiercely glaring at Han Li for a moment, the shriveled man's face twitched as he clenched his teeth and said, Fine. Since fellow Taoists can say that, I will hand over my spot to you. Those words came as a shock to the other 6. The embroidered-robed man's expression sank and he stared at the shriveled man. He coldly said, Fellow Taoist Zhang, what are you saying? Didn't we say that we were going together? Why did you? The shriveled man bitterly laughed and helplessly said, I am truly sorry, but I fear we must part for the time being. You should all go first. I will join you if there is another opportunity. The embroidered man spoke no further, nor did the rest of the party. It was now apparent that something was being used against their fellow Taoist Zhang in order to force him to relinquish his spot. Hence, there was no point in continuing the discussion. Fortunately, a lack of one person didn't make too much of a difference in their plans. The bald old man frowned and imposingly glared at the shriveled man. Humph! Who said you could exchange people as you wished? Senior Gu, The shriveled man was startled and thought to mutter an explanation, but he couldn't come up with anything. But at that moment, Han Li produced 2 jade boxes with a flick of his hand, tossing one each to the bald old man and the scholarly man at his side. When the 2 saw the jade boxes, they unconsciously caught them and calmly gazed at Han Li. Han Li spoke with a serene appearance. The boxes contained 2 treasures that Junior unexpectedly acquired. Please take them, seniors. The two gave each other a mutual glance with curiosity in their eyes. From their examination of the boxes, it seemed that they contained no tricks. They then carefully opened the boxes by a sliver to release several rays of red light. The two unconsciously revealed pleasant surprise upon seeing what was within. With a moved expression, the scholarly man said, "Does fellow Taoist Crooked Soul truly wish to hand these two treasures over to us?" Han Li faintly smiled and said, "Junior understands that although the items are precious, they are of no use to him at his current cultivation. Junior wishes even more to head out to the outer star seas so that he can continue his peaceful cultivation." The bald old man couldn't contain his joy, and without any discussion with his partner, he hurriedly agreed, "Hee. Good. Since fellow Taoist Crooked Soul has given us such a grand gift, we won't be unreasonable. You can use the transportation formation with the other 6. Although Cultivator Chen appeared unhappy, he was also tempted by the item in his hand and didn't say anything in opposition. This scene shook the hearts of the Foundation establishment cultivators, causing them to feel a huge desire to see what those boxes contained. However, the boxes were quickly closed by the 2-star palace cultivators. As they didn't dare to use their spiritual sense to pry, they were left helpless. However, when the embroidered-robed man took another glance at the 2 jade boxes, a trace of amazement flickered in his eyes. Although he couldn't see what the boxes contained from what they had said, he couldn't help but think of the words magic treasure. Could it be that this person had truly given them magic treasures? Despite being just a guess, he couldn't help but feel amazed. Before the embroidered-robed man could finish his thoughts, the 2-star palace cultivators turned around to the transportation formation behind them and began to chant an incantation with their hands grasping a white jade medallion. The Foundation establishment cultivators didn't see anything odd about this, but Han Li let out a long sigh of relief. Lucky. The transportation formation has a trick to it. Had I charged in without knowing this, I would find myself in a difficult situation. It seems taking out a few undesirable yet somewhat valuable magic tools was quite an incisive move. The jade boxes each contained a flying knife magic treasure that sparkled with red light. These 2 flying knives were taken from Huyu after the Bone Sage had killed him one. Although these magic treasures weren't particularly amazing, they were exceptionally precious to ordinary core formation cultivators. Even if the magic treasure couldn't be linked to one's consciousness, it could be directly used at 70% of its strength without the need of investing a large amount of time or resources. This was something that ordinary core formation cultivators could only dream of acquiring. Although many magic treasures have been passed down throughout the years, a majority of them had been destroyed in battle. Even with the remaining magic treasures, most of them would fall into the hands of nascent soul cultivators or exceedingly powerful core formation cultivators. Though they would occasionally fall into the hands of a few nameless cultivators and minor powers. Huge superpowers like the Star Palace obviously acquired many magic treasures, but conversely, they also had an exceedingly large number of core formation cultivators. If these 2 early core formation cultivators didn't earn any merits, they wouldn't be bestowed any magic treasures. As such, they were wild with joy to find a magic treasure unexpectedly falling in their grasp. After refining them, their strength would receive a massive increase. As such, the shriveled man could only obediently hand over his place. Han Li had a full grasp over the situation. When Han Li saw the shriveled man's expression on his return to the residence, he grew suspicious and infiltrated his room. Although there didn't exist any magic techniques that could completely control a cultivator's consciousness, Han Li was able to put him into a half-conscious daze. With a combination of bewitchment techniques along with his immense spiritual sense, he was able to force out the shriveled man's deepest thoughts. Although the shriveled man only spouted out intermittent phrases during this state, Han Li ended up quite lucky, acquiring information that the shriveled man and the 2-star palace cultivators had deliberately raised the price to squeeze the other Foundation establishment cultivators for all they had. With this information to blackmail him along with the enticement of the 2 demon cores, the shriveled man meekly submitted to Han Li. His heart filled to the brim with apprehension to the point of near panic. He couldn't help but think, did the Star Palace cultivators deliberately set me up? As the incantations reverberated throughout the hall, the transportation formation began to glow with white light. Following a clear ring, the white glow suddenly disappeared. After seeing that the restriction had disappeared from the formation, the bald old man turned to the party of formation establishment cultivators and bluntly said, "Normally, these is another manager of the hall, but as luck would have it, he was sent to the Star Palace Hall to handle emerging affairs in the past day, otherwise you would have had to pay far more. Alright, come and hand over your spirit stones. When that was said, each of the cultivators immediately took out a storage pouch they had prepared ahead of time and handed them over to the bald old man. As for Han Li, he took out another 2 demon beast cores and handed them over, arousing a trace of astonishment from the old man's face. After examining each of the payments, the bald old man nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this, the scholarly middle-aged man took out a stack of talismans and began to pass them out amongst Han Li and the others. He pointed to the transportation formation and coldly said, "These are displacement talismans. You can leave after placing them on your body." The others were hesitant, but Han Li walked into it without a word. It wasn't that he was displaying courage, but that he had found nothing wrong with the transportation formation after quickly sweeping it with his spiritual sense. The stone tablet in front of the transportation formation read the words, "Wondrous Depths." Han Li didn't have any particular impression towards this name. From his last experience, it seemed that the island's names didn't hold much significance. 1. Huyu was killed in Chapter 425, and his magic treasures were taken in Chapter 429. Chapter 511. Out to sea again. After seeing Han Li walk into the teleportation formation without hesitation, the other cultivators paused for a moment before following him. After seeing that the 7 of them had entered the formation spell, the bald old man wore a faint smile and formed an incantation gesture that caused specks of white light to float from his finger. While staring at the specks of white light, the old man suddenly asked, "Since we're sending you to the outer star seas in secret, you're not going to blabber about this, right?" The embroidered-robed man was quick-witted and immediately replied with a sincere expression, "Of course we won't. We are truly grateful towards seniors for being so accommodating. There is no way we would do such a self-destructive thing. Moreover, what use would it be for us to say anything?" Staring at the embroidered-robed man, he coldly said, "If you understand, then good. As there are few people in the Star Palace with our position, we'd receive a stern warning at the worst. But if some rumors do arrive, then fellow Taoist Gu and I won't be so forgiving. Additionally, we heard you feared a sudden falling out and all carried response beads. Thorough but unnecessary. We aren't about to soil our reputations over a few spirit stones." He then swept his gaze past the other cultivators before falling onto Han Li. "Senior truly is a reasonable person. Junior is but a knave that can only think of others in regards to his own desires." The embroidered-robed man forced a smile but faintly felt a chill run down his back. "Humph. No need to speak any nonsense. You're now on your own." The bald old man didn't say anything further and flicked his finger, activating the transportation formation with a faint white magic seal. Suddenly, the spirit stones around the magic formation flourished with white light, causing the 7 to disappear. When the bald old man saw them successively teleport away, his expression suddenly changed and he bewilderedly asked, "What's going on? Didn't you say that you were going to give them false displacement talismans? Why did you give them real ones? This wasn't what we previously agreed upon." The scholarly cultivator coldly snorted and spoke with a grimace. "If I truly took out false displacement talismans, do you really believe we would have been let off? The person who gave us the magic treasures was a nascent soul eccentric. If we took out false talismans, he would have killed us in a fit of anger." He then took out a white cloth and wiped the cold sweat off of his head. The bald old man said with a shocked expression, "Nascent soul cultivator? Brother Chen, are you joking? That person was clearly a late Foundation establishment cultivator." The shriveled man that was left behind was at a loss. "Brother Gu should know that my spirit beast, a soul hair, has no skills apart from being able to keenly sense another's spiritual sense." The scholarly man then flipped his hand to reveal an animal that strongly resembled a kitten. The spirit beast had ears as slender as a rabbit's and sparkling green eyes that continuously darted around. It appeared to be a rather adorable spirit beast. As he caressed the soul hair, he said, although he managed to conceal his aura with some sort of exceptional restraint technique, concealing himself from even the soul hair, he stealthily swept his spiritual sense past the formation spell after we dissolved the restrictions on it. This gave my soul hair the opportunity to detect something was amiss. My soul hair is able to give an appropriate reaction towards mid-core formation and even late-core formation cultivators. However, it didn't give a reaction, but merely continued to shiver inside my sleeve. It can only mean that his spiritual sense was unfathomably profound, but it has only ever given this response when we visit the elders. A trace of fear was contained in his voice. If that's the case, then he must be a nascent soul cultivator. Sweat started to line the bald old man's head. Even if he wasn't, then he must be a late core formation cultivator. Either way, it wouldn't take much effort for him to exterminate us. The scholarly man spoke without doubt. Luckily, Brother Chen was so quick-witted. If we took out false talismans, we would have brought about our own destruction. I had originally thought he was quite an eccentric individual to give us each a magic treasure without the slightest heartache, but after some further thought, the old man then fearfully asked, "But would there be any problems produced by sending him off to the outer star seas?" What problems? He was a vagrant nascent soul cultivator. I imagine he headed to the outer star seas because he didn't want to be involved in the war between the Star Palace and the Starfall Coalition. Hence, there will be no problems to be had as long as we don't let our superiors know that we allowed a nascent soul cultivator to teleport to the outer star seas. Otherwise, we'll be severely punished. After giving the old man an explanation, his face grew gloomy as he eerily gazed at the dumbstruck shriveled man at their side. As the scholarly man imposingly gazed at him, the shriveled man suddenly trembled and came to a realization. He hastily took several steps back and said, "I didn't hear anything that you two seniors just said. I won't speak any drivel." Before the shriveled man could finish, a streak of yellow light silently flew out and circled around him several times before he fell to pieces. The bald old man recalled his magic treasure and gloomily said, "With this, no one else will know. Although we had something of a relationship together, unfortunately I cannot let you leave." Han Li and the other 6 cultivators appeared at the other end of the transportation formation with a flash of white light in a shabby stone room. Han Li swept his gaze to the corner of the room where a Star Palace cultivator with a frail appearance was speaking with a scar-faced, gray-robed cultivator. When the Star Palace cultivator saw them appear, he examined them with a frown. However, he soon lost interest and continued to speak with the gray-robed cultivator. The cultivator in charge of the formation said with a displeased tone, "I've already said this. There are currently fixtures in place that render the formation one way only. It can only receive, not send. The sect has already taken all the displacement talismans from me, and even I can no longer return. There is no point in fellow Daoists trying to force me." The gray-robed cultivator shouted out with fury, "Nonsense! There were several people that went back several days ago. How can the transportation formation have changed so quickly?" "Humph! I've already explained it many times, but you just love to ignore me. I no longer have any obligation to speak any further." The Star Palace cultivator glared at the man before sitting down and closing his eyes. When the gray-robed cultivator saw that he was being ignored, his complexion turned bright red, but he didn't take the slightest action. He didn't have the courage to act against the Star Palace cultivator. He turned around in place with great agitation, but when his expression immediately fell upon Han Li and the others that had arrived, his face suddenly grew joyful. He walked towards them before stopping several steps ahead of them and saluted the embroidered-clothed man, who obviously appeared to be the leader of the group, before politely asking, "Did you fellow Taoists come from Heavenly Star City?" After seeing that the scar-faced man was also a late Foundation establishment cultivator, he didn't dare to ignore him and replied, "That's right, we've just arrived. What's wrong, fellow Taoist?" However, he could already guess what the gray-robed cultivator was about to say. The gray-robed cultivator asked with a hopeful tone, "I am Su Yun. I've been in the outer seas for several years. Could you tell me whether or not the Starfall Coalition has truly been formed and whether or not the city is on the verge of battle?" When the embroidered-robed man saw Su Yun's expression, he knew what he wanted to hear most. However, the truth would only disappoint him. Hence he explained with complete openness, "It is true. The righteous and devilish Tao have forged the Starfall Coalition and immediately declared war on the Star Palace. As we do no wish to be drawn into the conflict, we teleported here. I fear fellow Taoist will have no way of returning for the time being." Su Yun stood in place in shock with a dejected expression. "How can that be? I wanted to return and have these painstakingly acquired materials be refined into medicinal pills. What a waste of time." After this was said, there was silence in the room. Despite having racked their brains to arrive at the outer star seas, they were helpless without any way to return. After a short moment, the embroidered-robed man's expression changed and he suddenly turned to the gray-robed man. He cordially said, "My name is Yi Jing and these are my close friends. Since fellow Taoist Su has lived here for several years, could he introduce Wondrous Depths Island to us? Of course this won't be for free. We're willing to give you a few spirit stones as compensation." Although Su Yun didn't recover from his dejection, he still spiritedly replied, there is no need for compensation. As you've already answered my question, I am merely returning the favor. Please don't hesitate to ask any questions you may have, and I'll answer to the best of my knowledge. Suddenly, the party of Foundation establishment cultivators revealed joy at the prospect of being given an introduction to this unfamiliar place. It would prove quite favorable for them in their future endeavors. When Hanli saw this, he also smiled. With arms crossed, he stood behind them as he waited for the explanation. Chapter 512, Blackrock City. Jing, the embroidered-robed man, swept his gaze around the room before looking at the Star Palace cultivator sitting in the corner. It is somewhat inconvenient to speak here. Fellow Taoist Su, how about we chat outside? Outside? Sure. Su Yun indifferently replied. Jing rejoiced, but he soon thought of something and turned his head around and widely smiled towards Han Li. Brother Crooked Soul, wouldn't it be better to come along with us and listen? Better yet, we can work together. Han Li blankly stared for a moment before smiling. All right, I did want to hear his explanation as well. Han Li then casually followed after them. What? That fellow Taoist isn't part of your group? Su Yun was quite surprised. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man suddenly shouted out with a trace of hostility. He did teleport along with us, but before that, we were strangers. Jing frowned in response but didn't say anything. Su Yun wordlessly nodded. After they all walked out of the stone room, the newcomers surveyed their surroundings with amazement. The scene was entirely different from what Han Li had seen on Deep Jade Island. They emerged within a small market city. Although it appeared crude and only spanned about 10 kilometers, the city was created entirely out of black stone. The shabby building that housed the transportation formation lay at the center of the city. It was propped up by a tall altar-like platform with steps descending from every side. Due to the height of the surrounding terrain, they were able to have a clear view of the surrounding city. The city seemed to be surrounded by 12-meter-tall stone walls along with a dense white sparkling barrier. However, there were tall buildings of varying sizes behind the walls. Strangely enough, none of them had pointed roofs. They were all flat. At first glance, although the city was full of buildings, few of them were independently constructed. It wasn't just a string of stone buildings joined together, but rather, frequent masses of stone buildings were lined up together. What shocked Han Li the most was that a few mortals were mingling amongst the cultivators on the crude black stone road, occasionally rushing in and out of the stone buildings. But this wasn't enough to shock Han Li by itself. It was the fact that a majority of the mortals were young, beautiful women. As for the other mortals, they were burly men and delicate youths. When Jing's party saw this, they were just as shocked as Han Li. Since they wanted to travel to the outer star seas, it was only natural to do research on the islands in advance. However, this scene was completely contrary to the information they had acquired. A strange expression momentarily appeared on the Jing's face. He then said with a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Lu, take another look at the jade slip containing information on Wondrous Depths Island. Could it be that we were mistaken?" I'll take another look at it." The woman surnamed Lu hastily looked through her storage pouch. Su Yun waved his arm and stopped the woman from finding the jade slip. There is no need to look for the information on Wondrous Depths Island. Since most of it is false, it is natural to feel surprised. Jing's expression changed. False? What is that supposed to mean? It is quite simple. Wondrous Depths Island is quite different from other Demon Beast Islands. All cultivators are given a gag order prior to their return, allowing them to only leak certain information. Else, they would suffer great punishment. It's hard to say whether or not it will prove fortunate that you've arrived at this island. Certain information? Could it be due to the Star Palace? Lady Lu appeared disturbed. Su Yun sighed and said, "It isn't the Star Palace, but the various united powers that reign over this island. Even the Star Palace is unwilling to lightly offend this faction." When those words were said, Han Li raised his eyebrows while the others looked at each other in dismay. Su Yun chuckled and spoke with a loud, alluring tone. Hee. This place isn't too different from what you've imagined. In fact, to some cultivators, it is a place they could only dream of. Blackrock City has the sole market and is the only city on Wondrous Depths Island. So long as you have spirit stones or demon cores, it is a cultivator's paradise. You can purchase items that cannot be acquired from other Demon Beast Islands. Regardless of whether it's top-grade cultivation vessels, formidable magic treasures, priceless spirit beasts, or exceedingly rare materials, this place has it all. The nearby cultivators and mortals glanced over due to his loud voice. but they soon averted their eyes and went on their way. When Yi Jing heard this, he became especially bewildered. As for Han Li, he continued to look around with a calm expression as if he hadn't heard what Su Yun had said. When Su Yun saw this, he glanced at Han Li with slight surprise. Yi Jing let out a long sigh and asked with a heavy voice, "Could Brother Su give us an introduction of this place?" Su Yun seemed to have completely recovered from his low spirits and candidly said, "Of course I can. Since I can't leave for the time being, how about I give you an explanation of the city while we stroll around? It should prove more useful than giving an empty explanation while standing in place. However, if anyone has any windfalls in the future, please don't forget about me." "Then I must thank you, Brother Su. This city appears quite different from others." Yi Jing then looked at a male cultivator with a trace of amazement. The cultivator was holding a mortal woman in his embrace in a bold display as they walked down the street, much to the disinterest of the other mortals and cultivators around them. Su Yun smiled when he saw this and didn't say anything further. Instead, he brought them over to a large stone building. The building had already caught Han Li's attention as it was one of the largest in the city. At a distance, he saw that two charming mortal women were standing at its entrance. As the many cultivators entered the building, they gave them a welcoming smile. Along the way, Su Yun warned them with a solemn expression, "Bear this in mind. Although this isn't Heavenly Star City, all magic battles are strictly forbidden apart from particular arenas. If this rule is violated, it will be punished by death without question." The dark-skinned, middle-aged man spoke with shock. "What? This punishment is even more severe than Heavenly Star Cities." Su Yin slowly explained, "True, it is far more severe. But like this, cultivators who enter the city may truly be at ease without having to worry. To the best of my knowledge, no one has ever managed to carry out their revenge and successfully leave the city alive. After all, there is a nascent soul senior standing guard at all times." A nascent soul cultivator. Yi Jing's party all wore expressions of shock. Han Li's heart trembled violently and he became completely vigilant. "All right. Let's hold off on any more questions until after we go inside." Underneath the smiles of the two beautiful mortal women, the party apprehensively followed Su Yun into the building. As for Han Li, a strange glint flickered from his eyes before he curiously followed them in. After walking through the large entrance, a huge circular screen blocked their way. The screen was pink and had an image of a palace made flying through the skies. Although the image of the woman was shown from behind, it appeared to be fluctuating as if she were truly in flight. From the faint pink light that the screen emitted, it couldn't possibly be a low-grade magic tool. To the sides of the screen, there were two semicircle doors. And to the front of the screen, there was a female cultivator who wore azure palace robes and appeared to be 30 years old. She was happily chatting with a smiling male cultivator. But strangely enough, despite her ordinary looks, each and every one of her movements were filled with a mature feminine charm. Additionally, the smile she wore as she spoke displayed a faintly seductive attraction. Although she was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator like the man she was speaking to, the man was completely enraptured by her. However, when the woman caught sight of Su Yun and the others, her eyes suddenly brightened and she clapped her hands, causing a young mortal girl to come out from behind a door. As the male cultivator was dragged behind the screen, he gazed at the female cultivator with a reluctant expression. There are several similar businesses that operate in the city, but they are ran by differing powers, each backed by a nascent soul cultivator. Of course, at least that much is required to be doing business in a place as untamed as the outer seas. When Lady Lu heard this, she took in a cold breath of air and muttered, "So many nascent soul cultivators. Could they be from the Four Elements Merchant Union?" Su Yun calmly said, "The Four Elements Merchant Union? They have no power here. While they hold dominance over the other Demon Beast Islands, Wondrous Depths Island is the sole island where multiple factions join hands to control it. While these powers alone cannot compete with the Four Elements Merchant Union in the Inner Star Seas, when joined together here, even the Star Palace dare not treat them lightly. However, this is only limited to Wondrous Depths Island." From Brother Su's tone, there seems to be something unique about Wondrous Depths Island? For what reason would so many powers dare to oppose the Four Elements Merchant Union? As Yi Jing was a shrewd and cunning sort, he heard something amiss from his words. With an ordinary expression, Su Yun explained, "He, brother, he guessed correctly. The name Wondrous Depths is due to the nearby seas being unfathomably deep and filled with demon beasts. Rare high-grade demon beasts are often seen in those depths. It is said that demon beasts of even grade 8 and higher appear there. It is for these high-grade demon beasts that these various nascent soul experts stand in opposition against the Four Elements Merchant Union, forbidding them from gaining dominance of the island. It is said that when these depths were discovered, many battles erupted between the Four Elements Merchant Union and the various powers before the Star Palace later intervened to act as a mediator. After some unknown conditions were reached, the island was handed over to the various powers to jointly administer. It was at that time that it became forbidden to spread the truth of Profound Depths Island to the inner star seas. Otherwise, one would find themselves wanted dead by the joint powers. Hanli was quite amazed at this. As for the others, they felt even more shocked. Demon beasts of grade 8 or higher are existences equivalent to nascent soul cultivators. They truly exist here? Yi Jing was unable to keep his calm. I'm not too sure. I've never personally seen them. However, there truly are people that hunt grade 7 demon beasts. The Bright Gem Pavilion sells grade 7 demon cores where nascent soul cultivators compete at extraordinary prices. Su Yun then clicked his tongue in admiration. Han Li, who had kept silent until now, frowned and asked, "Does fellow Taoist Su mean that demon beasts are easier to find in the depths?" Su Yun glanced at Han Li in surprise. After pausing in thought, he said, "Demon beasts are slightly easier to find in the depths. However, due to the frequent appearances of high-grade demon beasts there are also countless cultivators that meet their end." As Yi Jing's group had never previously visited another demon beast island, they were somewhat skeptical of these words. But Han Li managed to gain some understanding towards the depths. It seems that this was a place where danger came hand in hand with riches. So that's why this place was so odd. The party grew silent before the mortal woman guiding them respectfully asked, "Masters, do you wish to first go to the treasure viewing hall or the treasure rest hall?" There is nothing to see at the treasure viewing hall. It is only some appraisal masters looking at unidentified items before offering to exchange them for spirit stones or put them up for auction. Let's go to the treasure rest hall instead. The items there will expand the perspective of all fellow Taoists. Su Yun was clearly familiar with this place. Without waiting for the mortal woman to lead the way, he walked into the right hall. When he approached the light barrier, he wordlessly pressed the jade badge against it, causing a circular opening to appear. He then beckoned to the rest of the party before walking in. When Yi Jing and the others saw this, they simply entered in a line. When Han Li saw this, he noticed the mortal woman respectfully waiting outside and curiously asked her, "You don't need to go inside?" The mortal woman widely smiled at Han Li and explained, "Us mortals aren't allowed to enter the treasure rest hall. This servant will be waiting for you outside." Han Li nodded and walked through the blue light barrier without another word. The light barrier then closed by itself. The interior was quite crude and simple. Apart from some wooden chairs, there was just a 10-meter wide stage at the end of the hall. There was an old man standing at the back of the stage eloquently speaking into a shining blue stone that he was holding in his hand. About 30 cultivators of varying grades stood below him, consisting of both chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators. There were no core formation cultivators among them. The old man respectfully said, "This blue light stone is a fire attribute magic tool refined from exceptional materials. Its owner is putting it up for bid starting at 500 spirit stones. According to long-established rules, each increasing bid must be at least 30 spirit stones more. Let us start the bid. 530 spirit stones. 570. 600. After the old man finished, many cultivators began to shout out bids. Although the bids couldn't be said to be fiery, the final bid still managed to reach close to 700 spirit stones. A young foundation establishment cultivator then walked up and bought the magic tool using solely spirit stones before immediately taking it away. Next up, we have an earth attribute magic tool. The old man continued to auction off the next item without any delay. Han Li naturally had no interest in magic tools, and swept his gaze past the scene instead. He saw Su Yun whispering to the rest of the party at a corner of the hall. Han Li then walked over with an unchanged expression. Chapter 514. Female Cultivation Vessels. Lady Lu doubtfully said to Su Yun, "This seems no different from ordinary auctions. Are we truly going to see any exceptional items here?" Su Yun said with a mysterious expression, "Relax. Although auctions frequently take place, occurring anywhere from one every several days to half a month, each auction will always show some exceptional items. Although they aren't auctioning off the most precious materials, they are still rarely seen in the interstar seas. He then saw Hanli walk over and gave him a smile. Hanli casually nodded his head and asked a question that left them somewhat surprised. Fellow Taoist Su, how many cultivators are there in Blackrock City? There don't seem to be many to people present. Su Yun calmly admitted, Brother Crooked Soul is truly discerning. Although there are temporary residences such as inns in Blackstone City, there are no permanent residences for foreign cultivators. High-grade cultivators may possess their own cave residence on another island. As for low-grade cultivators, they may take shelter in the small villages and towns on other islands with mortals. While all cultivators come to Blackstone City to do business, low-grade cultivators are by far the most commonly found. Yi Jing paused for a moment before asking a question that puzzled even Han Li, but mustn't one be at least foundation establishment to survive in the outer seas? Why are there so many mortals and chi condensation cultivators here? Su Yun calmly replied, Brother Yi's question strikes at the most crucial point, which is the greatest difference between Wondrous Depths Island and the other Demon Beast Islands. For other Demon Beast Islands, a few high-grade cultivators go there to hunt demon beasts before returning after accumulating enough materials. But for Wondrous Depths Island, a few years after the various powers settled here, several spirit stone mines were discovered in some of the nearby islands, and a few production sites for required cultivation materials were established as well, causing the island to become entirely self-sufficient. As such, a few cultivators made a living here and dragged along their families, eventually producing the many mortals and low-grade cultivators in this city. I also heard that the powers administering Blackstone City are slowly transporting their main forces over to this city. I reckon in a couple tens of thousands of years, this place will become a second interstar seas. However, apart from Blackstone City, the villages on the other islands can't be considered safe in the least. Those small villages are often exterminated by sudden attacks from high-grade demon beasts. This current situation in this place quite resembles how the interstar seas first came to be. After that was said, the party was left dumbstruck. Yi Jing let out a deep breath before pensively asking, Why aren't the Star Palace and the other powers involved with this place? Su Yun coldly snorted and said, This place is far from being anywhere near as prosperous as the interstar seas. Furthermore, there is still more than enough empty space in the interstar seas for them to vie for. What time do they have to spare over these desolate seas? In fact, the other powers are actually looking forward to having the island's governing factions move their forces over to this island. Then there would be few of the factors at play in the chaotic interstar seas. He was clearly still gloomy about the Star Palace suddenly closing the transportation formation. After Yi Jing's party heard this, they felt it made sense and didn't speak any further about the subject after glancing at one another. As they were lowly foundation establishment cultivators, it would be better for them to refrain from talking about powers far beyond their control, lest they attract calamity. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man gazed at the egg in the woman's hand and muttered, It truly is far cheaper than the interstar seas. If this were Heavenly Star City, this kind of flying spirit beast would easily fetch over 5,000 spirit stones. Apart from Han Li, all the others watched this scene with bright eyes. When Su Yun saw this, he knowingly smiled. Up next, the old man auctioned off a grade 3 spirit beast egg followed by a grade 4 demon beast, both at a considerable price before concluding the spirit beast egg auction. Upon seeing what was auctioned next, Lady Lu couldn't help but wear a face of shock. What's going on? The others in her party also looked surprised. Two beautiful women that appeared to be around 20 years old stood at the old man's side. Although they only had cultivations at the third layer of chi condensation, they were both genuine cultivators. From their submissive attitude while being brought on stage, it seemed the two female cultivators were the goods to be auctioned. Su Yun didn't reveal the slightest surprise, and gestured for them to listen to what the old man was about to say. Up next, we have two low-grade chi condensation cultivation vessels. They have only cultivated the basic 5 elements cultivation arts, and both of them are undefiled. According to their requests, only a mid-foundation establishment cultivator or higher may bid on them. The starting bid on each of them is 2,000 spirit stones. Each increase in bid must be. Ever since the old man brought the two women on stage, many of the male cultivators beneath him started to leer at the women. However, the old man's words were quite dragged out for a long while and nobody uttered a bid. Two male cultivators that sat in front of the group even began to have a whispered discussion. 2,000 spirit stones to buy a third-layer female cultivation vessel. If you really wanted a concubine, wouldn't you want to go elsewhere and buy a mortal girl? When they grow old, you could just pass them spirit stones and have them leave. If it were a foundation establishment vessel, I'd be more than willing to spend more spirit stones. You're dreaming. Do you think you're a core formation cultivator? Don't forget the customs here. Foundation establishment vessels aren't something that the likes of us could ever afford. At that amount of spirit stones, it'd be more profitable to buy a spirit beast egg. When Han Li heard their chatter, although he felt amazed, any sign of it soon disappeared from his face. He had long ago heard rumors of a few powers secretly nurturing some young female cultivators for the sole purpose of being cultivation vessels. There were even a few high-grade cultivators that bestowed female cultivators as gifts. But regardless of how it was said, open auctions of female cultivation vessels never occurred in the interstar seas. It truly shocked him how openly it occurred here. Yi Jing and company managed to calm their expressions. After all, cultivation vessels were something that everyone knew about in the cultivation world. However, as they had 2 female cultivators in their party, the current situation was quite uncomfortable. There is no need for fellow Taoists to feel shocked. These women were willing to act as cultivation vessels without coercion. As their aptitudes are terrible as a whole, it would be quite difficult for them to cultivate to high layers of cultivation using ordinary methods. They have no elders to rely on, and no powers are willing to invest the spirit stones required to nurture them. Hence, this is their only method in the outer star seas, as they found it disdainful to do mortals' work and suicidal to go out and hunt demon beasts. As they have managed to somewhat cultivate, they will take the initiative to become a cultivation vessel for a higher grade male cultivator. As such, they can give their homes a large amount of spirit stones and manage to acquire a pillar of support for themselves. If they are able to acquire the favor of a male cultivator, they will be able to become a concubine or have an opportunity to become something greater. Naturally, there are even high-grade female cultivators that take the initiative to become cultivation vessels for other reasons. But in that case, lower-grade male cultivators are forbidden from bidding. That is to be expected. Su Yun slowly explained this as if he were long accustomed to the sight. Chapter 5:15, Golden Thumb Pavilion. The others responded to Su Yun's explanation of the purchasing of cultivation vessels with silence. After all, with 2 female cultivator companions currently at their side, it was difficult to speak further on the topic. Han Li stroked his chin without showing the slightest change in expression. He didn't require a vessel to increase his cultivation, nor could he afford to keep something so cumbersome by his side. Although these female cultivator vessels aroused a feeling of discomfort and pity in him, he turned a blind eye as he was disinclined to take action. At that moment, the 2 female cultivators on stage wore an expression of disappointment upon not receiving a single bid. Seeing this, Su Yun gave an explanation with a faint smile. Their cultivation is a bit too shallow. Although they were willing to become a cultivation vessel, they can't provide much assistance towards higher grade cultivators. As such, no one was willing to take them. However, it isn't necessarily absolute. If by chance a foundation establishment cultivator were to fancy their appearance, it wouldn't be rare for them to later be bought at a high price. Yi Jing forced a chuckle and didn't say anything further. Su Yun calmly smiled and didn't seem to mind. The following items up for auction were more items that were rarely seen in the interstar seas. However, Han Li revealed a lazy expression, unwilling to waste more of his time looking at them. Just as he was coming up with an excuse to leave, Su Yun seemed to have noticed Han Li's impatience and took the initiative to say, "While this auction doesn't have any finer goods, the annual combined auction has some truly rare items appear. Fellow Taoists should take a look at it when it comes around. For now, I'll introduce you to the other areas of Blackrock City." Naturally, Yi Jing and the others didn't refuse, as they were currently lacking in spirit stones from the cost of the teleportation. The group nodded their heads and followed Su Yun out of the treasure rest hall. The mortal woman waiting outside of the hall accompanied them until they left the Bright Gem Pavilion. This group of several tens of buildings are temporary residences where foreign mortals are staying for the time being. Mortals that wish to make a living in Blackrock City must first register here, much to the benefit of the city's administrators. If they are unable to find employment after a certain amount of time, they must leave Blackrock City. For example, the mortal women we saw in the Bright Gem Pavilion all live here. That equally large group of building is the city's largest raw material store, the Golden Thumb Pavilion. They specialize in selling all sorts of rare materials. It is said that so long as you know the name of the material, the store will always be able to sell it to you. Although this is somewhat of an exaggeration, its reputation is quite grand. As for those 3 buildings close to it, Soo-yoon brought the party down the street and spoke with great familiarity. When Han-li heard about the Golden Thumb Pavilion, his heart stirred and he came to a sudden stop. Soo-yoon was baffled and paused for a moment before asking, "Fellow Taoist Crooked Soul, is something wrong?" Yi-jing's party glanced behind them at Han-li with equivalently puzzled expressions. Han-li took a quick look at the sky before lowering his head to calmly say, "I have something that I must attend to alone, and I must part with you here. Perhaps we may see each other again should the future allow it." His voice carried an irrefutable tone. Soo-yoon and Yi-jing were surprised upon hearing this. They didn't wish for a high-grade cultivator such as Han-li to depart their party. But when they attempted to urge him to stay, a cold glint flickered from Han-li's eyes as his gaze swept past them, causing their hearts to tremble. Their words of opposition were involuntarily swallowed, and they could only murmur as they watched Han-li disappear into the Golden Thumb Pavilion. At that moment, the 2 bewilderedly glanced at each other with cold sweat dripping down their backs. The others at their side looked at the 2 with confusion, ignorant of what had happened. That person? Yi-jing forced a laugh and thought to say something. "Since fellow Taoist Crooked Soul is unwilling to travel together with us, let's leave him be. It's his decision. Let us continue to take a look at another street." For some unknown reason, Soo-yoon hastily cut off Yi-jing and took the initiative to walk down another street. Yi-jing then suddenly heard a voice transmission from Soo-yoon, "Fellow Taoist Yi, that person's actions are an unfathomable mystery. Let us cut ties with him. Else we may find ourselves inviting death if we're not careful. It turns out that fellow Taoist Crooked Soul's cultivation is far beyond ours. Let us not speak of this again." Yi-jing's expression changed several times upon hearing this. After taking another glance at the Golden Thumb Pavilion, he lightly nodded his head before following after them. At that moment, Han-li was already being guided by a delicate youth into an elegantly decorated room. Although the Golden Thumb Pavilion appeared to be one huge stone building from the outside, the interior consisted of many rooms, each specialized in selling all sorts of materials. Without the slightest of formalities, Han-li had entered the Golden Thumb Pavilion for the purpose of seeing the establishment's steward. Were it any other cultivator, this wouldn't have been easily accomplished. But after revealing his true core formation cultivation, he was immediately brought to the esteemed guest lounge. Core formation cultivators couldn't be treated lightly even in Blackstone City. After waiting for a few moments in the room, an old man with a common appearance walked in with a smile. "Fellow Taoist's face is quite unfamiliar. It must be your first visit to the Golden Thumb Pavilion. I am the establishment's steward, Lee Sun." The old man cupped his fist towards Han-li. He was an early core formation cultivator just like Han-li. With a tone that was neither submissive nor overbearing, Han-li replied, "This is truly my first time here at your esteemed pavilion. Moreover, I have a few things I wish to consult fellow Taoist Lee about. I hope you don't mind. Please don't hesitate to ask. I will assist you to the best of my ability." Steward Lee was quite imposing. Without asking Han-li any questions, he had already slapped his chest in a pledge and agreed. This forthright and impressive display left a positive impression on Han-li. However, the old man didn't possess the skill to see through Han-li's disguise techniques. He accepted Han-li's sickly appearance as a middle-aged man without the slightest suspicion. Han-li faintly smiled and directly stated his intentions without the slightest pretense. "I wish to purchase an ingredient for refining pills. However, I am only aware of its name from antiquity and have been unable to find it. I was hoping to try my luck by coming here and meeting with you, fellow Taoist Lee." Lee Sun inwardly let out a sigh of relief and replied with a beaming smile, "Hee. It is but a trivial matter. It is of no problem." He then changed expressions and coldly spoke in the direction of the door, "Servant, go fetch Guyu." "Yes." The young servant swiftly ran off. Lee Sun turned back to Han-li and smiled, "Please wait shortly, fellow Taoist. Although Guyu is only an qi condensation cultivator, he has done extensive research on ancient pill formulas and medicines. I'm certain that he won't leave you disappointed." Han-li wore a slight smile on his face and thought to say something else, when a streak of red light flew into the room. The red light circled once around the top of the room, before accurately landing in the old man's hand. It was a seeking talisman. A strange expression flickered from Han-li's eyes as the talisman combusted inside the old man's hand. The steward stared at the fire in his hand before he extinguished it. He then raised his head to look at Han Li with a surprised expression. The old man's attitude suddenly became far more cordial. I am truly lacking in manners. I didn't expect Brother Crooked Soul to have just arrived at Blackrock City today. This store owner should be treating you with the utmost respect. In that short moment he had managed to discover Han Li's general origins, much to Han Li's shock. However, his expression maintained a calm smile, revealing none of his inner thoughts. Han Li played it down. Fellow Taoist is too polite. I had to use many tricks in order to arrive at Wondrous Depths Island. I didn't mean to attract so much attention. The old man was able to see that Han Li didn't wish to further speak of the matter and tactfully changed the topic. He then chatted about a few interesting tales about Wondrous Depths Island, much to Han Li's interest. At that moment, a middle-aged scholarly man entered the room and deeply saluted the two. He respectfully said, "Guyu pays his respects to these seniors. Junior awaits your instructions." His appearance was elegant with a somewhat sophisticated aura. He had a long black beard and two shining black eyes. Li Sun nodded to him and beckoned him over. The old man commanded him with an indifferent expression. "This senior Crooked Soul has a few questions about ancient spiritual medicines. Answer him honestly." Guyu stood up straight and solemnly said, "As you wish. Junior will answer to the best of his abilities." "Go ahead and take them." Han Li then casually tossed the items over to him. "Many thanks for senior's generosity." After receiving the items, Guyu was unable to contain his joy and repeatedly thanked Han Li. To a chi condensation cultivator like himself, these items were truly precious. "Since Senior Crooked Soul has already bestowed treasures upon you, you may leave for the time being, Guyu." Li Su was quite shocked at Han Li's display of generosity, but he still remembered to dismiss Guyu with a calm expression. In the blink of an eye, they were once again the only two people in the room. "Is there anything else that I may assist you with apart from that matter? Please don't hesitate to ask." Li Sun spoke in an exceptionally forthright manner. "Since that's the case, there is one other thing that I wish to trouble you with. Might you be selling the horn of an agate beast?" Fellow Taoist came to the right place. Although agate beast horn is an exceptionally rare material, I managed to purchase 2 such horns last month. If fellow Taoist desires it, I can sell one to you right away. The old man clapped his hands with a smile and immediately gave the order for it to be delivered without a moment of pause. Pleasant surprise appeared on Han Li's face as he repeatedly expressed his thanks. Not long after, a young servant entered the room while carrying an exquisite wooden box on a silver plate. "Fellow Taoist, take a look. Does this agate horn fulfill your expectations?" Han Li solemnly nodded his head and reached out to the wooden box. As soon as he opened the box, blue light was released, revealing a half-foot-long spiral horn. The sharp horn shined with a strikingly brilliant blue light. Han Li then closed the wooden box with a satisfied expression. "Not bad. This will be quite suitable. Could fellow Taoist tell me how many spirit stones this will cost?" Li Sun pleasantly smiled and said, "This store acquired the horn for 5,000 spirit stones. Since fellow Taoist requires it, you only need to return the cost." Naturally, Han Li wasn't going to haggle over the price. He immediately expressed his thanks and took out the equivalent in mid-grade spirit stones before handing it over to the old man. The old man received the spirit stones with a wave of his sleeve and then asked with a wide smile, "Does fellow Taoist Crooked Soul have any plans in mind following his arrival on the island?" Although fellow Taoist's magic power is profound, the demon beasts here are truly hard to handle. No small number of core formation cultivators have been seriously injured by tackling the seas alone. How about I introduce you to a few similar grade cultivators? It would be considerably safer if you were to set out to sea together. Han Li smiled upon hearing this. The purpose of the old man's courteous and friendly behavior from the beginning was for drawing him in. Many thanks for fellow Taoist Li's kindness. However, I must soon prepare to refine a few medicine pills. And after I consume the pills, I will have to enter seclusion for some time. I won't be heading out to hunt demon beasts in the near future. Han Li gave a smooth refusal with an embarrassed expression, but in truth, he was absolutely unwilling to travel out to sea with unfamiliar cultivators. Although a trace of disappointment flickered across his face, he immediately continued without a care, "That is fine too. It is considerably safer to first increase one's cultivation and one's familiarity with the region. However, if fellow Taoist Crooked Soul does later wish to find companions, Please don't forget about me. Han Li naturally agreed and further chatted with the old man for a moment before taking his leave. The old man saw Han Li off at the building's exit before returning inside. Just as the old man sat down, he suddenly heard a voice calmly say, "How about it? Will this person be useful to us?" A vague silhouette soon emerged from the landscape painting on the wall, bringing forth another person into the room. The white-clothed man remained in the air while covered in azure light, making for a rather mysterious display. The old man confidently said, "There is no need to worry. Although we only chatted for a short moment, from his strange appearance, that cultivator Crooked Soul should be a vagrant cultivator that travels alone. So long as he witnesses the dangers of traveling the depths alone, he will come to know the advantages of my offer. He will come back sooner or later." The white-clothed man coldly refuted, "Humph. That isn't guaranteed." Li Sun shook his head. "What? An early core formation cultivator can roam the depths and hunt demon beasts alone?" The white-clothed cultivator grew silent before solemnly saying, "He isn't an ordinary core formation cultivator. When you were chatting in the room, I was able to feel someone watching me for some unknown reason. Although he didn't glance in the direction I was hidden, I suspect that he was aware of my existence and only chose not to disclose it." The old man was stunned. He then bewilderedly said, "Are you not mistaken? Your concealment technique is something that even higher-grade cultivators are incapable of uncovering. Don't tell me that this Crooked Soul fellow is actually a late core formation cultivator." The white-clothed man doubtfully said, "That's hard to say. It is quite possible that he cultivates an unusual cultivation art or possesses some peculiar treasure." After circling the room several times, the old man eventually frowned and said, "Leave it be. Regardless of whether this cultivator is exceptional or ordinary, we've already tried our hardest to befriend him. It was the correct decision either way." The white-clothed cultivator nodded in approval and spoke no further. Instead, he first set down a few formation tools that he had personally refined, covering both his cave residence and the mountain range in a spell restriction. At a distance, the mountain range could no longer be seen, and was instead replaced by a verdant forest. The illusory forest seamlessly bordered a nearby forest without the slightest flaw. From above, Han Li carefully examined the mountain range with chin in hand and was left feeling somewhat uneasy. If a high-grade cultivator happened to pass through the mist like he had, this restriction wouldn't be enough to fool them. After muttering to himself, an idea suddenly came to mind. Han Li directly flew back to his new cave residence and quickly inspected the materials he had on hand before starting to refine some items in a secret room. 7 days later, Han Li emerged once more from his cave residence with a dozen sets of similar formation tools. These sets of formation flags and formation plates were extremely crude, and by no means impressive. But after Han Li placed them at various areas throughout the small island, streams of mist began to wildly emerge from each of the formations. Soon, the new expanse of mist merged together with the existing mist of sea water to completely envelop the island, hiding it entirely from view. In this manner, any cultivators passing by would find it difficult to spot the island unless they were flying at a low altitude. After examining it from every angle, Han Li finally felt at ease. Although he had spent no small number of spirit stones to activate so many formations, he didn't care in the least. He was more than willing to bankrupt himself to avoid any potential disasters. Han Li then returned to his cave residence with the utmost speed before hammering out some of the finer details of his cave residence, such as his insect room, herb garden, and so on. 2 days later, Han Li was sitting inside a stone room with a solemn expression. He was immersing his spiritual sense into the yellow jade slip that Guyu had given to him, carefully sifting through its content. With a twitch of his face, he extracted his spiritual sense from the jade slip and entered a state of deep contemplation. A moment later, he stood up and strolled around the stone room several times before wearing a heavier expression. He then clutched his storage pouch and took out a white jade box. Han Li gazed at it for a moment before slowly opening the box to reveal a few small rainbow-colored beads. Chapter 518. Flame Mirage Moth. Han Li nimbly grabbed one of the beads within the box and held it between his fingers close to his eye. After staring at it for a moment, Han Li slowly closed his eyes and reviewed the image of what he had seen in the jade slip. The image was of a fist-sized pearl that emitted rainbow light and had over 10 smaller beads floating around it. Those smaller pearls appeared exactly the same as the one currently in his hand. As for the large rainbow pearl, it was the Heaven Mend pill that he had seen shooting out of the Heaven Void cauldron. This strange image had appeared in the jade slip without the slightest description, provoking an air of mystery. When Hanli had swept his mind past the image in the jade slip he had acquired from Guyu, he had been astonished. It was for that reason he had decided to add on a treasure talisman as payment for the jade slip. Were it not for this, he would have only given Guyu the medicine pills at most. The jade slip possessed many bizarre images, but each of them lacked any kind of description. There were pictures of magic tools and treasures, as well as many demon beasts and ghostly monstrosities that Hanli had never seen before. After seeing the picture of the Heaven Mend pill among them, he felt that these images must be extremely significant. Hanli carefully committed these pictures to memory and would treat them with great importance should he see them in the future. However, Hanli glanced at the beads in the case with a trace of awkwardness. There was no doubt that these rainbow beads had a strong relationship with the Heaven Mend pill. Why else would they appear together in the image? After considering that the beads had been refined from Zenith Brilliance's skeleton, he suddenly recalled Zenith Brilliance's blood jade spiders. Could it be that the Bone Sage's traitorous disciple had entered Heaven Void Hall with the spiders and acquired a Heaven Mend pill? This was one possible explanation as to why Zenith Brilliance's bones had turned rainbow-colored and why they had formed into beads after being exposed to flames. From Han Li's experience with taking many medicine pills, the Heaven Mend pill must have either not yet been fully refined, or its medicinal nature was so fierce that it required one to continue strenuously refining it after consumption. From these conjectures and its prominent appearance in the jade slip, it appeared like these rainbow beads held a significant relation towards the Heaven Mend pearl. Although using a cultivator's body as a pill furnace to produce medicine pills was rarely seen in the cultivation world, Hanli had personally witnessed this once before. The Black Fiend School's blood-congealed 5-element cores was one particularly bloody and tyrannical example. But with all this being said, it was only Han Li's wishful thinking in the end. He wasn't about to rashly swallow them without further deliberation. With some further thought, he decided to leave this hidden room and head towards the insect rooms. His current insect rooms weren't as simple as they had been in Heavenly Star City. They were split into 5 stone rooms of differing sizes. Among 2 of these rooms were Han Li's 2 separate groups of gold-devouring beetles. One of the swarms had followed Han Li through Heaven Void Hall in a display of amazing strength, with the tens of thousands gold-devouring beetles having consumed no small number of Ironfire ants. The other swarm was made up of the 1,000 elites he had left in his cave residence at Heavenly Star City. Perhaps due to eating a great number of Ironfire ants, the tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles appeared to be on the verge of reproducing. They'd already started to devour one another, much to Han Li's pleasant surprise. As for the other stone rooms, one housed Han Li's sole remaining bloodjade spider while another room housed his perpetually sleeping weeping soul beast. The final room contained the gold-threaded silkworms he had acquired from Heaven Void Hall. Although Han Li had the weeping soul beast's control pearl in hand, he had always felt hesitant about refining it, and decided to put it away for the time being. Rather, his delay in refining it didn't seem to affect the spirit beast all that much. When Han Li's acquisition of the gold-threaded silkworms hadn't occurred on a whim. They had a position on the list of exotic insects despite being ranked quite low. Although they weren't a match for the bloodjade spider, they had a seldomly known second evolution. Given enough time they could possibly evolve into a flame mirage moth. While they would still be somewhat weaker than the gold-devouring beetles, ranking 17 on the list of exotic insects, they had an innate ability of transformation. While its power was formidable, its description was quite vague. It seems this insect had seldomly been seen even in ancient times. Even if the mirage flame moth's high ranking was somewhat inaccurate, it was by no means insignificant. As such, in spite of the old eccentric's flabbergasted gaze, he had chosen to gather up the gold-threaded silkworms that were on the verge of death. They had been discarded by Wan Tianming without the slightest hesitation as the gold-threaded silkworms had nearly exhausted the entirety of their origin chi at the time. After acquiring them, Han Li continuously fed them soul-nurturing pills and other rare spiritual medicines. However, all this had seemingly accomplished at this point was prolonging the inevitable. With each passing day, they grew increasingly haggard and Han Li could only helplessly watch as they continued to decline. At that moment an idea suddenly came to him. He directly arrived at the gold-threaded silkworm's room and frowned at what he saw through the spell restriction barrier. At that moment, the huge dark green silkworms were motionlessly lying on the ground as if they had already died. Were it not for the faint spiritual chi emitted from their bodies, he would have believed them to be dead. Han Li entered the room without hesitation and circled around the exotic insects for a moment before picking out the male and female silkworms with the strongest spirit amongst them. Afterwards, he took out 2 rainbow beads from the jade box and fed one to each silkworm before leaving the room. Han Li's thoughts were quite simple. Since these insects couldn't be saved, he may as well test the medicinal effects of the rainbow beads. With the grand reputation of the Heaven Mend pill, their medicinal powers should be beyond miraculous. If these beads were as he had imagined and were truly Heaven Mend pills, then he would stand to benefit even if the gold-threaded silkworms couldn't be saved. Naturally, if the gold-threaded silkworms responded negatively to the beads, he would no longer pay any heed to the beads. The following days were spent looking after the 9-curl spirit ginseng with the utmost care. This unique root was of great importance to his later formation of a nascent soul. At the center of his medicinal garden, Han Li sectioned off a small piece of earth. After placing down formation flags that he had specifically refined for the task, the surrounding soil became an impenetrable layer of golden stone. With this, he could finally place the 9-curl spirit ginseng inside with confidence. As for the ginseng's white rabbit spirit incarnation, it was still trapped inside a jade box. Han Li had no intention of keeping it there for long. After all, it could have a negative effect on the spirit ginseng if they were separated for too long. Han Li then brought the talisman-clad jade box into the medicinal garden and placed it at the spirit ginseng's side. After tearing off the talismans and opening the box, a streak of white light shot out of the box and circled around the 9-curl spirit ginseng before disappearing inside it. When Han Li saw this, he wore a knowing smile. It seemed the white rabbit incarnation was filled with trepidation since it had already been captured once before. It was quite timid. But when Han Li glanced at the 9-curl spirit ginseng's body, he began to ponder whether or not the green liquid would have any miraculous effects on it. He then put the thought aside for the time being. The spirit ginseng wasn't going anywhere, and the green liquid was required elsewhere. These tests would have to be saved for later. Furthermore, the green liquid might greatly increase the abilities of the 9-curl spirit ginseng, allowing it to possibly escape from the formation spell and leave him overcome with grief. This wasn't an ordinary plant, but a legendary divine medicinal plant. It was best to be careful. With that thought, Han Li no longer paid any attention to the 9-curl spirit ginseng after successfully containing it. As for the green liquid, Han Li was currently using all of it to mature the soul-nurturing tree, one of the renowned 3 divine woods. Although it was only a small root, Han Li was confident that within several years, it would regrow back into a 10,000-year tree. Originally, Han Li intended to study the Heaven Void Cauldron, and see if he could find a way to open it. But in the process he accidentally stumbled across the bone sage's small rib bone, diverting his interest for the time being. Since it was able to withstand the fearsome sacred azura flames, it should prove to be quite unordinary. Laying down on his bed, he toyed with the sparkling white item in his hand as he curiously glanced at it. To tell the truth, Han Li was somewhat disappointed. Since he already cultivated the Azure Essence sword arts, he wasn't about to foolishly abandon them to recultivate with this technique even if it did possess an overbearing power. However, he didn't immediately withdraw his spiritual sense from the profound Yin scriptures. The Devil Dao secret techniques that were contained in the second half were something that he could possibly cultivate. Soon after Han Li read through each of the unbelievable secret techniques, his original disappointment turned into surprise, then slight solemnness and finally, excitement. The secret techniques were powerful and truly inconceivable. He was confident that once he cultivated the 9th layer of the Azure Essence sword arts and the suitable secret techniques of the profound Yin scriptures, he would be able to escape from any nascent soul cultivator that crossed his path. No longer would he be doomed to helplessly accept death if he encountered any of those nascent soul eccentrics. Among these secret techniques were Zenith Yin's heaven-wide corpse fire. As for the heaven-wide demon corpse, they were merely refined corpses that happened to be produced in the process of refining the corpse fire. Unfortunately, these secret techniques required the profound Yin arts as a cultivation base and required a cultivation at the nascent soul stage or higher. Otherwise, he would have definitely attempted to refine it for himself. After all, he had personally witnessed the ferocious power of the heaven-wide corpse fire. But even as powerful as it was, the weaknesses of the heaven-wide corpse fire were made clear from its cultivation chant. When Han Li saw this, he coldly chuckled. If Zenithine tried to use heaven-wide corpse fire to deal with him in the future, Hanli would surely give him a nice surprise. After looking through it for a moment more, Hanli was able to find 3 secret techniques that he fancied that a core formation cultivator to refine. He then committed them to memory until he could find the time to cultivate them. Hanli carefully put away the small rib bone. Along with feelings of great satisfaction from what he had gained, he could feel his heart brimming with excitement. It was then that Hanli recalled what he had originally planned. Hanli's hand grasped onto the storage pouch containing the Heaven Void Cauldron with his curiosity once again set aflame. He instantly stood up from his bed and directly headed towards the hidden room in his cave residence. If he could somehow manage to open the Heaven Void Cauldron, he could acquire many ancient treasures, not to mention Heaven Mend pills. He would be able to substantially increase his strength. With those thoughts in mind, Hanli began a routine where he would observe the gold-threaded silkworms every day before spending the rest of the day studying the Heaven Void Cauldron. In addition, he would occasionally browse through all sorts of ancient jade slips in an attempt to find any hints regarding a way to open the cauldron. Unfortunately, after half a month passed, Hanli had exhausted all the methods he could think of. He had no choice but to concede that the Heaven Void Cauldron, the ranked 1 secret treasure in the scattered star seas, wasn't capable of being opened by a mere core formation cultivator such as himself. The cauldron was truly impressive. Be it heat, water or any of the many treasures that Hanli had used, none of them were able to leave so much as a trace on the cauldron. Even a strike from his recently restored divine Devilbane lightning wasn't able to scratch the Heaven Void Cauldron. As for other unconventional methods of opening the Heaven Void Cauldron, Hanli had tried each and every one of them to only be met with failure. In the end, Hanli could only place the Heaven Void Cauldron back into his storage pouch and leave the matter be. As for Hanli's suspicion that the Heaven Void Cauldron could be opened with the Celestial Ice Pearl, he didn't dare to test it. The celestial ice flames were an existence that inspired fear even in nascent soul cultivators. He fundamentally had no thoughts of attempting to refine and control the pearl until he reached either the nascent soul stage or perhaps late core formation. Hanli was still able to recognize his own limits. During that half-month, the 2 gold-threaded silkworms that consumed the rainbow beads showed no reaction in the slightest. They remained entirely the same as if the beads possessed no medicinal qualities at all. As for the tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles Hanli had brought back with him from Heaven Void Hall, they had already started cannibalizing each other en masse and were on the verge of laying new eggs, much to Hanli's delight. As of current, Hanli's next matter at hand would be tempering his 72 bamboo clouds warm swords. He didn't plan on allowing the refined crystal that he had acquired on the path of molten rock to go to waste either. He wanted to temper traces of the crystal into each of his flying swords. While he wouldn't dare to proclaim his bamboo clouds warm swords as indestructible after the inclusion of the refined crystal, the number of items that could damage them in this world would be very few. It would prove to be quite advantageous in his future battles against high-grade cultivators. However, processing the crystal was an extremely grueling process. As the item itself was an extraordinary material, Hanli reckoned that the crystal would require at least half a year to refine with the aid of formation spells. But if he were to run out of magic power halfway and interrupt the procedure, the crystal would be completely destroyed. This was no joking matter. Originally, he wouldn't have dared to make an attempt with his measly early core formation cultivation, even with the aid of spiritual medicines. However, he now had the myriad year spirit milk. Although he had used a portion of it in his rush to Heavenly Star City, he still had more than enough to process the crystal. Since he would encounter no small amount of danger in the nearby seas, it was imperative that Hanli tempered his flying sword so that he may withstand any dangers that he encountered. 1. Acquired in Chapter 330 after Hanli slayed the head of the Black Fiend sect. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.